Chapter 51, Encounter on the Return Journey. Monan wanted to try if he could teleport directly back to Konoha with the recent progress of the Thunder God technique, but he tried to perceive the Thunder God mark that he had left in the Konoha training ground, and found that he was completely affected. Less than. It seems that even though there has been progress during this period of time, it is still far behind Watergate. Short Book Street is also in the Country of Fire, and it is not too far from the village of Konoha. I remember the Bofang Watergate in the original book, but it can be teleported back to Konoha directly from the battlefield of the fourth battle, and Monan can't move at will in the Land of Fire. After realizing that his Flying Thunder God still needs to practice down to earth for a while, Monan had to walk back to Konoha village step by step to see when he could sense his mark, and then try to teleport back. When we set off and arrived at Duokai Street, the road was calm and there was no accident. Monan thought that he would not encounter any danger on the way back. However, the tree wants to be quiet and the wind keeps going. Monan originally planned to stay out of the sky and try not to take the initiative. It is a pity that sometimes you don't ask for trouble, and trouble will come to you. Monan set off in the morning. In order to return to Konoha as soon as possible, he hurried all the way to the evening without stopping. He only ate some dry food in the middle. Until now, when the sky was dim, Monan stopped by a forest, seemingly planning to rest on the spot. The figures hidden in the dark were also ready, waiting for the moment when Monan relaxed his vigilance, and made a fatal attack. However, Monan had already noticed them. He was able to perceive them. He could feel it when he was far away. He had been following his 8 chakra reactions from a distance. Monan opened the eyes of the riding wheel. Even in the dark light, the figures of 8 people were very clear in the eyes of the riding wheel. Monan couldn't help but shook his head, sighing when he saw the clothes of the 8 people. I was stared at by Shayin this time. It seems that the days of my low-key life are gone forever. The 8 people ambushing above are Shayin's pair. According to the configuration, it should be 2 complete teams uniting. You really can count on me. To deal with a medical ninja actually need to send 2 teams. Hearing Monan's words, several people in Shayin village knew that they had been exposed, and they were no longer hiding at the moment, so they immediately launched an attack. A large number of 1000-bone Kumari blade ninjas flew towards Monan. Judging from the faint purple light above, they should have been painted with poison. It was definitely Shayin's people who hadn't run away now, and only they liked to put poison on their weapons. Monan had already opened the riding wheel at this time, and Shayin's attack was clearly seen by him. He did not rush to pick up a few seals of soil escape, and shouted in a low voice, "Soil escape, multiple soil flow walls." Suddenly, 4 earth walls rose up from Monan's side at the same time, blocking Shayin's surprise attack in all directions. After the earth wall blocked Shayin's hidden weapon and completed his mission, Monan's figure reappeared in front of Shayin's 8 people, without a trace of panic. Seeing Monan so easily blocked the attacks of her and others, Shayin's people were also a little surprised. According to the information, this Uchiha Nan claimed to be Konoha's first genius, but no one has ever seen him fight with anyone. Although he knew that he was Konoha's most talented medical ninja, no one thought he had such a fighting power. The attack by himself and others started very suddenly, but Monan didn't rush to stop it. This kind of reaction and intuition really puzzled Shayin's people, but after seeing Monan's red riding wheel eyes, they understood again. No wonder we can easily find our ambush. Didn't you expect that this kid has reached the highest level of the 3 Gojade of the riding round eyes? The head of the sand-hidden ninja thought to himself. He didn't know much about Shaolin Yan, and thought that Sango Yu was already the limit of Shaolin Yan. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. You're Konoha's Uchiha, aren't you? You are not our opponent alone, and you can take a little bit less pain if you are obedient. A person who looked like a leader spoke to Monan. Are you Shayin sent to kill me? It seems that I have a way to cure your new poison. You have already learned about Shayin, but why have you only been here to ambush me now? Monan was a little puzzled. When he spread the method of treating Shayin's poisonous poison by using the technique of extraction, it was not surprising that the people of Shayin knew about it a long time ago. Why did they not take any action at the time, but now they are attacking? Shayin's boss didn't answer Monan's question, and he himself was a bit strange. They were already anxious when they learned that Konoha had developed a medical ninja who could cure their poison, and some people had proposed to solve Monan immediately. However, Konoha's protection of Monan's information is very strict, and they have never been given the opportunity to do it. When they reacted later, they found that Monan's detoxification method had spread to all Konoha's camps. At this time, it was too late for them to find a solution to Monan. In addition, Monan's treatment method can't completely solve the poison, and the poisoned Konoha ninja will still lose combat effectiveness for a long time. Shayin's hands were already nervous, so they didn't want to spend more effort wasting time on Monan. It's just that Sane suddenly got information recently, saying that Konoha had thoroughly understood their poison and developed an antidote. Now Shayin was completely anxious. They were able to fight Konoha so far, relying on the weakening of Konoha by this poison. Once there is a medicine, the poison will no longer pose any threat to Konoha, and they will lose the war. Cheyenne learned from the intelligence that it was Monan who had developed the kind of treatment that developed the understanding medicine. They immediately decided to send people out, and they must quickly get rid of Monan, and don't let this antidote let Konoha's help. People get it. In order to ensure that the plan was foolproof, even after they knew that Monan was alone and had no other companions or guards around him, they still sent 2 elite ninja teams to kill Monan. In the heart of the leader of the Cheyenne team, he had 2 upper ninjas and 6 ninjas. It was absolutely easy to kill a medical ninja in the district of Monan. Only after he saw Monan's performance just now, he knew that it might not be as easy as he had originally imagined. But he still didn't pay much attention to Monan, he thought it was Monan's limit just now. By the way, Monan's 6-year-old appearance is quite deceptive. The 8 Cheyenne surrounded him on all sides, and Monan was also very relaxed on the surface, but in fact he was secretly thinking about whether he could kill these 8 without using the kaleidoscope. The captains of the 2 teams should undoubtedly be the 2 upper ninjas, and 80% of the remaining 6 players are middle or lower ninjas. After going through Tsunade's guidance in this month and a half, he has made some progress, and his strength should also be the best among the elites. But defeating 8 people is still not easy for Monan. Monan's current chakra is probably a little bit more than Kakashi in his adulthood, not too much. It stands to reason that it is impossible to defeat 8 people at the same time. Monan secretly calculated their strength based on the reactions of Cheyenne and chakra. There is no chakra who wants to be strong. Those 2 are slightly stronger, and they barely have the average level of forbearance. They should be Cheyenne's upper ninja, and one of them should be the leader of their team. The remaining 6 are middle or lower, which should not be a cause for concern. Monan thought that he should find a way to separate them, first kill the 6 middle and lower ninjas, and then concentrate on dealing with the last remaining 2 upper ninjas. Chapter 52. Although I have seen some actual combat scenes from Hwa's memory, this is his first actual combat for Monan. Unlike the previous discussions with the villagers, this time is a real battle between life and death. Monan was more excited than he was nervous. This time he was finally able to test his true strength in real actual combat, and what kind of results his efforts during this period of time had resulted. Even if he couldn't fight at the end, the big deal was that when the kaleidoscope opened, Suzuo slapped all these people to death. After thinking about the battle plan, the first thing Monan had to do was to separate them first. When 8 people get together to cover each other, it is difficult for them to deal with it. First of all, to break through their encirclement, Monan spotted a guy with the weakest response from chakra. This should be the weakest one in Cheyenne's mission this time. He is also the farthest away from Cheyenne's 2 merchants, and it should be the easiest to break through from him. Monan chose a target for the breakthrough and took out 2 smoke bombs from his ninja bag and threw them at his feet. Hearing only a bang, the whole person was suddenly enveloped in a puff of smoke. The sand-hidden ninja saw Monan hiding his figure. He didn't know what kind of attack Monan would launch, and he quickly prepared for defense, but everyone's reaction level was different. The 2 upper ninja captains reacted the fastest, and immediately pulled back and took out the ninja, ready to attack as soon as they saw Monan, but the 6 middle and lower ninjas did not react so quickly. In particular, Monan chose the weakest target that he thought was the weakest. After Monan took out the smoke bomb, he didn't see clearly what he thought was Monan's attack, so he only had time to cover his eyes with his hands. When he reacted, Monan, who was flashing with electricity, rushed to his eyes. This Xianxia was shocked and about to strike back, but he didn't expect that Monan would not pay attention to him at all, just passing him at a very fast speed, and then fled into the distance. No, he wants to run and chase after him. The 2 leaders decisively issued the order to chase. Monan looked back at the 8 Cheyenne, he had already made plans. Monan used 3 shadow clones, 4 people including the main body, and ran in 4 directions. In fact, it is reasonable to say that 8 clones are the best if you want to completely separate 8 people, but Monan's chakra is limited, and speed is not his strong point. If you want to get enough distance in a short time, he must use super speed. Force. Once more than 3 avatars, not only will it affect the body's endurance, the avatar's chakra will not be able to use superb speed to accelerate. I am afraid it will be easily caught up by the opponent's 2 upper nin. At this time, the 4 Monan who had used the superb powers were far ahead at a fast speed, not to mention the 6 middle and lower ninjas, even the 2 upper ninjas were beyond the reach. This is a Xianzong anxiously asking a leader, "What should I do, my lord? He used the shadow clone to escape separately, and the speed is too fast, we can't catch up." Su Shang, who is very experienced as the captain, replied unhurriedly. He used 4 shadow avatars. Each shadow avatar must not have many chakras. We will definitely not last long at this speed. We will chase in groups of 2. When he loses the chakra speed, if it drops, the combat effectiveness will definitely decrease. Even if it touches his body, 2 people should be enough to deal with it. Hearing what the boss said, Shinobu started to group. 2 upper ninjas led 2 lower ninjas, and the remaining 4 middle ninjas in 2 and 2 teams chased down Monan and Monan's 3 shadow clones respectively. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Monan sensed the chakra reaction behind him, and found that the 8 reactions that had originally gathered had been divided into 4 groups, with 2 people in each group. Knowing that his plan had succeeded, Monan was slightly proud of it. They are not afraid that 2 of them will encounter their own body and be killed by themselves. It seems that they still underestimate me. Soon under the leadership of Monan's clone, the 8 members of the killing team were gradually divided, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Monan's body looked back, and the 2 Sharinan's Zongren were very unfortunate, and it was him who ran into it. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, Monan deliberately slowed down so that the 2 of them could catch up with him. Seeing Monan's speed slowed down, Sharinan's 2 Zongren thought it was Monan's lack of energy. Chakra was about to run out, and he was pleasantly surprised, and he was about to speed up to catch up to kill Monan. Shayin took the task of removing Monan very seriously and gave a high bonus. If the 2 of them catch up with Monan's body and successfully kill him, then the bonus they can get is a lot of money. They didn't think about the possibility that they would fail. How could it be possible that their 2 Zongren would not be able to beat Konoha's 6-year-old child? But the reality is often so cruel. Seeing the 2 of them chasing up, Monan turned and stopped, facing them with a playful smile on their faces. Without seeing the expression on Monan's face, they saw that Monan had finally stopped, thinking that he had completely exhausted chakra, and scrambled to use their own means to attack Monan. At this time, whoever kills the mission target first will get more bonuses. She Yunyan, who rushed a little earlier, was good at ninjutsu, and used a trick to break through and attack Monan. Seeing that the teammate who ran a little behind Sharen took the shot first, he also hurriedly threw out a few poisoned Qianben to attack Monan. Qianben's speed is faster than the wind. But how could Monan be injured by such a pediatric attack? The weakened electric light on his body instantly ignited, and he dodged these thousands of books on one side of his body, and then Jian with both hands uttered in a low voice, Huo Dun Hao of fireball technique. Monan's fire escape collided with Sand Ninja's wind shield, but Monan's fire escape was at the level of forbearance when he first came out of the village. After another half a year, he made some progress. Coupled with Huo restraining the wind, how could this Shayin Zongren be comparable? Monan's fireball instantly smashed through the Sand Ninja's wind escape breakthrough, and the wind assisted the fire to absorb the Sand Ninja. Monan's fireball burned more violently, and went directly to the Sand Ninja without any reduction. Rush over. This Sand Ninja didn't expect Monan's fire escape to be so powerful. He had just finished using ninjutsu and it was too late to seal the seal again. Moreover, in order to use ninjutsu, his moving speed slowed down, and now it is impossible to speed up and avoid it. At the moment, he had no time to let out a scream mixed with fear and pain before he was hit by Monan's Hao Fireball. Hao Fireball was originally difficult to kill opponents, but it became a killer move when the 2 people's strength gap was huge. When the fireball extinguished, the Sand Ninja was already lying on the ground and his whole body was charred, exuding a smell of barbecue. The other Sand Shinobu didn't react yet. He just finished throwing the hidden weapon and his teammate fell. At this time, his gaze at Monan changed from the gaze at the prey to fear. In his eyes, the 6-year-old Monan is no longer a child, but a monster in human skin. He understood that this was definitely Monan's body, his teammate had fallen, and he could not be Monan's opponent. Right now, I wanted to send a signal to inform Shangren that he had found Monan here, and hoped that they would come to support him quickly. It was a pity that it was too late. He just took out the signal flare and saw Monan, who was flashing with thunder, rushed in front of him, faster than before. Only then did he understand that Monan's physical stamina was not weakened at all. Just now, everything was pretending, just to get them hooked and to catch them by surprise. This was his last thought. Monan concentrated a lot of chakra's fists and hit his heart. This move Monan combines the speed of the superb power and the power of the strange force fist that has just been mastered, and the power has the effect of 1 + 1 2. This Sand Shinobu was shot and flew out more than 10 meters in an instant, and his chest collapsed and was killed on the spot. Chapter 53. After killing this person, Monan took out Kyu again and repaired the knife who hadn't completely died after being hit by his arrogant fireball, and ended his pain. In just one round of fighting, 2 of these Sand Ninjas were killed by Monan. Looking at the Sand Ninja who had been shot more than 10 meters away by him, Monan was quite satisfied with the power of the trick he had just thought of. Through the acceleration of the speed force, the power of the strange force fist was amplified. Even if the power of this fist is not fully developed, it should not be much lower than that of Tsunade himself. Monan couldn't help but sigh about his genius. He wanted to give this new name a brand new name, called it Speedy Weird Fist. Monan made up his mind to deal with the 4 Zongren who had separated from Shangren first. He had already killed 2, and now he set the target on the remaining 2 Zongren. He sensed the intensity of chakra and locked the 2 remaining Zongren, who were also being hung by his shadow clone. Logically speaking, the ability of the shadow clone should be enough to solve these two people, but Mo Nan worried that the shadow clone is not reliable after all, and its abilities are also very limited. In case the injury disappears accidentally, and the opponent sees through, it may not be too late to complete the plan to destroy one by one. So Mo Nan gave the order to let the shadow clone hang the opponent and wait for the main body to come and solve it in person. The clone also has the ability to perceive. He found that two reactions had disappeared and he understood that it was the main body that had killed the two Zhongnan. The two behind him should also be Zhongren, and the target of the ontology should be the two of them next. So this clone began to slow down, attracting the attention of the two sand shinobi, making them feel that their chakra was weakened. Mo Nan's body not far away found that the two chasing people and the clone were getting closer, and he also understood the idea of the clone. Sure enough, he is his own clone, and his thoughts are exactly the same as his own. Mo Nan locked onto the clone's chakra, and prepared to use the not-so-proficient technique of Flying Thunder God, and moved directly to the clone's side. The two pursued were getting closer and closer to Mo Nan's clone, similar to the idea of the two Zhongren who were killed before. They also wanted to kill Mo Nan alone to get the biggest bonus. When they finally caught up with Mo Nan's shadow clone, they found that Mo Nan turned around, with a playful smile on their face, exactly the same as the main body. The difference is that the clone did not directly counterattack, but directly Jian disappeared, and he had already seen the body appearing behind the two. Mo Nan had already teleported to the place where the shadow clone had left the mark just now using the technique of Flying Thunder God. The two Sands who were just chasing through this place followed the footsteps of the clones. Coincidentally, Mo Nan appeared directly behind the two. Seeing that the person they were pursuing suddenly disappeared, the two of them knew that they would be Mo Nan's shadow clone, so it seemed that they couldn't get the credit. The two of them were still disappointed, but they did not expect that the danger had come to them. Mo Nan was surrounded by lightning. Before the two of them had reacted, he directly used a super fast and strange punch, hitting one of them in the back first. This person immediately flew forward, with blood spurting out of his mouth, and some internal organ fragments mixed in. Sand Shinobu, who was a little bit ahead, only heard a loud noise from behind and saw his teammate fly forward. Just about to turn around and look at the situation behind him, before he could turn his head back, he was kicked on the head by Mo Nan, who had caught up with him extremely quickly. Suddenly, the whole head of the sand ninja exploded, and his body flew out to catch up with the teammate in front. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Under a sneak attack from behind, Mo Nan solved the two Zhongren in an instant. This time it didn't cause his half-point mood swings. In his heart, he also came up with a new name for his combination of Speed Force and Tianxiao feat, called the Speed Rocket Leg. Now the four ninjas have been resolved, and now there are only two ninjas with a lower ninja, the upper ninjas. But it might not be so easy to deal with them, and Mo Nan was mentally prepared. At this time, the other shadow clone sensed that chakra reacted and disappeared, knowing that the body had already solved all of Sand Ninja's Zhongnan, and now the goal should be Shangnan, but he didn't know that the body would want to solve it first. Which one is forbearance? However, according to the habits of the body, the strongest one should be put at the end. He carefully sensed the chakra behind the ninja who was chasing him and found that it was a little weaker than the other one, and the next target of the main body should be here. This clone did the same, slowing down its own speed. Prepare to follow the same method and cooperate with the main body sneak attack to kill the two in an instant. The two sand hidden ninjas who were chasing this clone saw Mo Nan's clone slowing down. They probably had the same idea as the four ninjas before, and they also speeded up to catch up. But after all, there is a Shangren in this group of sand ninjas, with more experience. At this moment, seeing Mo Nan slow down, he also has a trace of caution in his heart, worrying whether Mo Nan will have other conspiracies. Mo Nan's clone also turned and stopped, and the two ninjas who pursued the clone also attacked at the same time. It seemed the same as in Mo Nan's plan. As long as the body attacked them instantly from behind, the two of them would definitely not be able to react and were immediately killed. Mo Nan found that the two chasing people were getting closer and closer to the clone, and he also started Fei Lei Shen and moved behind the two Sharen to start an attack. However, this Shayan Shangren had long been on guard, he had always focused on his back, and Mo Nan's sudden appearance was also discovered by him, and the original attack on the shadow clone stopped. He had never heard of Flying Thunder God, and he didn't know how Mo Nan suddenly appeared. He was just shocked by the speed of Mo Nan's instantaneous technique, and he almost couldn't react. He promptly greeted the names Yaren to prepare for the battle. At the moment they were attacked by Mo Nan's body and clone. Mo Nan was not disappointed when he saw that the attack was not successful. It's just to test your ability to fight in front of you, and compete with the Sharen in front of you. Make up his mind that Mo Nan's body surrounds the lightning again, and he must use superb power to deal with Shangren. Shayan Shangren saw the electric light entwined with Mo Nan, knowing that Mo Nan should hope to fight him close with his extremely fast speed. He himself is a ninja who is good at ninjutsu and has no melee strength. He didn't intend to let Mo Nan get close, so he quickly resorted to ninjutsu. The wind escaped through the dust and made a big breakthrough, intending to retreat Monan. Unlike the ordinary wind escape breakthrough, this ninjutsu was invented with reference to the technique used by a man who guarded the crane. Not only can the hurricane be blown out of the mouth, but also a large amount of sand and dust can be rolled up, which further enhances the power of ninjutsu. Monan saw the power of this trick with a glance at the riding wheel. As expected, as soon as Shang Ren made his move, he was different from the few Zhongren he had met before. Knowing that this technique was not something he could handle casually, Monan also concentrated his attention very much. Monan still uses the soil escape wall that he used before, which is the most powerful of all the defensive ninjutsu he has mastered. However, the change in the nature of his soil escape has not yet reached a high level of cultivation. At this moment, it is a bit reluctant to block the wind escape of this Sharen. Soon the walls made of clay were beaten to pieces by Sand Shinobu's wind escape, but Sand Shinobu's ninjutsu power was not much left. The little breeze and dust that remained did not have any effect on Monan, and he didn't even bother to hide. While Monan fought against this Shang Ren, the group of Sand Ren who was chasing Monan's other shadow clone at the moment also felt a little bit wrong. This group of people is the strongest chakra in Monan's perception, and it may also be the person with the highest identity in the entire Sand Ninja chasing team. Chapter 54. The leader ordered Shinobu to the one next to him, "I always feel that something is not right, Takahashi, you stop and use your perception to see what the other people are doing. I have a bit of a bad premonition. It stands to reason that Shida Shinobu named Takahashi shouldn't have participated in a chase mission like this. But since you want to hunt down, you must first detect the location of the target." Takahashi was selected into this team because of his special perception ability. Hearing what the adult said, Takahashi also quickly slowed down and began to use his own perception ninjutsu. He had to remain still while using the technique, and could not be used when chasing. That's why he didn't keep like Monan just now. Perception is in use. Takahashi was ready for ninjutsu, and he was shocked by the scenes he saw. "Oh, Lord Watanabe, the chakras of Kimura and Shibasaki are gone. The chakra named Menon is also left. The one in front of us is just the one chasing with Master Nozawa and the others." Watanabe finally understood what Takahashi said. "We were fooled. We were chasing just a shadow clone. From the beginning, the kid didn't intend to escape. He wanted to separate us and destroy them one by one. Kimura Shibasaki and the others must have become more ill-advised, and now he plans to deal with Nozawa. We hurry up to support them." The two of them immediately moved towards Monan's body based on the direction Gao Qiao perceives. Monan's shadow clone felt a bit wrong when Gao Qiao stopped. Now that they stopped chasing after themselves, but moved towards the position of the main body, they also understood. That guy from Takahashi should have used some kind of perceptual ninjutsu to perceive the current situation, that is to say, they have discovered his plan. Thinking of here, this shadow avatar directly made the seal to make himself disappear, sending his memories and thoughts back to the body. Monan's body was fighting with Nozawa and the subordinate. At this moment, he got the memory of the shadow clone. He took a closer look and found that the remaining two Sand Shinobu really rushed over here. If two groups of people are brought together and they have to deal with two Shangnan at the same time, it will be a bit difficult. It seems that I have to speed up here and get rid of these two people as soon as possible. Just now, in order to save Chakra, he did not use his full strength. Now in order to end the battle as soon as possible, he no longer considers the problem of Chakra. In the Ninja 10,000 Snake Luo formation, Monan used this ninjutsu he learned from Ashimaru. This was the first time he used it to fight against others. Monan slapped both hands, and a large number of poisonous snakes poured out, swept toward the two sand ninjas, and kept attacking them. Sand Shinobi had never seen such a terrible move, and they were immediately forced into a rush. Regardless of the power of this trick, just so many venomous snakes rushing to the two of them densely, that kind of scene can scare ordinary people to pee. This Shang Ren is okay. Facing so many poisonous snakes, he knew that he was hard to beat, so he immediately pulled away and retreated. But when the name Shinobu saw such a horrible scene, his legs became weak on the spot. She couldn't dodge for a while and was bitten in her legs by two poisonous snakes, making it even harder to escape. Soon a large number of poisonous snakes entangled him, and he was about to drown him. Seeing that his teammates are difficult to get away from, Nozawa hurriedly offered a helping hand, Feng Dun Sha San Wu. This Shangnan resorted to a wind that was not too powerful to blow away the poisonous snakes on and around his teammates without injuring him too much. Xiaren looked at the poisonous snake on her body, and quickly jumped to the tree when it was gone, and returned to the Shangnan's side. Monan used the ninja post and left where he was. When they were forced into a mess by the 10,000 snake array, they had already received a new seal, the Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Shayin Shangren hurriedly resisted, Feng Dun training bullets. This trick is also a ninjutsu inspired by Yaiwei Ren's Huli. The power of this move is definitely not weak, but this Sharon hurriedly resisted. Monan's dragon fire was already very close to them. This move is not like the Hao fireball, it is only used to contain the opponent, it is a huge ultimate move. Ha Long Huo collided with the air training bomb and exploded together and disappeared. It seemed that no one's technique had any effect. But at the same time as the explosion, extremely high temperatures and scattered flames were generated nearby. Mo Nan was far away, which had no effect on him. However, the two of Shayan who were closer to each other were miserable. The splashing flame ignited the clothing on the two of them, and the high temperature scorched their hair and caused their bodies to lose a lot of water. Mo Nan's Huo Dun and his Feng Dun intersected, unexpectedly produced a scorching effect, which made this Shang Ren also complain. The surface of his skin became wrinkled, and his body and fingers became inflexible. Both physique and ninjutsu will be affected. His Xiaoren teammates were even more miserable. They were originally hit by snake venom, but now they were attacked by high temperatures, and now they have completely lost their combat effectiveness. Mo Nan didn't let go of this good opportunity, the technique of multiple shadow clones. With 3 bangs, Mo Nan separated into 3 avatars again. Taking advantage of the inconvenience of Sha Shayan Ren, the 3 clones moved quickly and the main body surrounded the 2 in 4 directions. Feng Shui took turns. Originally, the 8 of them surrounded Mo Nan, but now the 4 of Mo Nan surrounded the 2 of them. They did not have the speed that Mo Nan could break through. Only 4 Mo Nan shouted at the same time, 4 escaped alien bombs. With the help of the avatar, Mo Nan instantly used the 4 types of escape techniques he was good at, the fire escape, thunder escape, water escape, soil escape, 4 chakra bullets, and flew towards the 2 Shayan. Faced with such an attack, it is not easy to deal with them even when they are in good condition, let alone now. With 4 escape techniques in 4 directions, this Shangren can only block 1 even if he barely resists, and the remaining 3 will still take their lives unceremoniously. This Shangnan gave up resistance with a desperate look on his face, but ninjutsu was ruthless. Even in the face of Shinin who had no desire to resist, the 4 chakra bullets still faithfully hit Mo Nan's instructions. 2 people. The 4 kinds of chakras gathered together to produce huge chakra fluctuations, accompanied by fire, thunder, water, soil, and 4 kinds of energies to produce a big explosion. No, at this time, there was a loud shout from a distance, and Mo Nan looked back, and it turned out that it was the 2 remaining Sharon who came. It was quite fast, but unfortunately it was a little late, and Mo Nan sneered in his heart. As soon as Watanabe arrived, he saw his teammate being hit by Mo Nan's ninjutsu. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, he only saw the incomplete bodies of 2 teammates, and it was impossible to survive. He could only look at the initiator of all this with hatred eyes, Mo Nan himself. Originally, they thought it would be easy for 8 people to deal with Mo Nan. When they came, they were still in a very relaxed mood, but they didn't expect that they were left alone now. Even if you can complete the task and go back, not only will you not get the reward, you may also be punished. Watanabe yelled at Mo Nan in an extremely angry tone, "How dare you hurt my person with Shinobu?" Mo Nan chuckled softly, "Hee, this is the battle you provoked. I'm just a passive defense. Do you want me to kill without resisting the neck? Sooner or later, the murderer will be killed. You should also understand this truth. You guys. You're not so naive, you're so angry. Are 2 of them your son?" Mo Nan looked at the 30 or 40-year-old Sharon in front of him. The 2 men looked like they were in their teens or 20s when they were just killed by himself. Maybe it was his son. Mo Nan nodded affirmatively. Chapter 55. Listening to Mo Nan's words, Watanabe Shinobu shook his heart. It is true that Nozawa was born after he slept with the wife of his friend who lives next door. No one knows this. Because Watanabe's own wife never gave him a son and a half, Nozawa is his only child. He has been very kind to Nozawa since he was a child, and he has been trained as a disciple personally. But Nozawa was very competitive, and he became a shinobu at a young age. Watanabe didn't understand how Mo Nan knew about this. He was a man with a face in Shaanyan village. If this incident spreads, it must be a huge blow to his reputation. Mo Nan saw that Shayan leader's expression was a bit unnatural, and he said slightly, "Oh, look at your weird expression. Did I guess right? One of them is really your son. I'm really sorry, let the white-haired person give you the black-haired person." At this time, following the name of Watanabe Kami Shinobu, I saw the adult's expression a bit strange, and he was also muttering in his heart. He knows the relationship between Watanabe and Nozawa's master and apprentice, but why are the adult's expressions so unnatural? Are they real? Seeing that the subordinate next to him had questions in his eyes, Watanabe quickly coughed to hide his embarrassment and said, "Don't divert your attention, this is this kid's trick." At this time, Mo Nan was already standing next to the corpses of the 2 sand shinobi who had just died. He kicked the head of the name Shinobu and asked Watanabe, "Is this your son?" Seeing that Watanabe had no reaction, Mo Nan kicked the Shangarinan again, "That means this is your son." Not bad, he became Shangarinan at a young age, but it was a pity that he didn't open his eyes to provoke me. Seeing Mo Nan's shoe soles constantly rubbing against his son's face, Watanabe could not bear the anger in his heart. "UBD, hurry up and stop." But when he said that, Monan was even more unlikely to stop. Seeing Watanabe's expression in pain and hatred, Monan sighed while kicking Nozawa's head. So he is really your son? Hey, I understand you. The pain. No one should bear such a blow. Don't worry, I'll send you father and son together right away. Monan wanted to provoke Watanabe deliberately. Although Watanabe looked like an ordinary shinobi, there must be a reason for this guy to become the leader. His chakra is no better than the guy who died at his feet, nor is he better than himself. However, the strength of the ninja has little to do with chakra, especially in the sand-hidden village. There is a special profession called the puppet master. This profession does not require much chakra. If the leader is a puppet master himself, or he has some ninjutsu that does not require a large chakra to play a big role, I'd better force him to use it all at once. Otherwise, if he is concealed by him, he may be caught off guard at any time. Sure enough, seeing that Monan didn't stop his movements and some sorrows popped out of his mouth, Watanabe became more angry. As a ninja, he can accept his son's death in battle, but he can't insult his body. You damn guy, I must kill you! Watanabe yelled out the anger and hatred in his heart and then took out a scroll from the ninja bag around his waist. Watanabe opened the scroll, and instantly 4 puppets were summoned out of the scroll with one hand. Sure enough, he is a puppet master. Monan saw the puppet summoned by Watanabe and confirmed his guess. Since he is a puppet master, his strength cannot be judged by chakra. If his puppet is very powerful, let alone an elite ninja, it is not impossible to be a shadow-level ninja. However, Monan hadn't heard of the transition side person, so this possibility shouldn't be great. Monan opened the writing wheel and carefully observed the 4 puppets of Watanabe. One of them is slender and flexible with a double-edged blade, and should be a melee puppet. There is also a tall and cumbersome puppet, who should be a defensive puppet. The remaining 2 are peculiar in shape, and Monan doesn't know much about the puppet of Sand Shinobu. He can't see anything from the outside. I'm afraid I won't know what it is for until we fight. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. At this moment, Watanabe, who couldn't help being angry, had already controlled the puppet to kill him, and the first melee puppet that rushed over was the double-edged melee puppet. He left the tall defensive puppet by his side, and the 2 puppets with peculiar shapes stood not far away, waiting for an opportunity. An electric light ignited on Monan and he fought with the double-edged puppet. After he has superb power, he has never been afraid of anyone than melee, even if his opponent is a puppet. The way puppets fight is different from that of humans, and ordinary people will easily suffer if they don't adapt well, but Monan is not included. Monan's writing wheel eyes gave him extremely high dynamic vision and reaction ability, and the superb power gave him extremely fast speed. Even if the puppet suddenly resorted to some unexpected and unreasonable tricks, he could react quickly. Monan found the opportunity to use a strange force punch and knocked the puppet flying with one punch, but the puppet didn't know what material it was made of and was very strong. The strange force that Monan could punch out of a person's intestines did not cause much damage. After the double-edged puppet was blown off, the 2 knives in his hand suddenly flew out. Under the control of several chakra lines, he attacked Monan again. This Watanabe could actually attack the blade through the puppet's use. Although this technique was unexpected, under the eyes of Monan's writing wheel, it still failed to achieve its due effect, and Monan easily avoided it. After the double-edged puppet stabilized his figure, he rushed towards Monan under Watanabe's control. At this time, the 2 puppets with peculiar shapes also came to Monan, one to the left and the other to sandwich him. The puppet on the left opened his mouth, and something like a gun barrel protruded from his mouth. The puppet on the right opened his huge belly, and 2 things like gun barrels stretched out. While Monan was entangled by the double-edged puppet, the 2 strange puppets attacked together. The puppet on the left shot a large number of thousands of books from his mouth. According to Cheyenne's habit, the needle must be poisonous, and it is definitely not good to be shot. The puppet on the right also sprayed a large amount of purple smoke from its stomach, and from time to time 2 drops of purple water dripped out of the spray port of the smoke, falling on the ground making a sizzling sound. Looking at the corroded hole on the ground, you know that the smoke is definitely poisonous. But Monan had long known that these 2 puppets were tricky, and his attention had always been on them. At the same time when the 3 puppets attacked him, he had already formed a seal and used ninjutsu. Monan pushed back the double-edged puppet again, but he was also hit by the other 2 puppets Qianben and Smoke. Suddenly, his body was filled with poisonous needles, and his body was covered in a large amount of poisonous smoke and riddled with holes. Watanabe saw that Monan was hit by his puppet, and he had not had time to be happy. I saw Monan's remnant body suddenly opened his big mouth. The mouth opened wider and wider, completely unlike what a human could do. Then a hand stretched out of his mouth, followed by his head and torso. A brand new Monan emerged from the original tattered body, like a snake shed its skin. Ashimaru's substitute technique. This is the most satisfying ninjutsu that Monan learned from Ashimaru. After Monan got out, he looked at Watanabe with cold-blooded and ruthless eyes like snakes. He deliberately imitated De Shiwan, because Monan felt that he had used such a terrifying trick, and he should use this look to look at people afterwards. With the terrifying scenes of Ashimaru's substitution technique and the ruthless eyes, some people with weak willpower might be scared to lose half their lives on the spot. In fact, Ashimaru's ninjutsu is not particularly powerful. He appears so terrifying in the original work because of these non-human tricks that seem scary. Monan liked it very much because these tactics might have the effect of defeating others without a fight, which was more stylish than defeating the enemy by hand. But after all, Watanabe is an experienced elite Shangnan. With more knowledge, how can he be frightened by such a small scene? But the one next to him who hasn't intervened, was so scared that he didn't even dare to interact with him. Monan looked at each other. Watanabe won't be scared. Monan was prepared, at least he didn't perform in vain even if he was scared. Suddenly, Monan made a terrible face to the frightened one. It stands to reason that a qualified ninja cannot be scared by such a prank. But I don't know if it was Monan's previous impression of Xiaoren who was too terrible or something. He was directly frightened and sat on the ground, and some unidentified liquid flowed from between his legs. Chapter 56. Watanabe glanced at Shijinan who was already scared of dimension next to him, and he was slightly startled. He looked at the three gojades slowly rotating in Monan's eyes, and immediately understood. Illusion? No matter how trash the teammate of Xia Ninja, he won't be scared by a grimace, only illusion can explain it. He tried to inject his chakra into him using the method of dispelling the illusion, but found that it was completely useless. The kid was still stuck in the illusion and couldn't extricate himself. Watanabe's eyes became a little serious. He couldn't solve this level of illusion. Once he was hit, it would be dangerous. Be careful not to look at Monan's eyes. Obviously, Watanabe has a certain understanding of the terrible extent of the illusion of writing round eyes. Monan didn't care about being noticed by Watanabe of his illusion. He hadn't planned to use Watanabe in the first place, so the battle would be too boring. He used the illusion technique to hypnotize this ninja just in case. He planned to use a trick he just figured out to deal with Watanabe, but he didn't know how heavy it was on the body. Monan was afraid that he would lose strength after using it, and this Xiaoren found an opportunity to take advantage of it. It would be ridiculous if Monan exposed the Kaleidoscope ability to deal with Xiaoren, so it would be better to kill him as soon as possible. To make sure that you can kill Watanabe with one move, you must first test what the defensive puppet's ability is like. Menon increased the use of Lei Dun Chakra, allowing the supernatural power to explode at a faster speed, instantly surpassing the three puppets of Watanabe and rushing towards Watanabe himself. After breaking through the encirclement of the three puppets, Monan first used a number of people to attack Watanabe using the technique of water escape and water dragon bullets. Watanabe controlled the defensive puppet's arms that he had never touched, suddenly opened, like an umbrella. The skeleton of the umbrella is also connected by the chakra rays to form a chakra shield, which is the light shield of the sand-hidden puppet master's secret magic machine. The water dragon hit the chakra shield and spread out like a wave hitting a mountain, without causing any damage. Monan threw a shuriken to the puppet, and then Jian performed another ninjutsu with both hands. The shuriken shadow clone technique. Monan shouted in a low voice. A shuriken that was originally shot at the puppet suddenly split and replicated in large numbers, becoming hundreds of densely packed like Watanabe flying over. The puppet only has two shields, it is impossible to defend against so many shurikens. Soon, a large number of shurikens were inserted like a hedgehog, and the cloth that was originally wrapped around his body became torn. As soon as the wind blew the cloth and fell off his body, Monan could see what the puppet really looked like. It turns out that the puppet can not only be sealed with a mechanical light shield, but it is also surrounded by a large number of carapace, which further enhances its defense. Monan's own shuriken shadow avatar technique was almost completely blocked by the solid carapace. He didn't plunge deep into it, and did not cause much damage to the puppet. Monan tested that the puppet's defenses were very strong and it was difficult to break through, but he also discovered the weakness of the puppet. The carapace on his body was too heavy, which caused him to move slowly. Several shurikens passed through places where the puppet could not defend and attacked Watanabe himself. Watanabe didn't control the puppet back to defense, but took out a shuriken to resist it. In other words, this sturdy-looking puppet can only block an attack from one side. As long as Monan goes around behind Watanabe at an extremely fast speed, this puppet will definitely not be able to react. When Monan attacked, Watanabe was not idle either, he had already controlled three offensive puppet killers. Monan noticed that the whole body jumped in time, and the attack of the three puppets flashed past. He didn't use the Yuan substitution technique anymore, because now he was a little panting. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. In order to deal with these 8 people, he has used the shadow clone several times in a row, several times of Flying Thunder God, a lot of ninjutsu. There is not much left in the chakra, and now it is not enough to use one more chakra of ninjutsu. Watanabe also noticed that Monan was in poor condition at the moment, and understood that his opportunity had arrived. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, he hurriedly manipulated his 3 puppets and launched another attack. It is impossible for Monan to perform ninjutsu defense. He used all the few remaining chakras on superb power, evading Watanabe's attack with a high-speed body technique. Watanabe understood that Monan wouldn't last long, and that he would be hit sooner or later, and he couldn't help feeling like he had a chance to win. But Monan didn't feel anxious in his heart. Although his chakra was gone, don't forget that he still has a killer that is useless, that is, the technique of the yin seal on his forehead. He has learned this ninjutsu in the past few days and has stored a lot of chakras. At this moment, as long as he unlocks the seal, his chakras can be restored instantly, not to mention a lot of extra. To solve Watanabe, it was necessary to rely on these chakras. Monan made up his mind, and after avoiding Watanabe's attack again, he unlocked the yin seal technique. A large number of chakras appeared out of thin air in an instant, making up for the emptiness in Monan's body. Menon suddenly felt that he was better than in his full state before. The weakened electric light on his body became dense again, his speed increased again, and his distance from Watanabe's 3 puppets was instantly opened up. Monan Jian used 2 shadow clones again, and the 2 clones were on the left and right of Monan at the same time, and Jian used ninjutsu. At the same time, Monan's body also began to seal, preparing to perform the technique he wanted to end Watanabe. Water escape water dragon bullet technique, fire escape fire dragon bullet index. 2 clones shouted, 2 dragons composed of water and fire attacked Watanabe. Watanabe was not afraid either. He sneered and summoned the defensive puppet to stand in front of him, and once again used the light shield to seal it. It was impossible for him to break through his defense with such a trick. The water dragon and the fire dragon hit at the same time, and their power obviously cannot break through Watanabe's defensive puppet. However, the collision of water and fire produced a large amount of water vapor, which obscured Watanabe's view. Watanabe's eyes were white. He knew that this was Monan deliberately, so he was extremely careful that Monan would take the opportunity to sneak attack. Sure enough, a voice rang in his ear, as if it were the singing of thousands of birds. Watanabe turned around and found that a large amount of electric light gathered in Monan's hand was not far away from him. Although I don't know what number of people appeared in Monan. But Watanabe knew that Monan had been preparing for so long, it should be for this purpose that he must not be hit. Watanabe moved quickly, trying to hide behind the defensive puppet. But Monan's speed was faster than before. He didn't have time to run behind the puppet, and Monan's attack was about to hit him. Watanabe's puppet had another hidden ability that he hadn't used before, and saw that he made a seal with one hand and gently pulled the chakra line in his hand. A large amount of carapace from the tall defensive puppet fell off, and under Watanabe's control, the group regrouped into a shield in front of him. Monan wasn't anxious to see Watanabe renewed his defense, that was the way it was. Monan is completely confident in the offensive power of his new move. If the opponent doesn't do any defense, how can he show the power of this move? Monan called out the name of his new trick loudly, as if it could increase its power. Lay done thousand birds weird fist. As soon as the voice fell, Monan's Chidori power punched Watanabe's shield, and the seemingly solid shield showed some cracks at the moment of contact. Watanabe had not had time to fear the thunder light had penetrated him. Shield. Then the entire shield was shattered, Monan's fist also hit his heart, and Watanabe's entire body was penetrated by the thunder of Chidori. Chapter 57. Watanabe's eyes were full of incredulity. He had planned to use this shield to block Monan for a moment, and then retreat to the back of the puppet in time. Unexpectedly, Monan's technique was so powerful that he broke through the puppet shield and caused fatal damage to him. Monan watched Watanabe's mouth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and slowly fell down with unwillingness in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was also mixed. So far, he has killed 7 people. When he just graduated from medical school in his previous life, he swore that he would never harm any life in any way. He didn't think too much when he was emotionally fierce during the battle. At this moment, when the battle was over, he realized that he had violated his original oath. But he didn't touch too much, the vows of the previous life had nothing to do with this life, and he didn't feel guilty about it because the war was originally a life and death. Monan placed Watanabe's corpse with the corpse of Kameninho that he had killed just now, and reunited them with his father and son, which was regarded as completing what he had promised Watanabe before. Monan couldn't help sighing, he was really a kind person. At this moment, Monan remembered that the 8 people who had chased him and 1 person was still alive. He glanced at the sentient being hypnotized by himself with illusion skills. He was still immersed in the illusion, maintaining a demented appearance and did not wake up. This sand ninja looked like he was about 10 years old, and he should have just graduated from ninja school. A child who was this old in his previous life just went to elementary school and didn't know anything, but in this world he was sent to carry out such a cruel task as hunting and assassination. Monan didn't kill him in the end, it wasn't that Monan kindly spared his life on purpose. But Monan believed that this person had no threat to him, and that there was no need to kill him. Moreover, his record is too amazing, killing the combination of 2 upper and 6 middle and lower ninjas is definitely not what ordinary people can do. If he kills everyone, everyone will have a lot of speculation about this battle, maybe a few caring people will guess where the kaleidoscope is written. In this battle, Monan didn't show anything that he didn't want to be known by others. At this moment, he was left alive, and he also hoped that he could spread the actual process of the battle. With his confession, no one would guess everything and it became reasonable. Everyone would only see Mo Nan's talent and meticulous thinking, instead of thinking about the other hidden abilities of Mo Nan. The whole battle was basically carried out according to Mo Nan's plan. He almost killed 6 people by sneak attack, except for the group of the 2 Watanabe, because the relationship between the perception ninja was discovered by them in advance. Obviously, after spending some hands and feet, even the other Shangren group did not cause much hindrance to Mo Nan. This time, Mo Nan used almost all the ninjutsu he used in regular battles, including the 4 series attribute escape techniques he mastered, the techniques he learned from Ashimaru and Tsunade, and the ninjutsu he developed, even ordinary writing. Lunyan's illusion is used. At the end of the battle, Mo Nan found that he was unscathed. Except for the last elite puppet master, none of them even touched his side. In addition to the hand that had just used the 1000 birds monster power fist at the same time, Mo Nan was slightly swollen and painful because of the heavy burden he had to bear, and only the clothes on his body were stained with blood and dust that concealed a few people. It's crumpled. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The chakra, who was empty in his body, had just unsealed the chakra stored in the technique of yin seal, and it became more abundant than ever before. The Chidori power fist he used after unlocking the seal did not consume too much chakra, but Mo Nan felt that the remaining chakras were dispersing bit by bit. Chakras will disperse soon after they are made. The chakras trained by ninjas essentially improve the body's ability to make chakras, instead of accumulating large amounts of chakras in the body. Chakra exists like a muscle, which can be enlarged through training but not more. Based on the principle of not wasting, Mo Nan hurriedly restamped the seal of the yin seal and collected the chakras that had not yet been scattered. After the battle, Mo Nan saw the corpses all over the floor, and wondered if he should collect the spoils, especially the 4 puppets used by the last elite ninja puppet master, which looked like good things. Mo Nan suffered from a special scholar syndrome in his previous life. In addition to studying medicine well in his job, he spent a lot of time learning many other things that he was interested in, including biology, chemistry, physics, machinery, computers, etc. If Mo Nan didn't learn much in his free time, he would feel that something was wrong with him, and his life would be meaningless. Mo Nan is also very interested in the special machinery of puppets. He did not deliberately destroy these 4 puppets in the battle just now. Except for part of the defensive chieftain's carapace that was smashed by himself, the other 3 puppets were completely intact. Mo Nan found the seal scrolls that originally sealed the 4 puppets from Watanabe, sealed them back, and checked all the murderers he had knocked down, including the belongings of the undead person, and found that they didn't have any. In what is particularly valuable. Think about it and understand that whoever carries too many useless things when performing tasks, Bachin is related to combat, and at most it is just a little money. Mo Nan didn't have any interest in Sha Sheren's puppets, and in the end he only took away the little cash and the 4 puppets that Sha Sheren took with him. Mo Nan did not destroy his body, for the same reason as before. The living mouth didn't see much, he still needed to leave more evidence to prove that he was an ordinary ninja genius. There is absolutely no one on him, especially the 2 old men hiding in the dark. What special things Ma and Heiju covet? Mo Nan continued to drive towards Konoha village for a while, but did not find anyone else was following him in the dark. It may be that Sa Yin felt that these 8 people were enough to kill herself, so there was no other follow-up plan. The only thing Mo Nan had doubts about now was how Sha Yin learned of her whereabouts. This mission is very confidential. Except for the 4 people involved in the mission, only the Naruto who released the mission should know what Mo Nan and the others are doing. Neither Mizuman, Kakashi, or Tsunade and Sandai would reveal the information. It is more likely that Konoha has the right to know about this, among other high-level spies, or there is someone in Konoha who deliberately wants to get rid of him by using Sane's hand. At this time, Mo Nan wanted to be a person who hated the surname Uchiha in the original work. Is it the old man Danzo? It is unlikely that the senior management will be so easily spied by Cheyenne. It seems that Danzo is the most likely to betray him. It's just that Danzo has noticed where he is? Why is he? Do you have to deal with yourself? Mo Nan thought about it all the way but didn't want to understand this problem. He didn't know that his performance was too good, and he was too valued by the 3 generations, which aroused Danzang's vigilance. If Mo Nan knew about this, he could only sigh that he was jealous of talents. Excellent people are always easy to be jealous. Mo Nan walked 2/3 of the distance, and when the last 1/3 was left, he finally found the Thunder God mark he had left in Konoha. At this time, he finally determined his Thunder God level. It is indeed not enough to use it in battle, but it can already play a big role if it is used on the road. Chapter 58. Mo Nan immediately teleported back to Konoha using the God of Thunder. At the same time, the Sandi Shinobu Takahashi, who was deliberately left alive by Mo Nan, was finally free from Mo Nan's illusion after a whole day. Come out. When he woke up, he only saw the corpses of his 3 seniors put together. He was so frightened that he quickly sat up and wanted to take out his weapons, but found that there was nothing in the ninja bag. He looked down and saw that all his ninjas actually fell to the ground. Takahashi hurriedly picked up a handful of them and watched unsuspectingly for 4 weeks, as if a beast would rush out to swallow him at any time. But after waiting for a long time, he realized that there was no one else around. The Konoha ninja who killed his senior should have left long ago, and he was relieved. It took Takahashi a while to find the bodies of the 4 people killed by Monan elsewhere, and simply disposed of them and buried them. He must go back to the village to report the matter immediately, and he also needs more support to bring back the bodies of the 7 seniors. After Monan returned to Konoha, he rushed to the Hokage building without stopping, and saw the 3-generation-old man again. The antidote has been successfully developed, and it cannot be delayed to be distributed to all battlefields as soon as possible. As soon as Monan saw the 3rd generation, he deliberately pretended to be excited and yelled to the 3rd generation, "Naruto-sama, I finally completed the antidote with Tsunade-sama, and now the companions in the village can be saved immediately." 3 generations were surprised that Monan suddenly came back and he didn't get any information. He got news from Watergate. Monan stayed with Tsunade and worked with her to develop an antidote. He also anxiously awaited Monan's return with the antidote every day. He had already sent Umbu to stare at the gate of Konoha village, asking him to come back and report to him as soon as he found Monan. But Monan had already appeared in front of him, and there was still no one to tell him. But now is not the time to entangle this little matter. Monan finally returned with the antidote, and the 3rd generation also breathed a sigh of relief. There are many Konoha ninjas who have been poisoned and lost their combat effectiveness in this country of wind for more than a month, and his pressure is increasing. Now that there is an understanding medicine, all the problems have been solved. The 3 generations recruited Anbi and ordered them to send the antidote materials to the camps of the Wind Kingdom battlefield as quickly as possible, so that the medical ninjas there can speed up the preparation of antidote, and restore the fighting ability of the poisoned ninja as soon as possible. After arranging all this, the 3 generations discovered that Monan actually had bloodstains on his body, and his clothes were also damaged, as if he had just gone through some battle. He asked quickly, "Nan, did something happen to you on your way back? What happened to the blood on your body? Was it injured?" Monan was not injured. The bloodstains on his body belonged to a few people from Shangren. In fact, he had time on the road to change into a set of clean clothes. But he felt that he should establish an image of an excellent ninja who shed blood and sweat for Konoha without complaining. Monan pretended to be indifferent and said to the 3 generations, "It's okay, a few people who met Cheyenne on the road ambushed, I killed them and suffered some minor injuries, and I was cured by myself." "What? You encountered an ambush?" 3 generations of Hokage stood up and said in surprise. Monan said that he didn't care, but he knew the purpose of Cheyenne's team. He must have no idea where he got the news, and Monan would come back with an antidote before sending someone to chase him down. To perform such an important task, the strength of the ninja sent will definitely not be as simple as Monan said. The 3 generations hurriedly asked, "How many people did Shayak send in total? What kind of ninja are you in ambush?" Monan added fuel and jealousy to explain the detailed process of his battle. First, he keenly used the riding wheel eyes, and discovered that the few people hiding in the dark Cheyenne had not been successfully ambushed by them. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Then he designed to use the shadow clone to separate the 8 people and defeat them one by one, but he said the process of the battle was a little bit more thrilling. It was not as easy as it was in reality. He killed a few people easily under a sneak attack. Rather, it was thrilling to talk about every battle, and he was struggling to win with all kinds of means. Especially in the final battle with the hidden Puppet Master, he described that Puppet Master as a very powerful elite Shangnan. He was also in danger on several occasions. In the end, Chakra was exhausted and forced to resort to the yin sealing technique he had just mastered, and only managed to get rid of him after he was injured. In fact, how powerful as he said, Watanabe has just caught up with the elite level of Shinobu. All aspects are far behind Monan. Moreover, the Puppet Master was not good at close combat. Under Monan's sudden eruption, he was killed before he could react. This was the state after Monan had fought against the 3 groups of Shangren before. If it were in a complete state, Monan wouldn't need to untie the yin seal, and he could be killed by his own chakra. Monan's words were half-truth, and he successfully deceived 3 generations of Hokage. He said this deliberately, and he hoped that his words could be spread out. The only thing Monan left behind did not see the detailed battle process, but he could still roughly infer something from his words and the traces on the corpse, plus the story he told, and the whole thing seemed logical. He deliberately said that the battle was not so easy, and he didn't want to be known by others that he was too powerful, so that he would appear low-key. "So, did you successfully learn the yin seal technique that Mito-sama left behind? This is indeed a very suitable technique for medical ninjas. I didn't expect Tsunade to pass this technique to you." 3 generations knew that the yin seal art was the secret art of the Uzumaki clan, and Mito passed it on to Tsunade, and no one else had learned it except Tsunade. It is incredible that Monan has mastered it in such a short time. Yes, in the end, it was the large amount of chakras provided by the yin seal that I successfully turned defeat into victory, otherwise I might really not be able to come back. 3 generations got Monan's affirmative answer, recalling the thrilling battle process Monan just said. It was a moment of fear. If Monan dies under the ambush of Sand Ninja, it will not only slow Konoha's steps to get the antidote, but at the same time Konoha will also lose Monan, a genius ninja. Fortunately, Monan's strength and talent can escape the disaster. By the way, as soon as I sent Umbu at the gate to wait for you to come back, how did you avoid his surveillance and go straight back to Konoha? Hearing the question of the 3rd generation, Monan smiled triumphantly. Master Hokage, I have already mastered the Flying Thunder God. I sensed the Flying Thunder God mark that I left in Konoha on the way and teleported back directly. It didn't pass through Konoha's gate. Monan once again gave the 3rd generation a surprise. Since the development of Fei Lei Shen's technique, only the 2nd generation of Hokage can know it. In the decades since the 2nd generation of Hokage died, no one learned it again, until the emergence of Watergate, but to this day there is only Watergate alone. Originally, the 3 generations handed over the training method of Fei Lei Shen to Monan, only with the idea of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that Monan could really learn it. Monan who has learned this technique is almost equal to half-footed into the gate of a shadow-level ninja. If he can use it proficiently in the future, it will at least be suitable for a genius ninja of the Watergate level. Just now I heard Monan said that he deliberately let go of a Sharon who had lost the ability to resist for a while. It can be seen that Monan is also a benevolent child, and he is also the one liked by the 3 generations. It can be seen that Monan's strength, talent, and temperament are all the best choices. Coupled with Monan's previous performance, the 3 generations are more optimistic about Monan. Chapter 59. After asking a lot of things related to the task, the 3 generations asked how Monan's life in Tsunade was. How many things I have learned is probably a bit of Tsunade's level. Speaking of Monan's level of medical ninjutsu, at some level, after more than 10 years of work and study experience in his previous life, his level is above all medical ninjas in the ninja world. His only difference is that the treatment and diagnosis methods in his previous life are not the same as in this world. In this more than a month of study with Tsunade, he has learned the world's high-end medical technology knowledge, and has completely made up for the previous deficiencies. To be honest, he probably has Tsunade's 12-point level, and now Konoha's strongest medical ninja is none other than Monan. Of course Monan couldn't say that, it was too amazing, no one would believe it. And he didn't show such a high level in front of Tsunade, so he just told Sandai. I have almost learned all the techniques of Tsunade-sensei, but the complexity of medical ninjutsu lies in how to use it for everyone, and it is not a destructive ninjutsu that just needs to be released and used no matter what effect it can cause. The same. So the only thing I am short of is the experience in using these medical technologies. Now I have probably reached 70% to 80% of the teacher's level. Hearing Monan's words, the 3 generations also greatly admired him, and Tsunade's 80% level has surprised him enough. Monan is still so young, he might become a medical ninja beyond Tsunade in time. Speaking of Tsunade, Monan also suddenly remembered, Tsunade explained his own affairs, so Monan mentioned that Tsunade wanted to keep silence by his side. 3 generations knew about it and didn't say much. He could understand that Tsunade might want to protect his lover's last relative in the world. Besides, staying silently beside the master will definitely learn a lot of knowledge from her. After the silence came back, Konoha had an excellent medical ninja. After discussing the business, the 3 generations began to talk some gossip with Monan. The more outstanding Monan is, the more and more the 3 generations will train Monan as a future Naruto candidate. He planned to cultivate Monan's will to fire from a young age, so he told Monan a lot of things like pyramid schemes and marketing. For example, where there is Konoha, the will of fire is burning, and the shadow of fire illuminates the whole village and other nonsense. Monan had heard these words when he watched anime in his previous life, and he always felt that these words seemed to have been told to him for 3 generations before. This is indeed the case. The 3 generations intend to forcibly implant the concept of the will of fire into Monan by repeatedly deepening the impression. He and his disciples and Mizuman have used similar methods. Only those who have the will to fire can the 3 generations be assured that Konoha's future will be passed on to them. Monan probably guessed the idea of 3 generations, and he was very speechless. Should I say that I am a master and apprentice? The methods of these 3 generations are exactly the same as those of Yuan. Just say some useless nonsense 1,000 times, and it seems to make sense. It seems that Dashimaru should have learned it from the 3rd generation, but the blue is better than the blue. At least 3 generations have no effect on Yuan, but Yuan seems to have successfully fooled many people. Monan thought of the 4 Odanin and Kagaya Kunmaro in the original book, and the pharmacist told them. In fact, Monan has been waiting for the reward of the task. 3 generations ago, he had been very generous to himself, and even Fei Lei Shen gave it to himself. This time I brought my own antidote back, so I should give myself more rewards. Only until the conversation between the two people ended, the three generations did not mention the task reward. Monan is still wondering why the three generations have become stingy this time. In fact, the three generations are also embarrassed. He should give Monan a little more reward. It's just that the reward that Fei Lei Shen gave to Monan was already too much. The task this time is actually the completion of the last unfinished thing, and he is not good to give more rewards. Moreover, Monan had too many things, and he didn't know what he wanted to give to Monan for a while. Fortunately, the child didn't mention any rewards from start to finish, so the eyes of Monan looked more relieved for the three generations. Monan's excellent quality without asking for rewards moved three generations. If only the ninjas in the village had Monan's consciousness. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, but although Monan didn't offer any rewards, it would be bad for him to give nothing. After thinking about it, I don't know what to give. Three generations think that Monan should be very hard. Then reward him for a few days off. So he said to Monan, "You have been working so hard these days. You should go back and take a few days to rest. It happens that after you bring back the antidote, we will soon have no shortage of manpower. I will make arrangements for you later." Task. Monan hurriedly said that he was not tired, energetic and enthusiastic, and could run to the battlefield at any time. The three generations did not agree to Monan this time, but said, "Humans are not machines, and proper rest can play a greater role. It is better to go back and rest for a few days." Monan saw that even his own desire to indulge in Dafa couldn't be used anymore, and knew that he would not get any benefits this time. So he could only pretend to be happy to accept the kindness of the three generations, and left Hokage's office grinning. Menon, who had just walked out of the office, changed his face in an instant, and the mother in his heart showed it. While cursing, he left the Hokage building. The will of bullshit, the will of fire, deducted like this, the three disciples deserve to bet against poison, and the big snake pill deserves to defect. I inherit the will of fire. Of course, Monan's voice is very small, no one knows his muttering. What is it? After Monan left, the expression on the third generation's side also changed. Just as Monan had imagined, their mission was extremely confidential, and apart from the three generations, only a few high-level elders knew about it. Cheyenne could learn about Monan's whereabouts, and someone from Konoha definitely revealed the information to them. Although the two elders Mito Minion and Zhuan Xiaochun didn't like Uchiha, they weren't able to do so. He doesn't even know when Monan came back. The only person who can accurately detect this situation is Danzo, who has the roots. Three generations looked gloomy and thought, "It seems that I have to beat Tuanzang sometime recently to let him know who is the master of this village." Danzang put a lot of eyeliners in the Hokage building, and Monan received the news as soon as Danzang appeared. "Seigo, this group of wastes can't be solved by a single Uchiha-nan, and it was a waste of the information I gave them." Monan and Sandai were right. It was indeed Danzo who revealed Monan's whereabouts to Cheyenne. He originally wanted to send someone to deal with Monan by himself, but Monan has been with Tsunade for a while and didn't find a suitable opportunity. In addition, he suddenly got news that Cheyenne wanted to deal with that, and solved the new type of poisonous person of Zhou. With an idea, Tuanzang thought of a plan to kill someone with a knife. Through Cheyenne's spies, Cheyenne revealed Monan's whereabouts and the purpose of this action to Cheyenne. Cheyenne knew that someone would be able to completely solve their poison must be very urgent, and would definitely find ways to get rid of Monan. This is just right. Take yourself out of this matter. Originally everything was under Danzang's control, so he kept sending people to stare at Monan. As soon as Monan and Tsunade separated, he immediately revealed Monan's exact location to Cheyenne's people. In the end, I didn't expect that Cheyenne's gang of waste could not successfully get rid of Monan. The head of the group did not know that Monan had mastered the Flying Thunder God. If he knew it, he would be even more anxious, because the ninja who mastered Flying Thunder God would not be so good. Got rid of. Danzo was thinking about what method should be used to get rid of Monan next time, but suddenly heard a report from his subordinates from the Hokage building that the third generation wanted to see him. Danzo knew that it was not secret that he did it, and it would be sooner or later that the three generations would know. Originally, if Monan died and it was a done deal, the three generations could not do anything about it. Now that Monan is not dead, this matter is difficult to handle. Although the head was upset, he could only go to see three generations. Chapter 60. After Danzo met three generations, the two of them didn't know what they were talking about. In short, Danzo entered the Hokage office with a stinky face, his face became uglier when he came out, and he didn't know if he had promised something for the third generation. After he returned, Danzo notified the people in his branch and temporarily cancelled some plans against Monan. Monan didn't know that the three generations and Danzo had a confrontation for him. He has not yet determined whether Danzo leaked his news to Cheyenne, but guessed based on the principle of having the pot Danzo back. Monan didn't know that Danzang guessed that the three generations had already regarded him as a future Hokage candidate, so he didn't know what Danzang reasoned against him, but felt that Danzang had the greatest possibility of targeting him. Since the 3 generations did not give more rewards to Monan, Monan also selectively ignored the spoils he got from the puppet master. Monan secretly left the 4 puppets and did not tell the 3rd generation of Hokage. It stands to reason that the ninja has the right to leave loot that has nothing to do with the task, but it should be handed over to professional personnel to check whether there are any traps left on it. After all, many ninjas, in order to avoid the leakage of their ninjutsu, will take some insurance measures on the ninjas they use, and even their bodies, so as not to be acquired by the enemy. But Monan feels that the puppets used by this elite ninja puppet master are definitely not ordinary goods. If they are handed over to Konoha's people to study, they will probably not put these 4 puppets in order to study the sand-hidden puppet technique in depth. Give it back to yourself. If the 3 generations gave Monan rewards, then Monan could also contribute them generously, but since the 3 generations are so stingy, don't blame Monan for being unkind and unjust. Monan is a master of art and bravery. The traps of the ninjas must be related to chakra. It may be because of the technique sealed on it or some other mechanism is hidden. In front of his riding wheel eyes, there is nowhere to hide. When Monan fought with the puppet master, he opened his eyes all the way. He naturally saw clearly how the ninja condensed the chakra line. If it is a normal Uchiha ninja, even if you can see the use of the chakra line, but because the craftsmanship of manipulating the chakra is not enough, I am afraid it is impossible to copy it. But Monan's pupil power is not only stronger than the average person, his skill in controlling chakra can also be said to be world-class. So Monan is now like a child who has got a novel toy, using the chakra line to control the double-edged puppet, walking tremblingly. Monan started the experiment with this puppet first because the other puppets are relatively complicated, especially those 2 sentences that are poisonous, in case he accidentally creates some poisonous needle and poisonous mist to destroy his house. What to do? This double-edged puppet is very simple, except for 2 knives, nothing is easy to make mistakes. After a while, Monan could control the actions of the puppet by using some of the methods that the murder puppet master had copied by himself. Puppetry is a very complicated subject, and only some ninjas of the Sand Ninja have always mastered it. Its complexity is no different from any of the ninjutsu physical arts and illusions, and Monan just copied some fur with the riding wheel eyes. After practicing for a while, Monan realized that he was not controlling the puppet to fight, and it was difficult to control him to walk like a normal person. Monan found that it was impossible to become a qualified puppet without special guidance, so he gave up playing with the 4 puppets. Monan remembered the magic and light shield seal that the puppet master had used when he was fighting with him. He remembered that this technique was a kind of ninjutsu used by Cho in the original work. It was able to defend against the magnetic escape of the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow Man puppets of the Scorpion. It was definitely a very useful defensive ninjutsu. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. This ninjutsu seems to be an art that can only be used through the puppet. Chakra is injected into the puppet through the chakra line, and the chakra shield formed by the high-density chakra is condensed by the mechanism in the puppet. This is a technique that humans cannot master. Even if Monan has a riding wheel, he can't learn it. Looking at the hands of the tall defensive puppet, Monan wondered if he could take down the puppet's hands, and use some of the physical and mechanical knowledge he had learned in his previous life to transform the puppet's hands into a pair of arm armors. Putting it in your own hand, you can seal the engine light shield with this pair of arm armors. Monan was studying the 4 puppets captured, and Gao Qiao finally returned to Cheyenne village. Thinking of the hardships along the way, Takahashi couldn't help wiping a tear. After simply hiding the body of his companion, he remembered that he still needed some travel expenses to return to Cheyenne village. It was not as easy as Monan to get to Duokai Street. Takahashi must avoid not only Konoha village, but also the ninjas patrolling by the wood industry. When leaving the country of fire, he must try to avoid the battlefield between the 2 countries as much as possible. So Jo Kiao made a special detour, and it took several days to return to Cheyenne village. Takahashi found that his ninja bag was empty, and then he checked the ninja bag of his other companions, and found that all of them had been emptied, and they had no money. He realized that it must be the Konoha ninja who had let him go and took all the money from them. Jo Kiao had no money and could only beg along the road while slowly returning to Cheyenne village. It's not that he doesn't want to learn from other bandits to rob. It's just that he has no experience, and secondly, he is afraid that his use of Sandaiki's ninjutsu will attract Konoha's ninjas. It will definitely not be better for him to be found out. Fortunately, his 10-year-old appearance was quite persuasive. After a few days of begging, he finally returned to Shashayan village with difficulty. After returning to Shashayan, Takahashi immediately reported what he knew to Shashayan's senior management. But in fact, Takahashi didn't know anything. He didn't even look at Monan from beginning to end, so he was knocked down by Monan with illusion. Takahashi explained to Cheyenne's people that Monan is very despicable. First he separated them with a plan and killed them one by one. In the middle, he used perception ninjutsu to detect Monan's plan. But Monan's strength was too strong, and it was too late when he found out. When Watanabe led him to catch up with Monan's body, everyone else was already dead. And he was also controlled by Monan's illusion in an instant, and when he woke up, he was already alive by himself. After listening to Takahashi's words, the senior Saiyan was shocked. This mission thought it was foolproof. Who would have thought that an elite Shangren and an 8-member team led by ordinary Shangren could not kill Monan? This Monan was not only a medical ninja who caused them headaches, but also had a talent for fighting like evildoers. A 6-year-old child had just started training as a ninja in Saiyan. This Monan could actually kill one of their elites. Who would dare to believe that? The high-level Saiyan didn't believe it, thinking that Monan must have other bodyguards secretly protecting him, and they worked together to kill the 7 people. However, after Saiyan managed to retrieve the bodies of the 7 ninjas, she found out through the injuries they received. Except that Takahashi watched the 2 people who died, he watched Monan kill him with ninjutsu with his own eyes. In addition, the 5 people who died were almost all hit by great power and thunder, and they were killed instantly. According to Takahashi's words, Monan is a master of Lei Dun. Konoha didn't have many Thunder Dun masters, so they couldn't help but believe that these 7 people really seemed to be killed by Monan alone. Since then, Monan has not only gained a high reputation in Konoha, but also many people insane know that Konoha has appeared a great ninja. Chapter 61. Monan didn't know that Saiyan had noticed him now. After he had rested for a few days, the 3rd generation finally arranged a new task for him. After a few days, the antidote has been successfully prepared, and it has been distributed to various camps one after another. The Konoha ninjas carry the antidote with them, and are no longer afraid of Saiyan's poison. As long as the antidote is taken immediately after the injury, the toxin can be removed before the poison occurs. Those who had already been poisoned in the first place recovered quickly with the help of the antidote. Therefore, the medical ninjas who were transferred from the rear camp to the front line support have also returned to their posts one after another, and Monan no longer needs to go to the front line. The 3 generations originally wanted to arrange for Monan to return to the rear headquarters as before. He always did not want the young Monan to experience too many cruel wars and killings. But who knows that Monan said boldly, "It is my long-cherished wish to shed blood and sacrifice for the village, and I also ask Master Naruto to let me go to the front line. I have become accustomed to the tense atmosphere of the front line, and it makes me feel passionate. I feel really alive, where I can make more contributions to the village." Moreover, Monan felt that his current strength was already an elite endurance, and he should not return to the original Ashimaru team, but should lead his new team to perform tasks. 3 generations originally wanted to dissuade him, but Monan insisted that he must return to the front line. Of course, he was not trying to protect the village. After Konoha had no shortage of manpower, Dashimaru and Atsuki, who had been performing tasks on the front line, returned to the rear command center as well as Haifeng. Monan was going back at this time, and fell into the hands of Dashiwan again, which he was very unwilling to do. Originally, he wanted to say that he obtained the scroll of Dragon Daidong and the cells of the 1st generation from Dashimaru, but at this moment, Monan has obtained the psychic scroll of Wet Bone Forest from Tsunade. Monan didn't care about any powerful psychic beasts, he just wanted to learn immortality, and he didn't value the scrolls of Longdadong so much. In addition, it must not be a simple matter to obtain the 1st generation cells from Dashyuan. It is estimated that it must be participated in his illegal experiments to really gain his trust. This is also very inconsistent with Monan's insistence on maintaining of people. Therefore, the matter of the 1st generation cells still needs to be considered for a long time. In this case, Monan has no reason to return to the dangerous person in Dashimaru. Now it is natural to stay as far away as possible. Since Monan insisted on staying on the frontline battlefield and the 3 generations also thought of Monan's ability to solve the elite Shangren, it was indeed a good decision to let Monan stay on the frontline battlefield. As long as he doesn't touch a shadow-level ninja, Monan is definitely safe. And the shadow-level ninjas are not so easy to meet, and there are only a few Saiyan, even if they make a move, they only need to let the Ashimaru go out. 3 generations thought about it and agreed to Monan's request to participate in the task on the front line, and promised to arrange a new team for him. He is now especially qualified to lead his team. However, Monan is still inexperienced after all, and he can't worry about handing over the team to him for 3 generations. It is best to arrange for Monan with a strong and experienced player to ensure his safety. After careful consideration, the 3 generations suddenly thought of someone who is very suitable to be a member of Monan's team. After Monan got the consent of the 3 generations, he went home with joy and waited. I don't know what kind of players the 3rd generation will arrange for him, Monan is quite looking forward to it. When Monan went to the Hokage office again on the 2nd day, he found that there was a middle-aged uncle with a ponytail standing beside the 3rd generation. Is this guy the team member arranged for him by the 3 generations? Moran had a guess in his heart. Sure enough, he followed the 3 generations and said to him, "Nan, this is the 1st member of your team. He is called Maru Singh Kasuk. Let's get to know you too." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Monan and Guji exchanged greetings with each other. Monan remembers Guji as a character who appeared in the original anime series and theatrical version. Although only a ninjutsu, he is actually good at illusion, swordsmanship, and the water escape ninjutsu personally guided by the second generation, and his abilities are quite comprehensive. The true strength and ability is considered to be the best in Shangren, but because it seems that he made some mistakes when he was young in the past, he self-punished, and he has been reluctant to become Shangren. His Shui Dun seems to have a great opportunity to ask him for advice. After seeing the two greet the three generations, they introduced to Monan, "Don't think that Kasuk is just a forbearance, but he is a very reliable person. I believe you two will cooperate very well." Then the three generations said to Kasuk, "This is Uchiha Nan, don't look at his young age, I have promoted him to a special ninja before. Not only a genius medical ninja, but also quite powerful, if not for him he is too young now, and I want to promote him to a formal shinobu." The three generations of Kasuk nodded, and then said to Monan, "I've heard of Uchiha Nan's name a long time ago. I heard that you have made great contributions to the battlefield of the Wind Kingdom by virtue of medical ninjutsu, so please do so in the future." Advised. Monan also hurriedly said humbly, "Where is Guji? As a junior, I don't have enough experience. There must be a lot to learn from your seniors. Please give me more advice in the future." The two had a good impression of facing each other for the first time. Monan turned around and asked three generations, "Master Naruto, the team should have 4 people, don't you know who my other 2 players are? Why didn't I see them? Your other 2 players are your former teammates Atsuki and Hayate. They are still on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. I have sent someone to notify the Oshimaru. You can join them after you go back." The 3 members of Monan's team have been carefully considered for 3 generations. The first is Hongdu and Haifeng. They were originally Monan's teammates. In fact, Dashimara doesn't really need Red Beans and Hayate, so letting them regroup is tantamount to reducing the running-in period between new team members. Then there is Guji, his strength is very clear for 3 generations. Although it is not an elite ninja, its survivability and strength should not be underestimated. 3 generations have long wanted to promote Kasuk to the official Shangren, but Kasuk is still immersed in the guilt of some past things and refuses to upgrade, and still retains the name of Zyren. Guji can just make up for Monan's lack of experience. He has strong survivability and can better protect Monan's safety. The most important thing is that Kasuk, who has served as the second-generation Naruto guardian, has a very firm will to fire, and has always been a good comrade who does the work of shinobu and holds the money. Although he is a member of Monan, after all, Monan is still young and will definitely be taken care of by Guji in his mission in life. I believe that under the infection of Guji, Monan will definitely understand the meaning of the will of fire deeply, and the long-term ears and eyes can be more effective than the occasional few words. 3 generations nodded with satisfaction for their perfect succession training plan of will of fire. Hearing that the 3 generations arranged Hongdu and Haifeng as their new team members, Monan was also very satisfied. Originally, the 3 of them got along well when they were in the headquarters, but he was anxious to flee the Oshimaru when the 3 were separated. When he went to the front, he was a little bit reluctant to Red Beans and them. The most important thing is that for the same reason as before, Monan is afraid that the 3 generations will arrange for him 2 dragon mates that are not in the original work, and they will encounter the law that the unnamed dragon will die quickly, which will bring some extra troubles to Monan. After Monan thanked him for his trust for 3 generations, he set off with Kasuk to the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind. After meeting with Red Bean Hayate, they could officially start their mission. Chapter 62. Both Monan and Guji have the strength of shinobi, and they rushed to the road much faster than when Oshimaru took Monan and the 3 of them on the road. In less than 2 days, the 2 arrived at the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Monan and the others first arrived at the rear headquarters and met with Red Bean Hayate. After arriving at the rear headquarters, Monan wanted to say whether he should go to see Dashiwan first, after all, he was also his nominal teacher. Although I don't like him, it would be too rude to come to his site without even saying hello, and it doesn't conform to Monan's personality of unity, love, and respect for the elders. Moreover, Lord Hokage didn't arrange any tasks for Monan and the others. If Monan wanted to get the task, he had to pass the Ashi pill. Dashimaru should be in the combat meeting room at this time. Monan walked outside the meeting room tent and first sorted out his expression. Monan feared that he might inadvertently show a disgusting expression to make Dashimaru suspicious. As soon as Monan walked into the tent and saw it, Yuan, who didn't know what he was doing, quickly put on an excited expression, "Teacher Yuan, I'm back." Dashimaru also smiled when he saw Monan. He hadn't seen his disciple for a long time, and Monan was the assistant candidate who made him most satisfied. Yuan thought that Monan and his relationship had always been close after his training a while ago. It was only some time ago that Monan went to the frontline battlefield because of that kind of poisonous thing, and separated the 2. But that was Monan's request, and Yuan was not easy to refuse. "I haven't seen you during this period of time." Shimaru also heard that Mo Nan actually had an evil idea to become Hokage. What a good idea! According to Shimaru's original plan, Mo Nan should be the excellent disciple who pursued immortality with him. How could he be held back by such pediatric things as Hokage? It was the fault of the dead old man of the 3 generations. It should be that his previous education was not thorough enough. In addition, Mo Nan made a lot of credit this time, which caused the 3 generations to value Mo Nan. It must be the 3 generations who told Nan about the will of fire. Those bullshit. Thinking of this, Shimaru sneered. He remembered that 3 generations of old men had used this method before trying to implant that shit-like will into himself. It's just that I was mature enough at the time to not get caught in his tricks. It was really despicable that this dead old man actually started on Nan again. In Dashimaru's heart, Mo Nan is a simple and cute child without scheming. He must not be able to resist the rhetoric of 3 generations of old men. Now that Mo Nan is back in front of him, he must strengthen his education and quickly get the astray Mo Nan back on track. Oshimaru quickly cared about Domo. How is Nan's life in recent times? I heard that you have studied with Tsunade for a period of time. How did you learn what? Mo Nan pretended to cater to Shiwan's concern, and pretended to be happy to make Shiwan even more satisfied, feeling that he still had a lot of weight in Mo Nan's heart. The two chatted and talked about Mo Nan has become a special shinobu, and he will take his team to perform the task. Speaking of this, Oshimaru was filled with resentment again. It must have been the idea of the old man of the 3rd generation to let Mo Nan perform the task as the captain, and the purpose was to take Mo Nan away from him. This nasty old thing not only instilled some unhealthy will into his disciples, but also kept his disciples away from him at all times. If you don't do something, how can Oshimaru pass on the great dream of pursuing science and truth to Mo Nan? But Oshimaru is still Konoha's ninja at this time, and he can't violate the orders of Naruto-sama. If he wanted to keep Mo Nan by his side, he could only think of a solution here. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. So Oshimaru Monin said, if you lead a team to perform tasks, then maybe there will be less and less time to meet the teacher in the future. I still have a lot of powerful ninjutsu that I have not given you. I really feel a little bit reluctant. You left. Of course Mo Nan understands the purpose of Yuan, so he pretended to be embarrassed. Actually, I don't want to bear the teacher, and I want to continue to learn from you. But it is my dream to become Naruto, and it is me to be the leader of Shinobu. It's a good opportunity to grow up. If I've been with the teacher and you, I'm afraid I will always be a small child. Mo Nan's words made Shiwan anxious, which was different from what he thought. In his imagination, Mo Nan should be a child who is easily controlled, but after hearing these words, Mo Nan seems to have determined his dream, with his own patience and mature thoughts. With a firm will, Mo Nan is not so easy to be controlled, but Shiwan is not willing to give up Mo Nan so easily. Mo Nan, who has learned Tsunade medical ninjutsu, must become better than before. With such a talent, he should not be delayed by such boring things as Naruto. He should pursue immortality and truth with him, so that his talent will not be wasted. Dashimaru hurriedly persuaded Mo Nan and said, what's so good about being a Hokage? Look at your teacher. It's not good for me to be me. It's fun to study and learn new ninjutsu. You follow the teacher and we will definitely study it. The results that shocked the entire ninja world came out and possessed a powerful force that no one could imagine. But Mo Nan pushed back in every possible way, and persuaded Shiwan in turn. Strength is to protect his important people, and practicing desperately is to protect the village, protect the family, and protect the people around me. Hokage is my ultimate goal. If I can't be Hokage, what's the point of having such a powerful force if he can't protect his family? Dashimaru did not give up and continued to try to convince Mo Nan, what can a person without strong power protect by faith alone? Only with strong power can you protect whoever you want to protect, and kill whoever you want to kill. Follow me, the road is the easiest way to have a strong power to realize your dreams. But Mo Nan refused to make progress. The most powerful power a person has is nothing. A person who can unite the people around him and condense the power of all people into an infinite energy has truly powerful power. I think what has become is this Hokage that can bring everyone together. Seeing that his own words couldn't move Mo Nan, Shiwan's resentment towards the 3 generations deepened. It was hard to find a suitable disciple, but he was snatched away by this damn old man of 3 generations in a despicable way. Every time he said something, Mo Nan could figure out a way to refute him. How could a child have so many ideas? It must have been instilled by 3 generations of old men. As a disciple, Shiwan knows how much that mouth can tell. I don't know how many people have been fooled by the 4 words will of fire. If it weren't for his alertness, he would have almost been fooled by the 3rd generation. Obviously, this is because Mo Nan is too young and easy to be fooled, and the poison of the middle 3 generations is too deep. This old man is really despicable and shameless. He has never attacked adults with mature worldviews, but picked up young children like Mo Nan. If it were an ordinary child, it would be fine. He actually delayed his optimistic Mo Nan, which is simply unforgivable. If Mo Nan knew the idea of De Shiwan, he would definitely agree with both hands and feet. The 3 generations are indeed despicable, not only that, but also extremely stingy. He took the antidote and went back. He gave him a few days off without giving anything. Even the bonus for the task was regarded as the reward for an ordinary sea-level tracing task. Mo Nan said all these things to De Shiwan, of which 3 generations did say to him, and there were also some that he came up with. I just want to tell Dashimer that I am a steadfast heir to the will of fire and have no interest at all in your boring research on immortality, so stop pestering me. Looking at De Shiwan's face now ugly, Mo Nan knew that his goal had been achieved, so Mo Nan began to talk about business. Teacher Ashimaru, I'm ready to go to the battlefield, please give me a task. Mo Nan said with blazing eyes. At this moment, Mo Nan looked like he couldn't help the village immediately, as if he was a staunch successor of the will of fire. Chapter 63. Since the last time I finished talking with Ashimaru, Mo Nan has started a battlefield life like an ordinary ninja squad. De Shiwan seemed to have given up on continuing to persuade Mo Nan, or secretly there were other plans that Mo Nan didn't know. No matter what Yuan thinks like this, Mo Nan is happy and relaxed, and there is no need to think of reasons to prevaricate Yuan every day like before. Even if he had any plots and tricks to try to win over Mo Nan in the future, Mo Nan would have been mentally prepared for a long time, and when the time comes, he will turn his face, and soldiers will come to cover the water. Mo Nan's team has already performed many tasks. Although it is the new team with 2 ninjas, Mo Nan and the others are not at all inferior to other teams in completing tasks. Even because of Mo Nan's powerful combat effectiveness and Gasuk's rich experience, their efficiency faintly surpassed other teams. Although Hongdu and Haifeng were not strong enough and had little experience, they had grown a lot through the training during this period of time, and they would not be dragged down. After a period of running in, the 3 of Mo Nan gradually got acquainted with Guji. Although this little pair is the captain of Mo Nan is the youngest on the surface after all. As the oldest member, Guji has been taking care of Mo Nan and them like a senior. People in their 30s in Mo Nan's previous life are not as dependent on Gasuk as Red Beans and others, but after all, Gasuk is an experienced senior ninja. If the team encounters any problems during the mission, Mo Nan will actively ask Gasuk. Views. So the whole team seems to be Guji as the captain, and people who don't understand the situation will think that Guji is the captain when they see Mo Nan's team. Mo Nan was also happy, and every time he performed a mission, Guji made a battle plan. Mo Nan only needed to say I think Senior Guji made sense, just do it like this. Recently, Cheyenne sent more and more scouts to inquire near Konoha camp, and they came more frequently. I don't know if there will be any new big moves recently. This abnormal phenomenon has attracted Konoha's attention. Although I don't know what Cheyenne is going to do, it must be right to send people to clear these scouts and destroy their plan. Today, Mo Nan and the others received a mission to patrol the camp around and find some suspicious Cheyenne. Because Mo Nan possesses perception ninjutsu and writing round eyes, it is most suitable for such a task. Mo Nan 4 people took the task and started patrolling around the camp. After leaving the camp, Mo Nan turned on his perceptual ability to constantly perceive the surrounding targets, and at the same time used the Shaolin Eye to observe whether someone had made some disguise. Perception of ninjutsu is not a panacea. There may be some people who have special secret techniques to hide their aura so that Mo Nan can't perceive it. But Xiao Lunyan can see chakra, no matter what secret technique he uses, Xiao Lunyan should be able to see it. Can you stop eating red beans? You didn't realize that your belly and double chin are coming out soon. Just as Mo Nan concentrated on searching for the enemy's trail, the sound of the wind came over. It turned out that when a few people were performing the task, Hongdu was still munching on a few bunches of balls as usual, and Haifeng couldn't help but scolded. Atsuki Beans counterattacked. Not to be outdone, if you don't have enough to eat, the enemy you encounter will not have the strength to fight. Aren't you afraid that the sound of your eating and the smell of food will reveal our position? So what does it matter? Uncle Nan and Guji are so powerful, even if they encounter an enemy, they can easily solve it. And how can the smell of food spread so far, but your cough is so loud and easy? Expose our position. Seeing Hongdu and Haifeng arguing again, Mo Nan and Guji smiled at each other. Compared with Mo Nan, the 2 of them are real children, and they sometimes get into trouble with trivial things. They are used to it. Basically, every quarrel ended in Red Bean's victory, and Haifeng is usually not good at words. This time, the wind was noisy, but the Red Bean coughed again because of anger. He could only whisper, "Go eat yours, let you be fat to death, and see if anyone will marry you in the future." Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Hongdu didn't hear it, but Mo Nan heard the whisper of Haifeng. After thinking about the plot afterwards, it seems that Hongdu did not marry out in the end, but it was stronger than Haifeng. Jaifeng didn't seem to have lived to marry a wife. Thinking of this, Mo Nan glanced at Jaifeng with pity. Fortunately, your kid has run into me in this life. Mo Nan had already made a judgment on the disease of Jiao Feng, but the lack of treatment had not been able to completely cure the disease. He just opened a method to stabilize his condition and prevent its deterioration. After learning Tsunade's technique, Mo-nan finally had enough ability to heal the Gale. He has already worked out a treatment plan for Haifeng, and his body has actually improved a lot during this period. I believe it will take a long time to heal. In the original book, the gust of wind that failed to beat Maji was basically dragged down by his body. He successfully hit Maji, but did not cause him any harm. Now that Haifeng's body is better, his strength in the future will definitely be stronger. Even if the plot does not change, Haifeng should not be so easy to lose against Maji again. Mo-nan was distracted and thought about how Hayate's plot would change in the future, but his attention was immediately returned by a few suspicious Chuklala he had sensed. Almost all the people who came to carry out the patrol mission this time had met Mo-nan, and their chakra reaction was clear to Menon. Moreover, Mo-nan and the others should be in charge of this piece. If it were Konoha's people, it shouldn't have crossed the patrol boundary. Since he is not his own, he should be a ninja sent by Cheyenne to investigate intelligence, right? Mo-nan also had certain conjectures in his mind about why Cheyenne suddenly paid so much attention to Konoha's information. Because of the harsh environment in the Kingdom of Wind, Cheyenne has always been poor, resulting in their inability to train too many outstanding ninjas. Originally, their ninja's quality was not as good as Konoha's. Previously, they had relied on poison to make up the gap with Konoha. Now, after the poison has lost its effect, they are beginning to lose ground. Seeing that the war was about to end in Konoha's victory, but Sane was obviously unwilling to lose, and the counter-attack became more and more fierce. Mo-nan, who had been at war with Sane recently, could clearly feel it. Mo-nan understood that the battlefield between Cheyenne village and the other two countries was putting too much pressure on them, so he planned to end the battle with Konoha as soon as possible, so that they could devote all their energy to the war with Huiyan and Yunyan. After the poison that Sa-yin had high hopes for had lost its effect, Sa-yin would definitely send additional manpower to fight Konoha to the death. It is best to win the war. Even if you lose in the end, you will pay a little price to sign an alliance contract with Konoha that is of little significance. If you want to come to Konoha, you will not rush to kill. Konoha's war with the four countries must also need an ally to help them contain Fenglai and the two countries. From any perspective, it is a stable and profitable business for Sane. The description of time in many places in the original work is very vague, but judging from the current situation, Mo-nan feels that the decisive battle with Cheyenne should not be far away. Seeing that Konoha's 46 years are about to pass, the famous battle of Kikyo Mountain in the original book that determined the victory of Konoha and Sagakura should be coming soon. Cheyenne suddenly began to gather information, which should be prepared for the final battle. Specifically, Mo-nan intends to capture these people alive, and try to find out if he can ask anything from them. Thinking of this, Mo-nan motioned everyone to stop and stopped the red beans and gusts that were still arguing, and then said to them, "I feel a few strange auras. It may be that Cheyenne is about 5 kilometers ahead." Hongdu and they immediately cheered up when Mo-nan said this. "We sneaked over. Their chakras are not too strong. I plan to capture them alive and see if we can get more information. It shouldn't be difficult to do with our strength. What do you think of Uncle Guji?" The previous battle plan was made by Guji. This time Mo-nan had more ideas and still had to ask Guji's opinion. Guji thought for a while but didn't object. He had already seen Mo-nan's strength and keen perception. Since he said he was sure to live a few people, it would be no problem if he wanted to. The four had a goal to speed up and approached the few people Mo-nan perceived. Chapter 64. After the distance was shortened to a certain level, Mo-nan signaled everyone to slow down, so as not to be noticed by the Cheyenne people and make his side lose the advantage of the surprise attack. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 targets seemed to be a squad good at intelligence gathering. After a few people secretly approached, Mo-nan used pupil technique to see the enemy's situation clearly with the help of the powerful pupil power of Shaolun Yan. No one else is hiding around, and these 4 teams should perform their tasks individually. 80% of them are like the Yurihong squad in the original book. Several of them or even the entire team are ninjas who are good at intelligence gathering. It stands to reason that their combat effectiveness will not be very strong, but they cannot be careless either. Everything can happen in the world of ninja, even if you deal with a bug, you have to do your best. After observing the situation of the 4 people, Mo-nan stepped back to a safe distance and worked out a battle plan with 3 teammates. That is indeed a sand-hidden team. Judging from Chakra's reaction, apart from the captain who is Shangren, the other 3 should be Zongren. Mo-nan explained what he saw to several teammates. Since our purpose is to learn about Cheyenne's information, the person in the Cheyenne team who has the most detailed information about the situation should be that name. So if we want to catch it alive, the best target is that name and the other 3 people. Just kill it. Kasuk made his own suggestion as usual. After hearing what Guji said, Mo-nan nodded his head and agreed, "Well, I think Senior Guji made sense, so let's do it." After that, Kasuk formulated a battle plan, "Then we will follow the old method before, and I will take action to contain the Captain Shangnan." Atsuki Bean and Hay-8 each hold one person, and then you will take care of the three as quickly as possible. Zhongren, I will find another chance to cooperate with you to control Shangren by illusion. Mo Nan agreed to Guji's plan and judged the course of action of the four Sheyin. Mo Nan was hiding on their only way, waiting for them to suddenly attack when they passed by. Sheyin's people are still groping cautiously, trying to hide their tracks while advancing. They also felt that they were hiding well, not knowing that they had been targeted by Mo Nan a long time ago. The four Mo Nan hidden in the dark watched as Sheyin approached his position little by little, and gradually reached the attack range of the four. Mo Nan raised his hand to signal and start. Kasuk received Mo Nan's instructions and immediately released the technique of water escape and water dragon bullets. Kasuk's water escape was under the guidance of the second generation, and the operation was very fast. In an instant, a ferocious water dragon was formed like a sandy person attacked. Several people in Shashayan didn't expect that someone was hiding in the dark and suddenly attacked, and for a while, they couldn't dodge in a hurry and were almost hit by the water dragon. Fortunately, the water dragon bomb is not a very lethal tactic, and the speed is slow and it is not easy to directly attack the target. They are only slightly injured by the aftermath. However, it is different for Kasuk to get the water escape. The water dragon spread out after hitting the ground, but after the water dragon dispersed, Kasuk did not stop the hands of the seal. The four Sheyin escaped the water dragon at the moment of their deaths, and noticed something wrong before they were happy. Although they avoided the water dragon, they could feel that their chakra was being sucked away bit by bit from the place where they were splashed by the water, and they couldn't help but feel even more flustered. This water dragon bomb was originally not meant to kill the opponent, but to disperse their formation. Seeing that Shashayan was dispersed, Mo Nan seized the opportunity, surrounded by lightning and killed a Zhongren. Kasuk also drew out his weapon and entangled with the only Shangren. Red Bean Hay-8 took a bit slower, but seeing that Mo Nan and Guji had already shot, they immediately reacted, and each entangled a Zhongren. Zhongren saw someone rushing towards him against the one who went to Mo Nan, and he was about to fight back quickly, but Mo Nan's speed was beyond his reach. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Mo Nan's figure is fast, and the lightning on his body seems to leave a blue after image behind him. Chakra Scalpel. Mo Nan used this medical ninja's only attack ninjutsu. This trick was originally to allow the medical ninja to perform operations on others without a scalpel. But under the control of Mo Nan's excellent chakra, it has become a powerful offensive weapon, even sharper than the average Kyuwo. Mo Nan's appearance seemed to make this Sheren think of something, and she couldn't help but sweat. But a ninja can't shrink back at this time. He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and was about to make some response, but suddenly saw the three Guya spinning in Mo Nan's eyes, and the whole person was stunned. Mo Nan didn't hesitate, he raised the chakra scalpel, and took advantage of the moment that Zhongren was controlled by his hypnotic eyes, and gently stroked his throat. Suddenly blood was dripping. When this Shasharen came to his senses, he realized that he was injured, and desperately covered his throat to try to stop the bleeding, but it was too late. As the blood flowed, his consciousness became more and more blurred, and he could only fall slowly with unwilling eyes. The struggle of this name before his death did not cause Mo Nan's fluctuations. The war was so cruel and he understood deeply after he officially began to carry out the combat mission. In the face of those enemies who were unable to resist under his illusion, Mo Nan had some hesitation at first, but after a long time he got used to it. Even if he didn't do it, someone else would do it for him. The Shangren who was struggling with Kasuk found that one of his teammates fell so soon was also a little shaken in his heart, and he quickly noticed to Mo Nan the appearance of 6 or 7 years old, and the lightning on his body. When he saw Mo Nan's appearance clearly, he screamed, "Are you Konoha Denko, Uchiha Nan?" Mo Nan felt helpless when he heard that Sheren said this title. He was originally a low-key person and wanted to survive the war safely. He had too many secrets and didn't want to get too much attention. However, it turned out to be counterproductive, and I only showed a little bit of superb speed and the illusion of riding round eyes, which shocked Shashayin, and gave me the title of Konoha Electric Light, accidentally becoming a one. The famous ninja. Since that time when Shasha concealed his defeat at Mo Nan and was killed by Mo Nan's name spread in Sheyin. The antidote that Mo Nan brought back dealt a major blow to Sheyin, and Sheyin's ninjas hated Mo Nan and Itchy Teeth. So Mo Nan also received their key care on the battlefield. Mo Nan's performance on the battlefield was noticed by Sheyin. Not only was his terrifying medical ninjutsu ability, but his extremely fast body skills and powerful illusions were also quickly noticed. Not only the people of Sheyin, but even Konoha himself, many people did not expect that the legendary genius boy already had such a powerful ability. At this time, the fact that Mo Nan possessed 3 Gojade riding round eyes spread widely. Mo Nan hadn't told too many people about it before, and not many people in the family knew about it. The patriarch Uchiha Tomitake also just heard that he immediately wanted to recall Mo Nan and protect this genius ninja who might become the future of Uchiha's clan, but Mo Nan refused. He didn't want to be too close with Uchiha to cause interested people. Of fear. From then on, the name Mo Nan Konoha Dianguang spread widely in Konoha and Seine, and even ninjas from other countries have heard of it. After confirming that Mo Nan had 3 hooks, Xiaoyan also paid more and more attention to Mo Nan. They have been fighting with Konoha for many years and they know how powerful this blood succession is, especially since his illusion is almost unsolvable in a one-to-one situation. His teammate was killed in an instant, and it must have been inseparable from Mo Nan's 3-hook jade magic technique. This Xiaoyan was affirmed in his heart, so he quickly said to his other 2 teammates. He is Uchiha Nan, who has 3 Guyu jade round eyes. Don't look into his eyes. Once you see it, you will be finished. Only then did the 2 Zongren notice that one of his teammates had been killed by Mo Nan, and they had also heard of Konoha's horror, and quickly separated a trace of attention on Mo Nan's body. Chapter 65. Mo Nan saw the 2 men's alertness, and smiled disdainfully. He didn't comment on what Shan Shangren said just now. You can't accurately judge the opponent's movements without looking at your opponent's eyes during battle. You can still judge your opponent's movements by looking at your feet. Moreover, to deal with the 2 Zongren Mo Nan, there is no need to use the riding wheel at all. Mo Nan uses the riding wheel to kill a person for 2 reasons. First of all, to save energy. When he was fighting with Xiaoyan before, he discovered that some Shashino was frightened when he heard his name. Although it was not like Iwa Shinobu was scared to abandon the mission when he heard the name of Bofeng Watergate, he lost most of his combat effectiveness. He said that his identity would definitely put a lot of pressure on the remaining 3 people and affect their calm judgment. Secondly, in order to save time, Xiaoyan sent a large number of ninjas to lurking around Konoha camp. From the perspective of Xiaoyan's ninja level, most of them must be middle and lower ninjas, and there must be very few ninja teams. The Shangnan in this team shouldn't be much better, and Gasuk will definitely not be a problem with him. However, Hongdu and Haifeng are not necessarily the same. The 2 of them are still forbearing. It must not be easy to deal with the 2 Zongren. Mo Nan wants to get rid of his side quickly, so that he can free up his hands to help them. However, Mo Nan looked at the battle between Hongdu and Haifeng, but was pleasantly surprised to find that their performance was better than he thought. Although the 2 of them were only Xianren, they fought back and forth with Xiaoyan's 2 Zongren. No. Falling wind. Before that, their battles were almost one-sided. Mo Nan and Guji had exerted their powerful strengths and defeated each other in an instant, and there was not much room for the Red Beans and Haifeng to play. Relying on the strength of this Xiaoyan squad, if it weren't for the purpose of capturing them alive, even if the number of people increased several times, one of Mo Nan and Guji would be enough to solve it. The people who wanted to capture them alive couldn't use a lot of killer moves, and this made the 2 people who were Xiaonan put off for a while. But what Mo Nan didn't expect was that the 2 of them at this time already had the fighting power equivalent to Zhong Ren. Mo Nan recalled his experience during this period of time and realized that Haifeng is a person who is good at swordsmanship, and Gasuk is also a ninja who is very good at swordsmanship. When he has free time, Haifeng will practice his swordsmanship very diligently. Gasuk also occasionally gives guidance, plus the actual accumulation of progress during this period of time is not small. Hongdu is a disciple of Ashimaru just like herself, and Mo Nan herself has learned most of the ninjutsu she knows from Ashimaru. Hongdu learned early, but Mo Nan's progress was faster. Mo Nan's progress in turn gave Hongdu a lot of inspiration, and his strength has also improved to the current level of Zongren. It is estimated that it will not take long for 2 people to pass the Zongnan exam and officially get the name of Zongnan. Of course, the 2 opponents are 2 experienced Zongren. Although they will not lose, it is not easy to win. Although this is Konoha's defense zone, anything can happen during the war, and it can't be delayed here for too long. Mo Nan decided to take action on his own and quickly resolve the battle. Haifeng's body has not healed yet, and the prolonged battle is not good for his condition, so Mo Nan decided to solve his side first. The person who fought against Haifeng saw Mo Nan rushing towards him after he had solved his companion, and he was also frightened. If you want to help your companion, you should help the girl first. Why should you help the man first? Is there any problem? Mo Nan distracted him, and the movements on his hands also slowed down. Haifeng saw this flaw and took the opportunity to strike the man with a sword. Although forced by Mo Nan's deterrence, this murderer was not a vegetarian, and after fighting for so long, he didn't even have this reaction. When the wind slashed over, he was prepared and quickly refocused and drew away. But because he didn't evade in time, he was still chopped. Although his combat power was damaged, he was at least not injured. After this knife, his state has dropped a lot, and the battle that had been evenly matched with Haifeng gradually turned against him. Even if Mo Nan doesn't interfere, if he loses a lot of blood before long, Haifeng will definitely win. But Mo Nan has already ran over, so if he wants to take action, he can't run back. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Seeing Mo Nan coming, this Zongren remembered what the Captain Shangren had just reminded him, and he dared not look at Mo Nan's eyes. Originally, he was not Mo Nan's opponent. When he didn't dare to look at Mo Nan's eyes, he couldn't even guess what Mo Nan was going to do next. Fire escape. The art of impatience. Monan resorted to Uchiha's classic fire escape, and deliberately called out the name of ninjutsu, as if mocking this Shayuki who dared not look at his eyes. This Shayan didn't suspect that Monan deliberately called the name of ninjutsu. Many people have this habit. Now that Monan had called out the name of ninjutsu, he had a way to deal with it. This Shayan Nakanin was also busy performing the seal technique, and he didn't know if he had performed supernormally under the crisis, but the speed was not slow. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Although his ninjutsu was a beat slower than Monan's ninjutsu, he still blocked Monan's phoenix fire technique in time. Monan didn't seem to use too many chakras in this fire escape, and was quickly blown out by the sand-hidden ninja's wind. Seeing that Monan's attack was blocked by herself, this Sharen breathed a sigh of relief. But before he had time to be happy, he found that after Monan's fire escape was extinguished, a few shurikens among them continued to fly towards him. It is the Balsam, who throws hidden weapons with superb skills and hides in the fire escape. This is the unique ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan that is impossible to guard against. I don't know if he hadn't heard of this ninjutsu, or he was frightened by Monan's name and forgotten for a while, and he didn't even react to these swords in his hands. Only when he had time to cover his head and face with his hands, he was stabbed by Monan's shuriken. Suffering a lot of damage in an instant made him scream, but Haifeng rushed up when he was hit by Monan's ninjutsu and pierced his chest with a sword. He didn't make any reaction at this time, and the middle button of his chest fell into a pool of blood on the spot. After solving this person, Monan looked at Hengdu again. The situation on Hengdu's side was not as smooth as that of Jiao Feng. I don't know if it's the Atsuki Bean's inexperience or the opponent Nakanin is slightly more powerful than this one. Monan didn't pay attention for a while, and Hengdu was already at a disadvantage. Seeing that Red Bean was not his opponent, Sun Shinobu increased his confidence in his heart. He also wanted to take Red Bean hostage as soon as possible. Maybe he could escape his life under the terrible Konoha Denko. He repulsed the Red Beans, causing the Red Beans to lose their center of gravity, and his surprise immediately wanted to catch up and hold the Red Beans. But when he just wanted to lift one foot, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't lift his other foot, and then he heard a voice from underneath. The art of beheading in the heart. It turned out that Monan, who didn't know when he disappeared, used the earth to escape to the ground below the sand-hidden Zongren, and used the earth to control him. When Monan came up again, the sand ninja had already been buried in the ground, and only one head was left outside. After eating this Red Bean, who had endured the sand, saw that Monan had taken control of his opponent, and showed a cruel smile, a bit like Da Shiwan. This sand ninja couldn't do anything. He could only look desperately at the shekau biting him, and the fear in his eyes grew. Monan couldn't help shivering when he saw Shayan Zongren who had been bitten off his head alive. In addition to being greedy, the little girl of Red Bean usually looks cute. I didn't expect to be so cruel to the enemy. No wonder she would be regarded as an apprentice by Oshimaru. This is so spicy that she looks a bit like Oshimaru. The three Zongren have been settled, and now the last one is left. The Shangren who was fighting with Furusuk saw the three teammates being killed one by one, and his heart became more and more anxious that he had to think about ways to get out. Chapter 66. This Shayan Shangnan is just a newly promoted Shangnan. Not long ago, he was a Zongnan like his three teammates. Monan killed three of his teammates so easily that he knew that Konoha's strength was definitely more than just a reputation. After he realized that he was unlikely to be Monan's opponent, he always wanted to find an opportunity to send a distress signal to gather nearby teammates. But he didn't expect that the Konoha ninja he didn't know the name in front of him would be extremely difficult. It would take all his energy just to parry him. Not only could he not get out, but he could even give out a signal. Can't do it. Konoha Denko obviously should be a supreme forbearance, and the strength in front of him should also be supreme forbearance. As expected to be the richest village in the world of shinobi, Konoha could arrange 2 shinobu in a team, which was unimaginable in Cheyenne. Some of them didn't even have shinobu. How did he know that Guji was just a ninja, and Monan was only a special ninja? Monan and his strange combination made this person have a wrong judgment about Konoha's strength. Finally, when his last teammate was killed by Monan, and then he saw Monan running towards him, Sand Ninja finally collapsed. Originally, Gasuk was much better than this Shasha. If it wasn't for catching him alive, he might have been killed now. Coupled with Monan, the ninja who made the entire ninja hate fear, this ninja also knew that he could no longer escape. In order not to be tortured by the enemy captives to get out the village intelligence, he made a decisive decision and bit the poison sac hidden in his teeth, and the venom in the poison sac immediately flowed out. This is a highly lethal poison, and it will die within a very short time after being poisoned, and there is no cure for it. It is the last resort used by the ninja to avoid the leakage of information after discovering that he has lost to the opponent. The venom flowed into the throat, and the Shasharan immediately felt the fiery pain from the entire throat to the heart, and the whole person immediately fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth, convulsing all over. Kasuk also noticed the strangeness of this ninja. Why did he suddenly fall down while he was hitting him? He looked at this person and guessed that he must have guessed that we wanted to capture him alive, and after taking the poison, we wanted to commit suicide. Gasuk couldn't help feeling anxious. If this guy dies, it will be even more troublesome for them to get Shayan's movement, but he is not a medical ninja and can't detoxify. Gasuk is not a medical ninja, but there is a very good medical ninja in their team, that is his captain Mo Nan. Guji immediately shouted at Mo Nan, this guy seems to have swallowed poison, and it looks like he's going to die. What should we do? Mo Nan also noticed the situation here, and hurriedly rushed to the Sand Shinobi. He was also anxious that if there was no information leaked this time, the other Sand Ninja squads must be more cautious, and it will be even harder to find out. Mo Nan used medical ninjutsu to sense the poison in this sand ninjutsu, and he was secretly relieved. Although this kind of poison is violent, it is not impossible to save. If it was the previous one, it would be really troublesome, but now he has learned Tsunade medical ninjutsu and has more ways to do it. It is still very troublesome to remove it, but if the poison is temporarily suppressed and the life of this Sandman can be saved, it can still be done. Mo Nan only needs to buy enough time for himself to use illusions to let the murderer take the initiative to speak out the information. This poison came quickly and was deadly. It was completely different from the severe poison that Sand Ninja used before, and it was even more terrifying. Fortunately, this kind of poison evaporates very quickly in the air, and it is difficult to use it directly in battle. So at that time, Sand Ninja used to attack Konoha not this kind of poison, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Mo Nan used secret techniques to temporarily control the toxins and prevent the toxins from spreading. Then used chakras to gather the toxins together and block them. This can only temporarily control the toxins, but it can temporarily restore the body of this sand to normal. After this sand swallowed the poison, she felt the pain of her body getting stronger and stronger, thinking she was dead. But when he regained his consciousness, he opened his eyes and looked at his hands and felt the weakness of his body, wondering in his heart, what's the matter, I don't seem to be dead. He was still wondering here, and suddenly one hand grabbed his chin and raised his head violently. This person didn't react at all, only saw Guya spinning at high speed in Mo Nan's eyes. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The secret method of controlling toxins doesn't know how long it can last. Mo Nan can't waste time anymore. After he rescued this person, he immediately cast an illusion on him. Mo Nan's eyes became blank when she watched the Sand Ninja and sat there motionless, knowing that her illusion had succeeded, and immediately began to question. What's your name? My name is Hiraki Inu. The Sand said in a daze. Okay Inu, how many teams do you have lurking around Konoha camp, how many people are in each team, and what is your purpose? Mo Nan asked continuously, and Hiraki Inu, who was controlled by illusion, also answered truthfully. He didn't know the exact number of teams lurking around Konoha camp this time. At least there were dozens of teams like him, all of which were good at gathering intelligence. Most are standard 4-person teams, but there may be 3 or 5 people. Their purpose is to accurately know the exact location of every camp in Konoha and even every ninja. Sajayun intends to concentrate his forces when Konoha is not prepared to defeat Konoha's active forces on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind in one fell swoop, and the war Sand Yuki will surely win this war. After hearing Inu's words, Mo Nan secretly said in his heart that it is true that Sa Yinga really intends to fight Konoha in the final battle. In the original book, Sane and Konoha fought fiercely at Kikyo Mountain, and Konoha won in the end, indicating that their plan must have been discovered by Konoha. When Konoha was also prepared, they failed to achieve their goal. This time, Mo Nan and the others discovered the murder plan earlier, and they didn't know what effect it would have in the future. After questioning, Mo Nan revoked the illusion and chakra, who suppressed the poison in Inu. This Sand Shinobu named Hiraki Inu immediately went viral and died. Those words he said, even Atsuki Beans and Haifeng knew the seriousness of them. If Shayan succeeds, they succeed in knowing the location of each of our camps, wouldn't we be in danger? Hongdu said anxiously. Mo Nan was still thinking about something and did not answer, but Guji next to him calmly said, well, this incident is indeed dangerous. We have to report this incident to Lord Ashimaru and see how Lord Ashimaru will arrange it. This matter is very complicated. Since Shayan really wants to prepare for the final decisive battle, the manpower on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind may not be able to solve it. The village must be notified that Konoha needs to be prepared. Thinking of this, Mo Nan nodded his head to confirm the next move, and then said to the 3 people, then let's go to the headquarters as soon as possible. It is no surprise that teacher Ashimaru should be there. The 4 Mo Nan needed to deal with the traces left by the battle to avoid being caught by Shayan's people. Shayan knew that his planned exposure might bring some unforeseen changes. After processing the traces and burning the corpse, the 4 people returned to Konoha headquarters and saw Ashimaru, and told Ashimaru the information they had found. Ashimaru is the commander-in-chief of the entire Wind Kingdom battlefield. Of course, he can see more than Mo Nan and Gasuk, and he has a deeper understanding of the seriousness of the situation. Shimaru immediately reported the matter to the third generation of Hokage, hoping that the senior management in the village could discuss a proper plan as soon as possible, give him instructions for the next step, and he would make arrangements early. Chapter 67. When the three generations heard about this, they quickly called for the elder advisor and some other senior Konoha leaders to hold an emergency meeting, hoping to discuss a solution. The three generations told Konoha's high-level officials about the large number of intelligence ninjas from the Sandiakara village mentioned in the Ashimaru report to investigate the locations of Konoha's various camps and try to carry out the final battle. There were different opinions for a while, and everyone had different ideas. Some radicals, such as Danzo, think that since Cheyenne wants to fight a decisive battle with us, we will fight with them. Our Konoha country is rich and strong, and we are afraid that the poor Cheyenne will fail. Should immediately send additional manpower to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind to crush the Sandy village with a huge power gap, and win the battle in a short time, so that it will not have much impact on the battlefield in other directions. However, the three generations felt that this was not appropriate, and it was definitely not something that Cheyenne village could stand in the ninja realm easily. In case if it can't be taken in a short period of time, and a large number of people are entrusted to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, other battlefields will be dangerous. Of course, there are also many conservatives who believe that Konoha should speed up the pace of peace talks with Sane at this moment, and it is best to establish an alliance, friendly and mutually help each other to fight against the enemies of other countries. This time, there was no need for three generations to speak. Everyone at the meeting objected. Everyone was an old man who had been in the world of ninja for many years. No one knew what was going on with that little trouble in the alliance. If Cheyenne could not be convinced this time, even if the alliance agreement was signed through other means, a single contract would not be binding. Once Konoha himself has a flaw, it is inevitable that killing Cheyenne will destroy the agreement behind the sneak attack. When Konoha suffers from internal and external troubles, the situation will be even more critical. In the end, the wisdom of the nine Xiaoqiang in the original book was the father of Shikamaru, and Narashika Issa proposed a proper solution. The current Shikamaru has not been born yet, and Narashikajiu is not the middle-aged uncle in the future. He is only in his early 20s, and he looks very similar to Shikamaru in the original work. Tie up the hair back to the head in the same way, and there are already two obvious scars on his face. I don't know when he left the scars. Luyu's plan is to gather most of the ninjas who are good at intelligence gathering to the country of the wind, as far as possible to find out those hidden sand squads lurking around the camp to eliminate them. Once a large number of hidden teams are cleared, it will be difficult for Saiyan to know what is going on in most of Konoha's camps, and they will definitely not dare to act rashly. At the same time, it is also necessary to dispatch a large number of elite ninjas like the Kingdom of Wind without greatly affecting the battlefield combat effectiveness in other directions. Now that Cheyenne had the meaning of a decisive battle, it indicated that they should have been unable to support such a high-intensity war, and there was a high probability that they would launch the final battle desperately. We Konoha must also prepare early. Although Luju was young at this time, he had already stood out by virtue of his extraordinary resourcefulness, and no one in the village dared to underestimate him. In addition, Luyu's plan is indeed quite secure, and the third generation of Hokage is also very satisfied. Seeing that no one else had any comments, Sande decided to adopt Luyu's suggestion. Then Luju, it's up to you to make a complete plan, and we will act according to your plan next. After receiving the order, Luju quickly replied, yes, 3 generations of adults. Nara Luhaisa immediately formulated a complete plan and submitted it to the third generation of Hokage. The third generation of Hokage also made a decisive decision and sent the plan to Dashimara to let him cooperate with the village's actions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ono Shimaru had already started to find a way to clear the lurking ninjas of Cheyenne, but the manpower on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind was obviously not enough, and the intelligence ninja who could send more support from the village could be regarded as alleviating his urgent need. Cracking accompanied by a thunderous roar of birds, a Cheyenne watched in horror. The electric light piercing through his chest died on the spot. After his body fell, Monan's figure appeared. Before the ninjas supported by Konoha came over, Monan and his team found a few more Cheyenne ninjas. Monan has the ability to perceive, but also has a riding wheel, so the efficiency of finding people is extremely high. Once I found the strength of Monan and his team, it was very easy to solve any enemy. But it's not that simple for people in other directions. These people who were sent by Cheyenne to hide are all professionally trained and have excellent tracking and anti-tracking capabilities. Konoha has very few ninjas who can perceive ninjutsu. Most of Konoha's intelligence ninjas rely on the insight of white eyes and the tracking ability of the ninja beasts raised by various families to find these sand ninjas. However, after fighting with Konoha for so many years, Sun Shinobu also has a certain understanding of the abilities of Konoha's various ninja tribes, and has been prepared to deal with it a long time ago, and it is not so easy to be traced. And even if they were tracked down, the other squads were not like Monan and their squads, so they could easily defeat Cheyenne's people. Ninjas who are good at tracking are generally inferior in combat effectiveness, and there is no guarantee that the Sand Ninja team will be cleared. But it is impossible to send two groups of people, a group of tracking squad and a group of combat squad mixed to form an 8-person squad. There is a reason why the ninjas act in groups of 4. Although the 8 men increase their combat effectiveness and safety, they also make a lot of movement when they act, and they are easy to be noticed by keen enemies. Only Monan and their squad are special, with Monan and Gasuk's 2 upper-level fighting capabilities, and no additional squad to support them. In addition, Monan's strong perception ability can often predict the enemy's first opportunity, and can roughly judge their movements before the sand-hidden team moves, and ambush them on their only way in advance. There is no need for tracking at all, and there is no possibility of exposure. In fact, Monan had thought that he would separate out a large number of shadow clones, so there was no need for those intelligence ninjas. All you need to do is to protect your avatar in the battle team, and a total of 5 people will detect and track the lurking Sharen, so that the possibility of exposure is greatly reduced. Moreover, his own shadow clone also has a good combat effectiveness, and it can also ensure that the hidden killer is smoothly cleaned up. But Monan thought carefully about the tracking task, and the last time he used his clone to spread his healing skills to various camps. That time it was purposeful. I had already calculated the chakra assigned to each shadow clone to complete the task smoothly before the clone disappeared. But the ninjas of Cheyenne don't know where they are hiding. Although Monan's shadow clone can be used at a long distance, if you search for these people aimlessly, you don't even know where you need to spend it. How much time and how many chakras need to be used. In the unlikely event that the chakra disappears if the avatar is halfway through the track, those teammates who do not have the ability to track and perceive will instantly become headless flies. If it was discovered by the people of Sahine and used their advantage to set a trap for Konoha's own team, wouldn't it be bad? Therefore, Monan denied this idea when it just came up. It is better to wait for Konoha's supporters to arrive, and carry out a carpet search under the huge number of people to effectively clean up these lurking enemies. In fact, Monan has already practiced almost the changes in the nature of each attribute, and has a lot of excellent ninjutsu and secretaries, especially the skill of Flying Thunder God. As long as he can be further proficient in the art of Flying Thunder God, and can be used in battle, Monan is a shadow-level ninja. The biggest restriction for Monan now is that this undeveloped body restricts Monan's chakra. If he had the Shitanra like Naruto in the first generation, he alone would be able to solve all the lurking sand ninja, so where would he need any support? Chapter 68. It took a few days to mobilize manpower from various battlefields. In the past few days, the ninjas on the original Wind Kingdom battlefield have also solved many people themselves, and they have also paid some casualties. The pair of Monan and the others was quite fruitful, although Monan denied the previous idea of using a large number of shadow clones to help Konoha's companion to eliminate the murderous spy. But Monan came up with a new idea. He could still separate out a few clones in a small amount to increase his search range. If you run into those sand-hidden squads with weaker combat effectiveness, the clone can be solved directly by yourself. Even if you run into those stronger squad clones with shinobi who can't deal with it alone, you just need to leave the mark of Flying Thunder God and then disband yourself. After the body learns it, it can immediately use the Thunder God to feel it, and solve it personally. This not only improves efficiency, but also exercises the application of Flying Thunder God in actual combat. The only disadvantage is that it is also a shadow clone and Flying Thunder God will consume chakra very much. Monan's original chakra amount was so common that he couldn't use it a few times at all. While ensuring that he had enough strength to fight, Monan only separated 5 shadow clones, and more would affect his endurance. Thinking about this trick, Monan immediately discussed with his teammates. Furusuk thought about it briefly. Nan's strength was very strong and he was able to deal with most dangers freely. Moreover, he still had Fei Lei Shen. Even if he encountered a difficult opponent, there would be no danger in retreating in time, so he agreed with Monan's idea. Monan left a shadow clone to accompany his teammates to continue searching for Sharen. His body and the other 4 clones act separately. With the help of a shadow clone and Uncle Guji's strength, Monan's team is already sufficient to deal with any crisis. It is impossible for Monan to use Flying Thunder God to take them together, let alone him. Even the current Watergate is difficult to do, it consumes chakra too much. After Monan started acting alone, his efficiency was much faster. Originally, because the teammates Red Bean and Hai Feng were not clever in hiding their breath, in order to avoid the grass and startling snakes, when they found and approached the enemy, they would slow down as much as possible to prevent the Red Bean and Hai Feng from being exposed, which reduced the efficiency of Monan and Gasuk. In the case of Monan acting alone, he inherited Hua's tracking ability and possessed the highest level of tracking. Shenyun's team is mostly composed of Zhongren, and Monan is unlikely to be exposed. And sometimes, Monan doesn't need to think about the problem of arrogant people at all. As long as he finds someone, he will go up quickly. Even if Cheyenne's people were aware of it, they couldn't get away at Monan's superb speed. Can only shout Konoha Denko in horror. Then he died tragically under Monan's merciless iron fist. Monan's body just learned of the traces of a sand-hidden team from a shadow clone. This team has Shangren, and the remaining chakra of that clone is not enough to solve them. So after discovering their traces, he left the mark of Flying Thunder God, directly dispelled the ninjutsu and passed the memory back to the body. After getting the memory of the clone, Monan immediately teleported there with the Thunder God, and slightly sensed that the murder squad was still moving according to the original trajectory. It should have been unaware that Monan had discovered them. Monan smiled and prepared to repeat the same trick, lying in ambush on their only way. Shayan and his group were walking unscrupulously. This team was different from the one Monan and the others had encountered before. The Shangren they dealt with the team was not a normal Shangren, but the famous old Shangren in Shayan village. The former leader of Shangren was just promoted, and he was cautious about everything. The members of this team felt that with such a powerful predecessor, even if they encountered Konoha's ninja, they would surely be able to chop off melons and vegetables. There is no sense of crisis at all, a group of people are still talking and laughing, but they don't know that the danger has quietly come. Monan looked at this group of arrogant sand forbearance, but also a moment of contempt in his heart. These people's brains are really faulty, and if they dare to be so slack in the enemy's camp, it's just looking for death. Healers, parents, let me teach you a lesson from my father, so that you can remember a little bit, remember to be a low-key person like yourself in your next life. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to him, Monan secretly made a seal, and was ready to perform ninjutsu's water escape water dragon ball technique. That veteran Shangren has a high level of self-reliance, and Jeokyang ninjutsu didn't put this simple intelligence collection task in his eyes. Faced with Monan's sudden attack, he didn't prepare much, and was a little dazed. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. However, Shangren is still Shangren after all. Even in the face of such a sudden attack, he would not be easily hit. He jumped and avoided Monan's water dragon bomb. But his three teammates are not so good. The reason why this team has a veteran Shangnan is because he is the leader of Shangnan. The three of his team members are just graduates Xiaren. A ferocious water dragon attacked them, and this group of cute new people was shocked on the spot when they had seen such a horrible scene. Faced with Monan's aggressive attack, he could not make any response. He was hit by a water dragon on the spot, and he was beaten upright in an instant. The Shangren didn't get a good deal either, and Monan was not discouraged to see that his water dragon hadn't hit this person. During this period of time, Monan absorbed a lot of water escape skills from Guji. Coupled with the riding wheel eyes, his control of Shui Dun has been greatly strengthened. Monan continued to seal with both hands, and the water dragon that had knocked down the three people turned the faucet, and attacked the one who was in the air. Where did this sand ninjutsu think that someone could turn halfway through ninjutsu? He couldn't take advantage of his strength in midair and couldn't dodge at the moment. He could only follow in the footsteps of three of his companions and was hit by a water dragon. Lei Dun walks away. Monan took advantage of the fact that these four people were temporarily unable to move when they were hit by the water dragon, and used Lei Dun again. There was still a lot of stagnant water on the ground. Lei Dun was led by the stagnant water to the four people, and all of them convulsed with electricity. Seeing this opportunity, Monan was willing to let it go, and immediately yelled, "Noha Bizarre Force Sudden Wind 4 Combo! Touch, 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 touch!" Monan kicked the immobile Shayan 4 with 4 legs. Without thinking about keeping alive, it was so easy for Monan to solve 1 upper ninja plus 3 lower ninjas, and 4 brand new corpses were freshly baked. Monan looked at the 4 weird corpses that had been beaten up, and sighed faintly, "Remember, you must be a low-key person in your next life." Soon after Monan defeated these 4 people, the ninja supported by Konoha arrived. Konoha's actions were extremely fast, and Shayan had just noticed Konoha's movements, and had not had time to let the people on his side withdraw in time. Under Konoha's carpet-like search for a large number of perceptive ninjas, all of them were quickly killed by the captives. This was anxious to ruin the senior management of Shayan. Not only did the task of detecting Konoha's intelligence have not been completed, but he also suffered heavy losses. It is estimated that it is more difficult to win the victory. Without knowing the location of Konoha's combatants, they couldn't concentrate their efforts to win the war in one fell swoop, and the poverty-stricken Shayan couldn't sustain such a consumption over time. What should I do? The senior management of Shayan was unable to do anything for a while, but at the critical moment, the seniors came forward and proposed solutions. An old predecessor had already taken action before, and the poisonous grandmother of the 1,000 generations did give Shayan a momentary advantage. Unfortunately, under the efforts of Monan and Tsunade, they could only return without success in the end. Now it is his younger brother Ilaozang who is not a very powerful ninja, but he is a very smart and very strategic strategist. He has proposed a way for Konoha to fight them decisively. Since we can't take the initiative to attack Konoha, we can think of a way to let Konoha take the initiative to attack us. We can pretend that the battle has suffered heavy losses and has no intention of fighting again, and at the same time arrange for the combatants to retreat slowly, and then deliberately the information was revealed to Konoha. When Konoha saw us retreating, he must have thought that we were afraid of being beaten. He would definitely not miss this good opportunity, and would certainly continue to pursue it. After speaking, Ilao Zhang pointed to the easiest and hardest place to defend an attack on Xian Road, which was Mount Kikyo. As long as we set up an ambush here in advance, we will certainly be able to annihilate the Konoha ninjas in one fell swoop. Chapter 69. After hearing Ilao Zhang's advice, the helpless senior Saiyan immediately seemed to have grasped the straw. This was indeed a good way to turn defeat into victory. The commanders of Xian immediately made strategic arrangements under the advice of seniors. After Qing suppressed the scouts lurking around the Konoha camp, Mo Nan and the others returned to their normal missions. Because of the particularity of Mo Nan's team, the tasks they perform are different from those of ordinary teams. Mo Nan is a relatively rare ninja who possesses both powerful combat effectiveness and superb medical abilities. He and his team have always performed support tasks. If a team encounters danger and initiates a distress signal, and it is not too far away from Mo Nan's team, it will give priority to arrange for Mo Nan and the others to rush over. Mo Nan's powerful combat effectiveness can effectively suppress the enemy team. Coupled with his superb medical technology, if there is an injured ninja, Mo Nan who arrives in the first place can also deal with it in time, which will most likely save the injured person's life. Safety. After completing a mission and returning to the camp, Mo Nan, who was about to take a break, received a distress signal. There was an outpost and was besieged by a large number of sandy ninjas. There are not many Konoha ninjas at the outpost, and it is difficult to resist the waves of offensive by Shashayan. Now it is only barely supported by the fortifications of the outpost. As time goes by, and there are constant injuries, the pressure on defense at the outpost is increasing. Once they consume their physical energy, they will be attacked almost immediately. So they immediately sent a distress signal to the nearby camp, and the nearest camp to them happened to be the camp where Mo Nan and his team were located. In this way, the Mo Nan team, who accepted the task, rushed to the outpost to support them without stopping. Mo Nan and Guji were superb, and it was relatively easy to complete any task each time. Although the Red Bean Blast is weak, it doesn't require them to take action when it encounters an enemy, so the physical fitness is relatively well preserved, and the four people move quite quickly. The Konoha ninja at the outpost was still struggling to withstand the attack of Xian, and was about to be exhausted. At this moment, a puppet controlled by a sand-hidden puppet master opened his mouth, and countless flying needles flew towards a Konoha ninja. Once shot, he will immediately become a hedgehog, and the flying needle will inevitably be coated with poison. When exposed to such a large dose of poison in an instant, even if there is an antidote, there is no time to detoxify, and he will immediately be poisoned to death. This Konoha ninja looked desperate. After fighting for a long time, he was already a little weak. Facing this attack, he could not dodge or defend at all, and felt he was dead. However, just as the flying needle was about to hit him, a figure with an electric light suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was Mo Nan and the others who arrived in time. Facing the densely packed flying needles, Mo Nan raised his hands in a hurry, just in time to try his new toy that he had just completed. The two arms raised by Mo Nan are equipped with armors on each of their forearms, which are transformed from the hands of the defensive puppet he had previously captured from the puppet master he killed. It has been a few months since Mo Nan got this puppet. He had no place to learn puppet art, so he thought of transforming this puppet's most useful arms for his own use. However, during this period of time, there was not much free time to perform the task, and the transformation was not so easy. It took several months to successfully transform. Mechanical light shield seal, Mo Nan whispered and injected chakra into his armor. Suddenly, the armors of Mo Nan's hands opened outward, and the machine light shield formed by high-density chakra appeared in front of Mo Nan. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The densely packed flying needles shot on the chakra shield like raindrops hitting a stone. They can only make a little clinking sound, but they didn't play a role. Mo Nan used the writing wheel to accurately judge the weirdness of the flying needle, and adjusted the position of the chakra shield in time. The chakra shield is not very big and has only two sides, but it perfectly protects Mo Nan and the Konoha ninja behind him. After the dust settled, Mo Nan, intact, appeared in front of everyone in Xian. Mo Nan's image is too eye-catching. Seeing the lightning on his body and the three jade writing wheel eyes in his eyes, the commanders of these sandy ninjas immediately understood, and shouted in horror, Konoha Dianguang. When the other ninjas of Xian heard the commanders say Mo Nan's title, there was some commotion, and it seemed that the whole team had begun to become confused. The fact that Mo Nan wiped out a large amount of Xian alone some time ago was also reported on the battlefield. During this time, Mo Nan accumulated a lot of popularity in Konoha Ninja Village, and at the same time, he also formed a more and more terrifying deterrent on Xian's side. She Rongguang, who was at war with Mo Nan, would be confused when he heard Mo Nan's name. Mo Nan arrived sooner, and after blocking Xian's attack, his three teammates arrived late. Commander Xian had the intention to retreat when he saw Mo Nan. At this moment, seeing that more people came here to support and hurriedly ordered the retreat, the group of Xian fled in the astonished eyes of Konoha's side. This made Mo Nan, who was fully absorbed in preparing for the next wave of Cheyenne offensive, wondered, is his prestige already so terrifying in Cheyenne? If it was a team of a few people who would run away when they encountered it, it would still be understandable. How could this team seem to have 20 or 30 people? No matter how bad it is, it wouldn't be enough to be frightened like this when they saw themselves. Monan felt very strange. He had encountered a lot of this kind of things recently. After Konoha killed a large number of Cheyenne and caused them heavy losses, many of Konoha's outposts and singular missions often encountered a large number of Cheyenne's siege. Konoha had thought that this was Shasha's unwillingness to fail in the last operation, so he madly retaliated against Konoha. But what is puzzling is that the fighting desire of this group of sandy ninjas is not fierce. Once the besieged Konoha ninjas launched a distress signal and the supporters arrived, the gang of sandy ninjas immediately retreated. This gave Konoha a guess as to whether Cheyenne had lost too much last time to support the terrorist consumption of the war and planned to retreat. Pretending to be a fierce counterattack at this moment actually makes us afraid to act rashly, in preparation for the subsequent full retreat. With such speculation, Konoha hurriedly sent a large number of outstanding ninjas from the Hyuga clan to observe San's recent movements with white eyes. The white eyes can see the situation of the sand hidden camp from a distance, and it is not easy to be found by them. Under the observation of the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, Konoha found that the people in Cheyenne village were already packing up their things, dismantling the camp, and gradually transporting some supplies back to Cheyenne village, seemingly ready to retreat. The matter returned to Konoha village, and Hokage once again convened an emergency meeting with high-level officials to discuss the next action and whether they should pursue the retreating Cheyenne. The conservative side believes that this matter may be fraudulent, and it is best to think twice before proceeding. Including Naruto, who had crushed the conspiracy of Shinobu before, but the radical Danzo disagrees. He has always wanted to assemble a large number of troops to fight against Cheyenne, and he has always dismissed Sandai and Luyu's conservative tactics. So Danzo retorted loudly. The Sandy retreat is an opportunity. We must seize the opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop. Once they are allowed to retreat, no matter what the peace talks will be, they will not be able to win greater benefits for the village in the future. Although Danzo's words are radical, they are not unreasonable, and the three generations also understand this. Konoha was also difficult to ride a tiger at this time of the war, and the opportunity is rare in a lifetime that it is impossible not to win the pursuit at this moment. After thinking a little bit, the three generations who wanted to understand this made the decision. Send elite troops to pursue Cheyenne. Seeing that the three generations had made a decision according to their own wishes, the head of the group smiled with a successful conspiracy. No, this is a conspiracy. Once Konoha achieves a good result in this war, he has the credit for his own suggestions. If the result is not good, the three generations who made the decision will be in the wrong. Chapter 70. After the three generations gave orders to chase Sane, Konoha has been observing Sane's movements. During this period of time, it was the same as before, always playing some painless feints, and it seemed that there was really no idea of continuing the war. Finally, after the recent feint, Konoha's perception ninja found that Saiyan had a big move, and they sent a troop to harass Konoha's camp to make a great movement. This attracted a large number of Konoha ninjas to rush over, but when Konoha ninja arrived, they found that this was just another feint. Taking advantage of Konoha's gaze attracted by this feint attack, Shaoki assembled his troops and evacuated to the rear with all the supplies. But Konoha's side was also well prepared. Seeing that Sandy retreats, the commander Ashimaru ordered the people from the Konoha's no Kuni battlefield to rush out to chase San Shinobu troops. It seemed that Sandy hadn't expected Konoha to come so soon, and hadn't made any preparations. As soon as the two sides handed over Sandy's forces, it seemed to be a sign of disintegration. Konoha believed that he was quite aggressive in pursuit of victory, but the retreating Shahid had less desire to fight. They left elite troops to resist Konoha's footsteps, but most of them accelerated their retreat to the rear. The troops who stayed behind to stop Konoha didn't want to fight much, just blindly defensive and didn't mean to attack at all. After seeing that Cheyenne's large troop was almost withdrawn, this troop quickly retreated to the rear. After such a delay, there was a certain distance between Konoha and Sane. However, when Cheyenne's people retreated, they still brought a lot of supplies. The Konoha ninja who was chasing down the battle was faster, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. Seeing this, the Sandy ninja was so scared that he didn't even need the supplies. He lost a lot of heavier things and speeded up the evacuation again. This gave Konoha ninja more confidence, and on the contrary, he chased it more imposingly. Monan was also one of the troops who hunted down Cheyenne. Although it was during the war, most of the ninjas still acted in small groups. He had participated in small-scale battles before, and this was the first time he charged with such a large force. But while chasing, Monan also felt something was wrong. He seemed to smell a trace of conspiracy. It's not that he has a clever understanding of war, but they seem to be getting closer and closer to Kikyo Mountain while chasing Cheyenne, where Konoha and Yin are in the original battle. In the original work, there are not many descriptions of the war between Konoha and Sannin, and Monan is not very clear about the specific process, and many changes have taken place in this life because of his appearance. For example, Shayuna was a highly toxic incident against Konoha. Because of Monan's appearance, Konoha's loss was not as great as in the original work. So this time Shayun's defeat seemed to be a logical matter, and Monan didn't have any doubts about it. It's just that the closer you get to Kikyo Mountain, the bad feeling in Monan's heart becomes stronger and stronger, and it seems that something has been ignored by him. Although Shayun suffered heavy losses, most of them were middle and lower endurance, and the high-end combat power did not suffer much. Is it really easy for them to admit defeat? However, the development trend of war cannot be controlled by Monan alone. If it is for Monan to discuss with Dashimaru before the pursuit begins, it is too late to say anything. Even if there were really any traps in front, Monan could only jump in indefinitely. The Shayan side fought and retreated under Konoha's pursuit, and soon the two sides arrived at Kikyo Mountain, the country of wind, which is the location of the decisive battle between the two sides in the original book. The troops in Shayan village who had been hunted down here seemed to have completely lost their will to fight. They were beaten to pieces like a bereaved dog, and they were about to be defeated. Seeing that victory was in sight, Konoha's momentum became more vigorous and hurried to catch up and give a fatal blow. However, at this moment, there was a strange vibration on the ground under his feet. Konoha Ninja didn't know what was happening and hurriedly stopped and looked around carefully. A voice came, "Magnetic Escape Gold Placer Burial." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. As the sound ended, the vibration became more intense, and a large amount of gold dust drilled out of the ground, and the hidden forces over the sand hit Konoha like a huge wave. Someone in Konoha recognized this trick and quickly yelled in fear, "Retreat, this is the 4th generation Feng Ying's magnetic escape, retreat quickly." Seeing this horrible move, Konoha Ninja also wants to retreat, but no matter how fast you retreat, it is impossible to have the 4th generation of Fukige's ninjutsu faster. Seeing Konoha's ninja will be swallowed by a huge wave of gold dust. But Monan didn't panic like his companion when he saw the approaching giant waves. He drove the perception of ninjutsu all the way, and knew that there was a sand-hidden person in ambush ahead of him. And I also sensed a few huge chakras in it. At first glance, they were not ordinary people. At this moment, they were ready to see Feng Ying. And Konoha seemed to be prepared for Shayan's ambush. Monan also felt a few powerful chakras in Konoha's team. It was almost time for them to take action. Earth shield multiple earth flow walls. Konoha made a voice. Suddenly, huge earth walls were connected in front of Konoha Ninja, blocking the magnetic escape of the 4th generation of Feng Ying. The placer gold burial hit the earth flow wall, producing huge sound waves and smoke, but the tenacious earth flow wall blocked Luasha's offensive wave after wave. When the chakra in ninjutsu ran out of the power of the dusty burial and disappeared, Tuliabai remained alive and was not destroyed by Feng Ying's magnetic escape. The only person who can use such a powerful earth escape and resist the 4 generations of Feng Ying with the blood inheritance boundary can only be the 3rd generation of Hokage, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, who has cultivated all attributes to an extremely high level. When the smoke dissipated, 3 generations of figures appeared. He stood on the earth flow wall he had summoned and looked at each other with the 4th generation Feng Ying, who was held up by the dust in the distance, and sneered at each other. While Konoha was chasing and killing people, Sane arranged a large number of elite ninjas here in Kikyo Mountain, and even the 4th generation Fukage himself shot. In the past, Sajayun deliberately retreated to attract Konoha ninjas, and then the 4 generations of Kaze Kage took action to eliminate some Konoha ninjas in one fell swoop, and then the regrouped murderous Sandy ninjas defeated the remaining Konoha ninjas, turning defeat into victory. I just didn't expect to be blocked by the sudden appearance of 3 generations of Naruto. It stands to reason that Naruto-level ninjas are basically strategic deterrents and shouldn't just leave the village or even leave their own country. The 4 generations of Feng Ying made their own shots themselves, but they were actually quite inauthentic. Konoha's 3 generations of Hokage were able to hunt down other people's countries. Luo Shat, who had been preparing for a long-term raid without success, could not help but cursed secretly. The 3rd generation of Hokage was really an old fox. In fact, the 3 generations secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is a conservative person. Although he made the decision to pursue and retreat to Shayan, he still had concerns in his heart. Originally, in order to prevent Shayan from counterattacking, he mobilized some elite ninjas from various battlefields to the Windland battlefield. Although Shayan village's counterattack was not as strong as imagined in the end, none of these people had time to return. It's just that the 3 generations felt that this was not enough insurance. After thinking about it all the way, the 3 generations decided to take action by themselves. He has been secretly following the troops that Konoha is pursuing, hiding his identity. Unexpectedly, the 4th generation Feng Ying would suddenly make a move. Fortunately, his reaction was blocked in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. 4 generations of Feng Ying. Luasha said, "I didn't expect that the dignified Hokage-sama would come to the Kingdom of Wind in person. It is really a pleasant surprise for the younger generation. Please forgive me if you miss it." He was satirizing the 3 generations of Hokage who personally participated in the pursuit. 3 generations heard the ridicule in Luo Sha's words, and they counterattacked unceremoniously, "I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja. It's rude to bother Master Feng Ying to meet him personally. The two looked at each other and smiled again, feeling a bit of sympathy for each other's shamelessness as themselves. Chapter 71. 3 generations of shots did put a certain amount of pressure on Luo Sha. After all, he was an old man who had been famous for a long time, and he must have 2 brushes in his hands. But even so, Luo Sha is not afraid of being afraid. He is not a vegetarian for being Feng Ying himself. And after all, this is the land of the Kingdom of Wind, the land card of Xian village. Their ninjas are more adapted to the desert environment here, and the power of ninjutsu they use will be more powerful than those of Konoha. Even if oneself and 3 generations can do nothing for a time, their ninjas of Sand Ninja will have a big advantage. So Luo Sha provocatively said to the 3-generation old man. Even if the 3 generations of Naruto took the shot personally, this is after all the home of our Sand Hidden village. It seems that today you and the group of Konoha ninjas behind you will all stay in the Kingdom of Wind. The distance between the two is still relatively far, in order to let the other party hear the voice loudly. The ninjas of Konoha and Sagura standing behind them also heard their conversation clearly. Hearing Raza's confident words also made Konoha's ninja a little nervous. Yet, even though Naruto-sama helped them with an attack just now, the sandy hideaway who had originally retreated on the opposite side, and later followed Fenkage to ambush Konoha, the total number of people is no longer below the ninja pursued by Konoha. Moreover, Fenkage on the opposite side is also a ninja of the same level as Naruto-sama. If the fighting powers of the two cancel each other out, the environment in the Kingdom of Wind is indeed more favorable for Sane. But the 3-generation old man smiled confidently. Master Feng Ying, did you forget? The old man is only here to support his companions in the village. The commander of the Wind Kingdom battlefield is another person, that is my disciple, come out Dashimaru. After hearing the words of the 3 generations, Ashimaru walked out of the crowd and stood with the 3 generations to face the 4 generations. Konoha's originally nervous ninja suddenly reacted when Ashimaru stood up. Yes, they also had Ashimaru-sama. Feng Ying's attack frightened them just now, causing them to forget for a while. Lord Ashimaru is also a very powerful person, and may even be no less powerful than Lord Naruto. Master Dashimaru and Master Naruto will work together to solve Feng Ying quickly. When the time comes, under the leadership of the 2 adults, they will be able to easily defeat the opposite Sand Shinobu. In this way, the Konoha ninjas who were depressed once again rose up, and began to provoke the opposite Shashino with words. Sand Shinobu on the opposite side also saw that his side seemed to be at a disadvantage. After Feng Ying appeared, his high fighting spirit was extinguished a lot, and he did not dare to respond aggressively to Konoha's provocation. Konoha ninja was happy to see this, and it seemed that it was the turn of the opposite Xiaoyan to be nervous. But they turned to look at 4 generations of Feng Ying, only to find that Feng Ying's face did not have the ugly color they expected. It was still an expression with a winning ticket. It seemed that Dashimaru was not in his eyes at all. This is of course not that Luo Sha looked down on the Ashimaru. He knew the strength of the Ashimaru, one of the 3 forbearances, and knew that he might be a powerhouse no less than himself. But he is not the only one who ambushes Xian village here. Seeing the arrogant appearance of Konoha ninja, 2 figures came out of the Sand Ninja team and stood with Kaze Cage. Feng Ying pointed at the 2 people beside him and said with a smile to Sande. Do you know these 2 Hokage-sama? These 2 are our consultants from Xian village, Cho Senpai and Ilao Zhang Sr. Now we are 3 versus 2, do Naruto-sama still have such confidence? Seeing that Feng Ying-sama had even arranged 2 consultants to come here, Sun Shinobu immediately increased their confidence. The 2 consultants are very famous in Xian village, and they are all shadow ninjas. In the case of 3 fighting 2, now they have the advantage again, and they are waiting to see Hokage's jokes. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz, but what might disappoint them is that after seeing 2 of Saiyan stand up, another figure walked out of Konoha's crowd. The visitor wore a red dress with white hair and a large scroll on his back. It was Jiraiya who came from the battlefield of Union. This war is very important for Konoha and Seigo. The victory of this battle not only determines the victory or defeat between the 2 countries, but also determines how much advantage can be brought to one side in future negotiations, which determines the course of the war between them and other countries. Therefore, Feng Ying felt that it was not safe to take action by herself, and arranged 2 consultants to ambush here with her. The 3rd generation is of course no exception. To be on the safe side, the 3rd generation also called Ji Lai on other battlefields. The scene changed to 3 versus 3, and it was back to the evenly matched situation. However, the 3 generations are confident that he and his 2 disciples are definitely better than the 3 people in Xian village combined, but it is a pity that Tsunade can't come back, otherwise, the 4 of their masters and apprentices will fight side by side again with more confidence. Seeing that Konoha had one more general, Feng Ying was cursing for 3 generations, but the 4th generation Feng Ying himself was a scheming person, and he still had a lot of insurance. The 4 generations of Feng Ying pretended to applaud and exclaimed, as expected to be Hokage-sama, you are really scheming, but you never imagine that we still have one person. Come out Ye King. After receiving the order, Ye King, who was hiding in the dark, stood out. 4-3, the advantage is on the Sandy side again. Yakura is one level worse than the 6 people on the field, but she has a unique ninja with blood inheritance. Xiao Dun's ability is quite dangerous, and it's hard to guard against. Yakang's support on the side can play a big role, and it can make up for the two consultants' ignorance of the battle after they have been away from the battle for many years. Hokage-sama doesn't know if Konoha still have any other people. The others are hiding in the dark. The balance of victory and defeat tilted back and forth, and one after another, the hard-to-see in ordinary times continued to appear, making Konoha and the Sandy ninjas mood ups and downs. The ninjas on Konoha's side were not nervous when they saw that there was a general missing on their side. They were already a little numb, and they thought that Naruto-sama was extremely smart, and there must be something hidden somewhere. I don't know who will stand up next, whether it will be Mizuman-sama who just got the Konoha shining name, or Tsunade-sama who has been missing for a long time. The Konoha ninjas are still waiting here, but the 3 generations are a little anxious. Where does he have any back UPS? Konoha is now fighting the 4 kingdoms at the same time, and he has transferred Jiraiya over. He has already taken a big risk, and he dared to call Mizuman too. But he couldn't show it, he still pretended to be calm and gentle on the surface. If the 3 generations were panicked at the moment, the ninja behind him must have become more panic-stricken. The 3 generations of forced composure did not let the 4th generation Feng Ying Luosha discover that he saw the 3rd generation of Hokage's unshakable confident smile, and he really thought that there was some master hidden in this old man. Everyone on the field was fooled by the superb acting skills of the 3 generations, except for Mo Nan. Mo Nan has been using his perception ability. When he first started chasing Sha Yin, he felt the chakras of the 3rd generation and Jiraiya, but he did not feel that he had any powerful chakras on his side. Mo Nan knew all about the powerful characters in the original. If they were here now, they would definitely not be able to conceal Mo Nan. The acting skills of the 3 generations can only be fooled for a while. After a long time, the ninja on the Konoha side will see that no one has stood up on his side, his momentum will definitely be affected, and the outcome of the entire war will be unpredictable. Mo Nan's side, I'm afraid he can only do it by himself. Although his hard power has not yet reached the shadow level, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Yakang, and he won't expose too many things that he doesn't want others to know. It's just that if Mo Nan made such a move, he might be completely famous in the world of ninja from now on, and it really doesn't conform to his low-key style. But he couldn't just watch Konoha lose the war, and that would change the plot, let alone what he wanted to see. So Mo Nan immediately stood up and stood with the 3 generations. Master Hokage, leave it to me, Yakang. Mo Nan asked the 3 generations to fight. Chapter 72. 3 generations saw that Mo Nan stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, although he had doubts about whether Mo Nan could cope with Yakang. But at this time, it is difficult to ride a tiger. It is better for someone to stand up than no one, so he pretended to be calm and said something to Mo Nan's encouragement. Then Yakang will leave it to you, I believe you are strong enough to defeat her. The natural appearance not only made no one doubt it, but almost made Mo Nan really believe that he was a successor to the 3-generation arrangement. The ninjas of Konoha saw that someone had stepped up and cheered again. They didn't know that it was Mo Nan who took the initiative to step up to stabilize their military spirit. They thought it was really arranged by the 3 generations. Although Mo Nan has gained fame recently, he is actually a bit worse than Yakang, and far worse than the other 6 big bosses. Konoha Ninja also had some doubts about whether Mo Nan could fight with Naruto and other 3 adults, but since it was arranged by Naruto, it was absolutely fine. When the 4th generation Feng Ying saw another person walked out of the Konoha camp, his brows were slightly frowned. The 3rd generation of Hokage surely arranged for someone else, but how could he be a child? Although Luosha had seen Mo Nan's information and knew what he looked like, there was a distance between the two, and he could not see Mo Nan's face clearly. In addition, Mo Nan's dressing was not as exaggerated and iconic as the 3 of Hokage, so he didn't recognize it for a while. At this time, Cho leaned over and told Feng Ying, this kid is Mo Nan. After Cho heard that the poison she had studied for many years was cracked, she has been paying attention to Mo Nan. Therefore, she is more familiar with Mo Nan than the 4 generations of Feng Ying. Even if she is so far apart, she can recognize it at a glance. Oh! This kid is Konoha Dianguang. Luosha felt a little surprised and admired for the young Mo Nan who stood up to face them, the big men in the ninja world. Thinking of Mo Nan's information, he turned his head and said to Yakang. Then this kid will be handed over to you. I heard that his mother was killed by you. Today's battle between the 2 of you can be regarded as a duel of fate. Yakang glanced at Mo Nan with interest. He didn't expect that there was still this kind of hatred relationship between her and Mo Nan, but she had killed too many people, and she didn't even remember where Mo Nan's mother was. Number 1. Even Yakang, who was far away in other battlefields, had heard of Mo Nan Muya Dianguang's reputation, and knew that the companions of the Kingdom of Wind had suffered a great loss in Mo Nan's hands. But she heard that Mo Nan was only a 6 or 7-year-old child, and she couldn't help but sneer. No matter how good a child can go, she can only say that the guys in the Wind Kingdom battlefield are too wasteful. After receiving Feng Ying's order, Yakang could not imagine that she could focus on Mo Nan. Such a small child would be a headache for the entire Shasha Yin village, and she couldn't help but look down upon her. Seeing that Yakang didn't put Mo Nan in his eyes, Feng Ying reminded him a little, don't be paralyzed by Yakang. Although this kid is young, he is definitely not an ordinary person since he can be recognized by the old man from the third generation of Hokage. Don't be careful. The ship capsized in the gutter. Yakang, who was reminded by Feng Ying, quickly put away his contempt. After spending so many years in the shinobi world, Yakang certainly understood that there are many geniuses and monsters in this world that cannot be treated with common sense. Maybe Mo Nan is just like this. It may be extremely rare evildoers. Each of the 8 people mobilized their emotions and began to refine the chakras and was ready. As the atmosphere on both sides became more and more tense, the battle was about to start. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The 4 people on both sides rushed to each other like an arrow from the string at the same time, and found their opponents in an instant. The king faced the king against the generals, the 3 generations of old men faced the 4 generations of Feng Ying, and Zai Lai also faced the Shanghai Lao Zhang, and Da Shiwan was to deal with the Qiande, and the less experienced and capable Mo Nan and Yakang handed over. As the main general fought against each other, the ninjas of Konoha and Saiyan also started to work together as if they had received some signal. Suddenly, a large number of ninjutsu still flew together, intertwining in the air to form a rare sight. Mo Nan, who had never seen such a scene, was suddenly taken aback. Originally, when watching anime, the camera could only show part of it. It was the first time that he experienced such a grand scene personally. The feeling of helplessness that was originally forced to shoot, at this time actually followed a little bit of passion. Sanday and Jalaya have long been accustomed to such scenes, and they have not been affected in the slightest. Having already started fighting with their respective opponents, Mo Nan did not forget his enemy Yakang. He focused his attention on Yakang and found that she was also looking at him. Mo Nan didn't know much about Yakang, only that Yakang was a ninja who used Shao Dun. In the original book, she didn't appear in a few episodes, and she seemed to only use one ninjutsu trick Shining Dun over Steam Kill from beginning to end. Besides, she seemed to be good at physical skills. Has Yakang, a ninja of the blood heirloom, only developed such a trick? Mo Nan didn't believe it. The entire ninja world didn't have much information about fighting against the shining ninjas, and Mo Nan could only respond to changes with the sharp insight of the writing wheel. Mo Nan knew that Zhou Dun was probably a trick to use extremely high temperatures to evaporate the water in the opponent's body. In this case, Mo Nan made up his mind not to fight Yakang in close quarters. As long as she cools her searing escape with water in the distance, Mo Nan can be invincible. But because Mo Nan didn't have any ninjutsu that could decide the victory or defeat from a distance, his tactics that could kill him in one strike were basically required close hands. It would be difficult for him to defeat Yakang without being able to get close to Yakang. But Mo Nan didn't necessarily have to defeat Yakang. Mo Nan also felt that the Feng Ying trio on the opposite side should not be their opponents of the third generation. As long as he can hold Yakang for a while and wait for the third generation to gain an advantage, and even kill one of Shayan's side, Shayan will naturally re-emerge. Weigh whether to surrender to Konoha. As long as the plot returns to the right track, Yakang will soon be betrayed by the senior Shayan who wanted to negotiate with Wuyan, and died tragically under the sneak attack of the Wuyan ninja. It doesn't matter whether she can be killed at this time. While Mo Nan was thinking about how to deal with Yakang, Yakang was also considering ways to deal with Mo Nan, but unlike Mo Nan thought, she planned to keep Mo Nan here forever. Yakang recalled Mo Nan's information. The most terrifying thing about Mo Nan lies in the fast body skills brought by his strange thunder dance body art, and the horrible illusion art brought by the pair of 3 go-jade riding round eyes. In the case of illusion, Yakang only needs to be careful not to look at Mo Nan. This is not a difficult task for Yakang, who has experienced many battles. Yakang's fast posture also caused Yakang a headache. She couldn't let Mo Nan get close. Once she got close, she might not be able to beat Mo Nan's terrifying speed. But Yakang couldn't let Mo Nan get too far away from him, and it would be difficult to attack targets that were too far away because of the effect of Shao Dun. Thinking of this, Yakang immediately yelled from Jian, Shining Dun over Steam Kill. Suddenly several fireballs appeared, floating behind Yakang. This burning was not to kill Mo Nan but to protect himself. Once Mo Nan tries to get close to him, the small fireballs formed by these burning escapes will immediately evaporate the water in Mo Nan's body. But how to keep Mo Nan not too far away from him, Yakang had to think about it. Feng Ying said just now that this kid's mother died in her own hands. Perhaps this can be used. After thinking about it for a while, Yakang sneered and said to Mo Nan, I heard that your mother died in my hands. I'm really sorry. There are so many Konoha ninjas who died in my hands. I don't remember her. Who is it? The people killed by my burning dun must have died very miserably. Have you seen your mother's body? Is it particularly ugly that the whole body is steamed dry? Yakang, who had made up his mind, tried to use words to arouse Monan's anger and hatred towards him, and let him take the initiative to attack him. Chapter 73. However, Monan's performance after listening to her surprised Yakang, and Monan also sneered and calmly said to Yakang, "If you want to use this naive method to disturb my thoughts and interfere with my calm judgment, I am afraid you will be disappointed." Seeing that Monan was unmoved and saw through his plan at a glance, Yakang was bitter in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, "You nasty little devil is really cold and ruthless. You don't care about your mother's death. You see the enemy and still have no mood swings. Your words are serious. Although my mother is a medical ninja, she is also Konoha's ninja. It is an honor to die for the country. Moreover, it is normal to sacrifice in wars. Even if she does not die in your hands, she may die in the hands of others. It was sad to hear the news at the time, but I will not resent you for this matter. Instead, as a senior ninja, I also admire your prestige, Yakang-senpai." Yakang was really shocked by Monan's mentality after hearing Monan's words. Monan was right. Ninjas always follow orders, and Yakang is no exception. She is not a person who likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Although she does not remember who Monan's mother is, she must have been killed during the mission on the order of her superiors. It stands to reason that Monan really shouldn't resent her. This is the war, not the personal hatred of the two. But it's easy to say. If the average person truly knows whose hands their loved ones died, how can they completely ignore personal hatred? But Monan was able to do it. Not only did he not care about Yakang being the one who killed his mother with his own hands, but also spoke admiring words for her from the perspective of a ninja. Yakang had never suspected that Monan had deliberately said these words, because it made no sense for Monan to lie to her. Yakang had never seen a person like Monan in his life. No wonder he was able to make a name for himself at the age of 6 years old. The overall outlook and mentality were incredible. In fact, Monan did not have any hatred against Yakang in his heart. Unlike the people in the shinobi world, he received a good education in his previous life and lived in a world where everyone pursues a happy life. Although there were occasional small frictions in the previous world, resulting in such hatred and misunderstandings. But in most wars, it is difficult to distinguish such things from right and wrong, and Monan can still understand it. If it was the personality of the original Uchiha Nan, he might actually have a great hatred of Yakang. But after Monan's personality awakened, he had already put down all the hatred remaining in his memory. Monan couldn't talk about hating Yakang, but it would not be enough to say that he admired her. There are not many people in the ninja world who make Monan admire. Of course, the few of them do not include this Yakang who has not played a few times in the original book. Monan did say this deliberately, but he didn't say it to Yakang, but to the 3 generations of Hokage next to him. Because he just discovered that the 3-generation-old man seemed to keep his eyes on his side intentionally or unintentionally. In order to make the people of Konoha more trust in himself as the Uchiha clan, Monan has been working hard to build himself into a person with a great personality beyond ordinary people. What a broad mind should a person who can be friends with others who are not in common with him, and what kind of person can be more trustworthy than such a person? Monan Yu Guang glanced around and found that the 3rd generation of Hokage took a look at his side after saying this. Monan knew that the 3 generations had heard his words and he didn't waste their efforts, so he continued to talk to Yakang. "I heard that you are a very beautiful and powerful female ninja, and a responsible person and a good teacher. I respect such people the most. If it weren't for our 2 countries being at war, maybe we could become friends. So stop talking about nonsense, and directly attack Senior Yakang, and we will have a fair match." Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After that, Monan glanced at the 3rd generation Hokage next to him again with Yu Guang, and found that the 3rd generation Hokage nodded in satisfaction with his direction. It seems that the 3 generations heard it, and Monan was secretly happy. The 3 generations knew about the grudge between Monan and Yakang, because they worried that Monan would be dazzled by the hatred and impulsively shot. "I am afraid that he is not the opponent of Zhoudun Yakang. So I kept focusing on him, and wanted to say that Monan could help me out when he was in danger, but I didn't expect to hear what Monan and Yakang said." Monan's remarks raised his evaluation in the hearts of the 3 generations to another level. 3 generations originally thought that Monan was an excellent candidate who could stabilize the internal harmony of the village, but now it seems that Monan's potential is more than that. Monan with such a mind might have great achievements that he could not even imagine. 3 generations of such a talent vowed to train him well. It is not only 3 generations who pay attention to Monan, but Deshimaru also wants to see what progress his disciple has made during this time. Hearing Monan's shocking remarks, I sighed that I was worthy of his optimistic disciple, and his thoughts and ideas were different. If he was only an assistant, he would be a little bit awkward. How could such a Monan consider Hokage so important as such a group of laymen, and he should put all his energy on the investigation of the truth? It seems that he is still relatively young and has a narrow vision. When Monan grows up, he will definitely understand his views better. Coupled with his own guidance, he will definitely become his best partner in the pursuit of truth. Even the fourth generation of Feng Ying found that after the third generation was constantly distracted and focused on Mo Nan, he couldn't help but pay attention to Mo Nan again. He also had to hear Mo Nan's words and couldn't help but sigh. This Konoha Dianguang is indeed an excellent ninja like no other before, but it is a pity that such talent belongs to Konoha and not their Saiyan. Mo Nan's words also made Yakang admire Mo Nan very much, and Mo Nan actually knew that she was a responsible teacher. This shows that Mo Nan's words of admiring her before are indeed true, and Yakang thinks that he does cherish his disciples very much. Now that Yakang saw that Mo Nan was basically a child the same age as his own disciple, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed for the despicable behavior he had just said before. At the moment, I also smiled and responded to Dao Mo Nan. If you are a junior, you should do it first. In that case, I'm not welcome. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Mo Nan instantly separated 10 shadow clones and rushed towards Yakang. Mo Nan was afraid of Yakang's burning and did not plan to approach Yin Yakang with his body, but the shadow clone was still possible. After the 10 clones surrounded Yakang from all directions, 2 of them were ignited with lightning speed and unique Lei Dun Chakra, and their bodies flashed immediately, as if they were distorted quickly. Good to come. Yakang roared, Zhao Dun oversteam kill. The fireballs originally suspended behind Yakang gathered together and suddenly expanded, and the surrounding air was instantly heated. The 2 shadow avatars were burned by the hot air just when they approached Yakang, turning into smoke and disappearing. However, this is not over yet. The big fireball sent a more terrifying high temperature. The remaining shadow clones that were relatively far away from Yakang were also affected, exploding and disappearing instantly like the previous 2. After clearing Mo Nan's shadow clone, Yakang's ninjutsu hadn't ended yet, and the big fireball split into small fireballs and continued to sweep towards Mo Nan's body. However, Mo Nan's local speed was faster than Ying's clone, and when he found the fireball approached him, he turned around and avoided. Mo Nan stretched the distance beyond Zhou Dun's attack range, and the fireball formed by Yakang's oversteaming and killing could not be maintained and turned into a breeze to disappear. The first round of the match between the 2 sides did not cause any damage to the other side. Mo Nan and Yakang stood still, ready to start the second round of the battle. Chapter 74. Seeing that Mo Nan didn't suffer when he fought Yakang, the third generation finally felt relieved and began to concentrate on fighting the fourth generation Feng Ying Luosha. Just now, because of distraction on Mo Nan's side, the 3 generations couldn't let go of their hands and feet for a while, and suffered a small loss under the fourth generation of Feng Ying, and now they are fully focused and immediately gain the upper hand. The current 3 generations are only 50 years old and can be said to be in their prime. They are much stronger than the old 3 generations when the plot began more than 10 years later. The 3 generations of hands quickly Jian took a deep breath at the same time, and used the Fire Dung Fire Dragon bullet. Immediately spit out a flaming fire dragon from the mouth of the 3rd generation. But this is not over yet. The 3 generations of hands continued to seal their hands, and another escape technique was used, Wind Escape Breakthrough. Combination Ninja Wind, Fire, and Dragons Combat. The wind assisted the fire, and the fire dragon that absorbed the power of the wind became stronger, and also produced a hot air current, flying away with an unstoppable force of 4 generations of wind shadows. Feng Ying is not to be outdone. Magnetic Escape Placer Gold Wall. A defensive wall that resembled a dirt flow wall appeared in front of Feng Ying, but it was made of dust, which made it even more defensive. But the 3 generations of ninjutsu were not so easy to defend. The 3 generations used a combination of wind and fire, instead of using the soil, which they are better at. It is because the magnetic escape of the 4 generations of Feng Ying was formed by using Fengdan plus Leiden changes, and basically it is still mainly based on Fengdan. In the 5 elements of ninja world, fire can restrain the wind, so the 3rd generation uses Feng Ying to strengthen the power of the fire to break through the magnetic escape of the 4th generation of Feng Ying. The fire dragon slammed its head against the gold dust wall, and the gold dust was affected by the heat of the fire wind, and the chakra in it became disordered. There was a flaw in the original solid Aventurin wall, and the fire dragon also took the opportunity to break through the defense and drilled out of the gap in the Aventurin. Although relying on the attributes and the restraint to gain the upper hand, after all, the combined ninjutsu is still not as good as the blood inheritance limit. After breaking through the defense of the sand wall, the speed and power of the fire dragon have been greatly reduced. The 4th generation Feng Ying, who found that his defense was defeated, easily passed the little attack left by the 3rd generation of ninjutsu. This wave of 4 generations of Feng Ying has suffered a small loss, and he has already suffered a loss in the hands of the 3 generations of old men in the physical fight just now. Unexpectedly, in ninjutsu, who possessed the limit of blood inheritance, would actually be slightly inferior to the 3 generations of Hokage without blood. Although the combination of ninjutsu is powerful, it is very difficult to use it. It requires a very fast speed of not printing so that the latter ninjutsu can catch up with the previous one. It also needs to instantly change the nature of chakra and make the 2 skills cooperate with each other. Most combined ninjutsu is done by 2 people or ninjas and their own psychic beasts. At present, the ninja world can complete combined ninjutsu on its own, only 3 generations. Although the name of the strongest Naruto is a bit misnomer on the 3 generations, at present, as the 3 generations of Naruto of the strongest forbearance village in the world, the 3 generations of Naruto in the world can be said to be the well-deserved number 1 master in this world. Even if Monan drove the eternal Kaleidoscope to drive Suzuo Gundam, it may not be 100% able to defeat the 3 generations at this time. Even if Uchiha Madara, who was hidden in the dark, came out again, he could not be the opponent of the current 3 generations, who is already that old. After losing consecutively, Luo Xia found that he might be difficult to be a 3rd generation opponent on the ground. He has another advantage, that is air superiority, because he can fly in the sky with magnetism. The 4th generation Feng Ying immediately summoned a Tuo of Jinsha to lift himself up and fly in the air, so that the 3rd generation of Hokage's attack would be difficult to hit him. At the same time, Feng Ying controlled the dust on the ground to continuously harass and attack for 3 generations, but they were all avoided by the 3 generations with flexible skills. Without Feng Ying himself dealing with the 3 generations on the ground, the long-range attacks of gold dust would not pose too much threat to the 3 generations. 3 generations discovered that Feng Ying flew into the air to avoid his own attack, so naturally he would not wait to die. Psychic Art Ape Demon King. Along with a burst of smoke, the Ape Demon King, known as the strongest psychic beast, appeared. Ape Demon, directly become a diamond rod. 3 generations immediately commanded like the Ape Demon King. The Monkey Demon saw the surrounding scene and knew what kind of tense situation was right now, and without much nonsense, he immediately turned into a thick black iron rod, which was the King Kong Wishful Rod. The Ape Demon King is not only the most powerful psychic beast of the 3 generations, but also his strongest endurance tool. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The Ape Demon King who turned into a diamond rod is extremely sturdy, and has the ability to grow bigger and smaller. This is obviously the ability of the Monkey King's wishful golden hoop that Kishimoto Shanzai built. The 3rd generation held the diamond rod and pointed in the direction of the 4th generation Feng Ying. Extend it wishful stick. The diamond rod turned into by the Monkey Demon instantly stretched to attack the 4th generation of Feng Ying. The speed of the diamond rod was very fast, and this speed itself would form sufficient destructive power. But the 4th generation of Feng Ying floating freely in the air is so easy to stop fighting. He knows the 3rd generation of Naruto very well, that he has long known that there is a very powerful psychic beast in the 3rd generation called the Ape Demon King, who has the ability to become a stamina. When he saw the Ape Demon King appeared, he was prepared for the attacks of the 3 generations, and easily avoided the diamond rod. But how can the 3 generations not know that it is not easy to be hit by the opponent in such a straightforward way? This stick is just the beginning. Subsequently, the 3 generations of manipulation of the King Kong Wishful Rod continuously elongated and shortened, and in conjunction with the movements of the hands, immediately formed countless shadows of the sticks and enveloped the 4 generations of wind shadows. 4 generations of Feng Ying couldn't dodge and was almost swept by 2 sticks, and quickly flew higher to avoid the fierce offensive of the 3 generations of Qi. Seeing Sandai stopped attacking Feng Ying and smiled triumphantly. No matter how powerful you attack, what if I fly so high you can't hit me, but I can attack you freely with dust in the air. Magnetic Escape Dust Rain. Feng Ying used a large amount of dust to form a large number of fine needles to attack the sky for 3 generations, but was completely blocked by the 3 generations of diamond rods that quickly waved. Even if it is flying in the sky, the less powerful Feng Ying can't help the 3 generations of Hokage on the ground. But at the same time, it is difficult for the 3 generations to attack the wind shadow flying in the sky on the ground. But the 3 generations were not in a hurry. He looked at Luo Xia flying in the sky and sneered, turning around and rushing to Shayan's camp. Since I can't hit you, then I will go and hit other people in your village. The Art of Multiple Shadows Clone. 5 exactly the same 3 generations of Naruto suddenly rushed into the camp of the Sandy Ninja. Bullying these ordinary ninjas with Naruto's strength is as simple as trying to get something from the bag, and for a while, the sand endures heavy casualties. Feng Ying was also delighted to see this scene. You can slaughter our sand ninja, can't I slaughter your Konoha ninja? Magnetic Escape Jinsha Waves. Feng Ying puts both hands together. The gold dust that had attacked the 3 generations of Feng Cage on the ground was once again used, forming huge waves that continuously rolled and killed Konoha ninjas' camp. The Konoha ninjas were hard to deal with, and they yelled for countless deaths and injuries. The battle between Naruto and Feng Cage instantly changed from a duel between the two to a faster speed at which ordinary ninjas slaughtered each other. 3 generations heard the movement of Konoha here and did not respond to defense, but continued to separate more shadow clones to speed up the slaughter of Sand Ninja. War originally meant sacrifices. He believed that every Konoha ninja came to the battlefield and was prepared to never return. And the 3 generations are confident that they have more resources for Konoha to train ninjas than Cheyenne. Such consumption Konoha can barely afford. Feng Ying must be more distressed for the death and injury of his Cheyenne village ninja than him, and she will definitely not be able to stand a fair fight with herself first. Sure enough, Feng Ying, who had slaughtered a lot of Konoha ninjas, calmed down, and found out after thinking about it. This is really a disadvantage to his own party, so he hurriedly stopped and flew back to land on the ground. Regardless of the outcome, he had better fight the 3 generations on the ground. Otherwise, even if they can win this war, if a large number of elite ninjas of Sa die in the hands of 3 generations, their future life will be difficult. As soon as Feng Ying landed, it happened to be in the 3rd generation's plan, and the 3rd generation immediately gave up to continue to slaughter Sharen and turned his head to attack Feng Ying. It can kill a wind shadow, and no matter how much it kills, it is useful in ordinary sand. Chapter 75. Feng Ying, who fell back to the ground, fought with the 3 generations again. Without air superiority, he was really at a disadvantage again, and he was crying in his heart. But in order not to lose too much of the murder, he can only support it with difficulty. Now Feng Ying can only hope that the 2 consultants and Yakang can achieve some excellent results. On the other side, Osameru and Jiraiya were also fighting with Sane's 2 advisors, Irizo. Cho was fighting in full swing, and the battle had already reached a very intense moment. It was Ilao Zhang who was at war with Jiraiya. Ilao Zhang himself was known for his strategy, he was a spy-type ninja, and his combat effectiveness was not that strong. It stands to reason that he is far from being an opponent of Jiraiya who is good at fighting. But Ilao Zhang, who has been engaged in espionage for many years, is extremely clever and clearly understands Jiraiya's intelligence. He knew Jiraiya's various abilities, and with his excellent adaptability, he could barely make a few moves with Jiraiya. But Ilao Zhang knew in his heart that he was only temporarily relying on his knowledge of Ji Lai to narrow the gap between the 2. After a long time, Ji Lai also understood his methods, and I am afraid that he will be defeated. Ilao Zhang's current thinking is the same as that of the 4th generation Feng Ying, which is to delay the time and hope that his companions in other directions can gain an advantage. Jilla didn't know how Ilao Zhang's combat effectiveness was, but after fighting for a while, he also discovered that the combat effectiveness of this predecessor who moved the entire ninja world was actually quite average. It's just that this person is very slippery, and he has to grasp the timing at the right time, and he can always succeed when Jilla thinks he must win. Jillada also gradually became aware of Ilao Zhang's routines. His methods were gradually no longer novel in his own place. Victory was in sight. While fighting the 4th generation Feng Ying, the 3rd generation still had enough energy to observe the situation in other places around, and was surprised when they found that the situation in Jilei was also good. He has an advantage here, and Jilei also has an advantage. Now Monan also looks evenly matched, and it is not clear how he will develop in the future. However, the strength of Monan and Yakang was not enough to have much impact on the battle. So now it depends on what's going on the Dashimaru side. If Dashimaru can also defeat Cho, Konoha's high-end combat power will completely crush Cheyenne. This can definitely be a big blow. The morale of the opposite San Shinobu, Konoha will win this battle. Cho is not as easy to deal with like Ilao Zhang. In addition to the horrible poison-making ability that Cho has shown before, he is also the #1 puppet master of Cheyenne. Owning the best masterpiece of the original puppet master Yoemin, there are 10 people near Song. Each of the 10 people in Jinsong is an extremely good puppet, and even if the 10 ninjas are together, they must avoid the edge for the time being. Cho knew how powerful Lengjun-Yuan was, and he had already used his most powerful means a long time ago. Under the control of Cho, the 10 people of Jinmatsu showed their magical powers and attacked Ashimaru. As the commander of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, Ashimaru has also fought against many elite sand-hidden puppet masters. He knows that there are some excellent puppet masters who can control multiple puppets at the same time, but like Cho, each finger can control 1 puppet. It is the first time that one person can control 10 puppets. Although Jinsong 10 people are powerful, he still can't make Ashimaru unable to deal with it. He is the best at dealing with multiple enemies. Dozens of large snakes appeared behind Ashimaru after a burst of smoke from the psychic art, each of which was 10 to 20 meters long. These are the psychic beasts carefully cultivated by the Ashimaru for a long time, and it is believed that the dozens of large snakes should be enough to cope with the thousands of people in Jinsong. Sure enough, the Great Snake and the Jinsong 10 people fought and formed a stalemate in an instant. Although a single big snake is not as powerful as Cho's Jinsong 10 people. But gathering in groups of 3 or 5, coupled with the support of many strange ninjutsu from Onoshimaru, caused a lot of trouble to Cho unexpectedly. Each of the 10 people in Kinsong has unique ninjutsu and weapons, but these are basically used to deal with humans. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Each of the big snakes in the Ashimaru is very large, and the speed is very fast. It is difficult for Cho to hit the vitals of the big snake. If it didn't hit the key point, it would not be easy to have any impact on the giant snake with the weapons of the 10 people. The puppet Ashimaru, who saw Otokai control for 1,000 generations, felt that he had a chance to win. 1,000 generations of puppets need to be distracted and manipulated, but their own giant snakes can fight on their own. The puppet master was originally not good at close combat. As long as he rushed to Kyande, the old lady puppet master was definitely not his opponent. Seeing Ashimaru rushing towards her, Cho also understood Ashimaru's intentions. Of course, she couldn't let Ashimaru rush to her. A good puppet master must be prepared for this situation. Cho temporarily gave up his manipulation of the 10 people of Jinsong, and pulled out a seal scroll from behind. Cho unlocked the seal and summoned a large number of venomous hidden weapons, sprinkling them on the ground around him, trying to use this method to temporarily stop the footsteps of Yuan. After that, she reconnected to the chakra line in an instant, regaining control of the 10 people in Jinsong. Cho did this in the instant that the Orokai who had caught the Ashimaru didn't attack, and a set of actions went down and flowed, and we can see that the first puppet master of Cheyenne was definitely not in vain. As expected, Yuan was blocked by Qianday's hidden weapons and did not dare to move forward, but he sneered and thought, "It's naive to rely on what effect these pediatrics can play." Although Ashimaru's body stopped, his neck suddenly stretched to a point that ordinary people could not imagine, and then spit out a sharp sword at Cho from one mouth. It turned out that Ashimaru had already completed its own software transformation at this time. He had wanted to give this trick to Monan, but because of this he needed a certain amount of surgical modification on his body. The healer did not treat himself, and it was impossible for Monan to perform the operation on himself. He didn't trust Yuan so much, so he shied away. Even Cho, who has been in the ninja world for many years, has never seen such an anti-human ninjutsu. In addition, the puppet master herself is not good at dealing with attacks directly directed at her. She didn't seem to know how to react for a moment, and she stretched out her right hand to block it. The smile in Yuan's eyes was more intense. How could the physical mortal fetus block her Kusanara's sword? This old lady was really dizzy. He seemed to have seen the sight of Cho being pierced by his own Kusanara's sword. But if Cho were so easily killed, wouldn't it be a waste of nearly 60 years? Just as the sharp sword was about to stab her at the cutting edge, Cho's right hand stretched out suddenly opened, and a shield made up of chakra appeared, blocking the Kusanara's sword. If Monan were here, you would find that Cho used her signature puppet ninjutsu machine light shield seal. At this time, Cho had already completed the transformation of some of the puppets on his right hand. Just now, Ashimaru suddenly launched an unexpected attack, and Cho was also shocked in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, there is such a terrible ninjutsu in this world. She quickly recalled the 10 people of Jinsong to guard her side, and would not give Ashimaru a chance to approach her. Oh no, Shimaru was also surprised when he saw Cho's transformation of his right hand. But he didn't have the slightest interest in puppet art, and he didn't want to grasp the thoughts of Cho's research. It seems that Ashimaru will not be able to solve the battle for a while, but the overall situation on the field is quite favorable for Konoha. Both the 3rd generation of Hokage and the 4th generation of Fukage have noticed this. Just when Cheyenne's situation was in jeopardy, a person in the Cheyenne village camp showed a slight change. A strange chakra burst out of his body, which appeared extremely prominent even among the many ninjas on the court. Monan, who had a keen perception, discovered it all at once. Chapter 76. This man is an old monk. He can't help but sigh when he sees that his side seems to have fallen. He remembered the order he had received before. If the situation of the war is unfavorable for Cheyenne, he must use the hidden power in his body to help the village win the final victory. In this way, I was an old monk who had been imprisoned for his entire life, but was brought here by a member of the sealing class of Cheyenne village. If possible, he really didn't want to release the monster in his body. But if the situation in Cheyenne village is really bad, it is impossible for him to watch his village lose the war. Even if he didn't want to, I'm afraid I can only let go of that terrible existence. The monk had been observing the situation on the field, hoping that it would be better if Cheyenne's situation was okay, and he didn't need to use that power. But Feng Ying and Yi Laozhang are both at a disadvantage, and the victory of the other two cannot be seen for the time being. This almost made him lose his mind, causing the monster in his body to release a little bit of power. He quickly stabilized his mind and continued to suppress the monster. It was not yet the critical moment, and it was not the time to let him out. Monan didn't care too much about deciding the victory or defeat with Yakang here, and was always paddling while fighting with her. Monan avoided Yakang's attack by virtue of his excellent observation ability and his flexible skills. Because he didn't need to be distracted to plan how to attack, he seemed quite comfortable under Yakang's attack. There is still the strength to keep the perception ability on and observe the situation on the entire battlefield. After Monan found that Konoha's situation was very good, he nodded with joy in secret. It seems that as long as this situation continues, Konoha village will surely win. At that time, the plot will also be on the right track, and he does not need to keep Konoha's ability to play a greater role, and can continue to hold on to himself in a low-key manner. But just when Monan thought that Konoha would win the war with such smooth sailing, he suddenly felt a strange chakra burst out of Cheyenne's camp. It's just that the time is very short, so short that Monan thought it would be his own illusion. This is the old monk who was not careful just now, lost his mind and lost the suppression of the monster in his body. The monster broke out chakra. But the old monk reacted quickly, and the monster that was soon suppressed again caused Monan to lose his senses. The chakra that Monan perceives at this moment is huge. He has never felt such a chakra in any other place. Before Mo-nan felt that the person with the strongest chakra was Tsunade, who had the lineage of the Senju and Uzumaki clan. But the power he had just felt was countless times stronger than Tsunade, and it was definitely not a power that humans could have. Mo-nan thought that if it was not his own illusion, then there is only one possibility of having such a chakra existence, and that is Xiaoyun's human pillar power. Thinking of this possibility, Mo-nan's mood was agitated, revealing a flaw for a moment, and he was almost injured by Yakang. Fortunately, Mo-nan refocused and escaped Yakang's attack at the very moment, and separated a large number of shadow clones to haunt her. Taking advantage of the smoke from the shadow clone to block Yakang's vision, Mo-nan used the soil to escape to the ground, and then found a hill that no one had noticed and drilled out again. Looking at Yakang, who was temporarily dragged by the shadow clone, Mo-nan could finally start to look for the chakra that scared him just now. Mo-nan opened the writing wheel and took a closer look in the direction where he had just sensed chakra. Although Xuanyun's telescopic vision was not as good as that of White Eyes, it was enough for Mo-nan, who was standing on a high place, to see a lot of things. Mo-nan took a closer look and soon found a special person. Every ninja on the battlefield is fighting with the enemy, but there is one exception, an old monk. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Not only that, but the ninjas around him did not participate in the Konoha ninja battle, but guarded him tightly. Like protection and alert, this abnormal phenomenon attracted Mo-nan's attention. As soon as Mo-nan saw the old monk who was protected by these people, he immediately recognized this person. Fragment, isn't he the same person who was before Gaara? Mo-nan's eyes narrowed. Although the character of the frame only played less than a minute in the original work, he was able to leave a deep impression. He was called a character very similar to the Six Immortals by Izuo Morozuru. The framing left a deep impression on Mo-nan, but shouldn't he be imprisoned by Xiaoyun? How come to the battlefield? Xiaoyun is not afraid that Xiaohe suddenly loses control and spreads to their own people. Because of the innate ability to suppress a guard crane, the guard crane was sealed in the body of the frame from birth. And he was imprisoned by Feng Yingshaman, who was dedicated to weaponizing the tail beast at the time. In the original book, he seems to have been imprisoned to death and never left Shashayin village. The sand-hidden village in the original plot has not used the tail beast. It may be because of the poisonous cho in the original work that caused a huge loss to Konoha. By the time Tsunade worked out the antidote, Konoha had already suffered a lot of casualties, and Xiaoyun was not forced to use the tail beast at the time. In this life, because of Mo-nan, Konoha and Sandian are in a decisive battle, and Konoha's strength is stronger than in the original book. Therefore, the Sand who understood this point was unable to do anything. Under the situation of breaking the boat, she decided to send the force of the man who guarded the crane to the battlefield as a backup method. I have to say that Sane is indeed a bit foresight, although they ambush a large number of elite ninjas and their 4 masters here in Kikyo Mountain. But I didn't expect Konoha to send more powerful troops, and Hokage and his 2 disciples also took action. The combatants on both sides seemed to be better than Konoha. At this time, the power of Ichimu Shaojuru might become their only hope of turning defeat into victory. When Mo-nan saw characters who were not in the original book appear here, he could more or less guess that everything must be related to the changes he brought, which made him a little anxious. Although the current frame doesn't seem to have any intention to do anything, the battle becomes more intense after a while. When Xiaoyun village was gradually unable to support it, even if he didn't want to do it, he had to do it. The people next to him should have this effect, Mo-nan guessed. Mo-nan's guess was correct, and the senior management of Xiaoyun was worried that the frame was unwilling to release Xiaohe in his body. At this time, this group of people would press the frame to Konoha's side, forcibly unlocking the seal, so that Xiaojuru could break free to massacre Konoha ninjas. Kazuo Morozuru is good at sealing art and is not aggressive. If it is normal, Sandei and Jiraiya Ashimaru are enough to suppress Morozuru. But at this moment, they are fighting fiercely with opponents that are almost equal to them. They can't get out of them at all. If the tail beast rages on them, it may be difficult for them to control Xiaohe. At that time, follow the many Naruto passage routines that Mo-nan has seen. 8 achievement is that as the protagonist of the Traverser, he has no choice but to make a move. Then, in order to defeat Xiaohe, he used the Kaleidoscope that he had hidden for a long time and easily defeated Xiaohe. However, Uchiha Madara and Kurozuit were also eyeing on that lurking in the dark, which caused a lot of trouble since then. This is what makes Mo-nan, who has always believed that Bailang's low-key development is king, is very unwilling. He will never make a move. Even if he does, he can't make a move in his own capacity. Mo-nan looked at Yakang, who was still being dragged by the shadow clone over there, because he didn't know how long it would take him to find the source of that strange chakra. His order to the shadow clone was to hold yet as long as possible. Warehouse. Therefore, the shadow clone did not fight with Yakang, but constantly wrestled with her through rapid body skills. Yakang didn't realize that all those fighting with her were Mo-nan's shadow clones. In order to save chakra, she was still trying to find Mo-nan's body among the many shadow clones. The shadow clone would not dissipate for a while, and no one noticed where his body was. Mo-nan suddenly had a plan. Chapter 77. Zhao Dun oversteamed kill. Yakang used her signature ninjutsu again, and several small fireballs appeared out of thin air. Then it gathered into a big fireball and burst out a scorching air wave instantly, drying up the surrounding soil. The heat in the air is unevenly distributed due to the instantaneous high temperature, distorting what looks like through the air. However, this powerful and extremely terrifying move, which was displayed silently, was easily evaded by Mo Nan with extremely fast posture, and immediately drove to a safe distance. Damn, Yakang cursed secretly, this kid was too fast, and her Zhou Dun couldn't catch up with Mo Nan's body skills. Moreover, his shadow avatar technique was also very difficult. Yakang looked at the dozen shadow avatars left around Mo Nan. Yakang originally discovered that Mo Nan didn't dare to use his body to approach him and sent a shadow clone to him, but he secretly mocked. No matter how genius, there is not enough time to accumulate chakras. How long can Mo Nan last for such tricks that consume chakras like the shadow clone? Then Yakang began to continuously destroy Mo Nan's shadow clone, waiting for Mo Nan chakra to consume almost enough to defeat Mo Nan easily. But it seems that Mo Nan was also aware of this. After she destroyed some shadow clones, he also began to let the shadow clones use that kind of strange ninjutsu to avoid her attacks. In order to hold Yakang, Mo Nan's shadow clone is also very clever. Yakang starts to use the super speed force as soon as it approaches which clone, and turns off the super speed force after pulling the distance from Yakang. Although the speed force does not need to consume much chakras, it is also a big burden for the shadow clone. This can effectively save chakras. It took Yakang for a long time to destroy only a few of them. Now let's see that there are 15 of Mo Nan's clones on the field from the original 20. The gifted scholar has lost 14 in quantity, but his chakra has already consumed almost 13. If this goes on, his chakra may be consumed first. And as the number of shadow clones decreases, Mo Nan's remaining chakras will gradually gather on these remaining clones. Let them become closer and closer to the power possessed by the local body, and become more and more difficult to deal with. Yakang found that his method of consuming Mo Nan's clones didn't work, and each of Mo Nan's clones was too slick. The constant use of Zhou Dun was also a big burden for her, so she began to look around for Mo Nan's body again. According to usual experience, although the shadow clone imitates the personality of the body, if the average person does not have a good grasp of the shadow clone, he can still see a trace of sluggishness different from the body in his eyes, but this does not include Mo Nan. Mo Nan's shadow clone technique is very exquisite, and there is almost no difference between his clone and the main body. And because Yakang was afraid of Mo Nan's illusion, she didn't dare to look at the eyes of Mo Nan's shadow clones, and couldn't tell which was the main body. But in fact, Mo Nan had already left the battle with her at this moment, hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take action against the Shao'erhi that might appear. Yakura couldn't understand how, if ninjutsu is a very talented person, it is not impossible to spend a very short time to practice to the point of being quite clever. However, it takes a long time for chakras to cultivate and strengthen. Many people have cultivated for a lifetime and haven't cultivated much strong chakras. How did Mo Nan cultivate at a young age? He was not a member of the Maelstrom family, and he was born with a powerful chakra. What Yakang didn't know was that although Mo Nan didn't have the powerful body of the Uzumaki family, he had 3 combined spiritual energies and 2 chakras combined with the geniuses of the Uchiha family. Although his total amount of chakras is not too large, calculated according to the calculation unit Kakashi of chakras, it is probably only 2 cards. But Mo Nan's chakra recovers energy quickly from the mind and body. In addition, he also has the chakra that the eternal kaleidoscope constantly feeds back to him. Ninjutsu, which is displayed like a shadow clone to continuously consume chakra, can't separate out hundreds of clones like Naruto at once, but it's not a problem to maintain dozens of them. And at this time, Mo Nan's shadow clone also discovered that this Yakang really seemed to be only overkill, and there was no other burning ninjutsu as he had thought before. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. All Yakang's skills are all kinds of transformations of steaming to deal with battles in different situations. But in the eyes of Mo Nan's riding wheel, Yakang's surprise attack is meaningless. In fact, thinking about it, you can understand that the various types of ninjutsu in the ninja world are developed one by countless generations of ninjas. However, there are already very few ninjas who have the limits of blood succession, and naturally few ninjutsu have been developed. In the entire ninja world, Yakang may be the only one who holds the burning escape, and the fact that a person can develop a kind of ninjutsu in his entire life is already quite extraordinary. Not everyone is like the second generation Hokage, who can develop several forbidden techniques at will. Yakang was easily dragged by Mo Nan, and there was little hope of victory. In fact, the fundamental reason is that Mo Nan had already learned part of Yakang's information from the animation before. However, Yakang's knowledge of Mo Nan was quite limited, and he failed to seize the first opportunity in the battle with Mo Nan at the beginning, which led to a decline step by step afterwards. The original task of the main body for the shadow clone was only to drag Yakang, but after the clone found that Yakang's state had declined, he seemed to have a chance to kill her, and he had a new idea. It's better to just wait for Yakang's condition to drop again, and simply use a killer move to kill her. This shadow clone had such a plan, took a look at the main body's direction, and asked whether the main body had the same idea. Even at this distance, as long as the eyes are facing each other between the main body and the shadow clone, they can still communicate with their pupils. Monan's body was still hidden in this small hill that no one noticed. He used soil to hide most of his figure, only showing a pair of eyes. While observing the situation on the field, Monan was thinking about how he would deal with Xiaohe next. At this moment, he suddenly received a signal from the clone. After learning about the idea of the shadow clone, Monan pondered for a while, and felt it was over. He has other arrangements for Yakang. If he kills her directly, it may affect his future plans. After thinking about it, Monan's body showed a mean smile and gave some explanations to the shadow clone, allowing him to see the right time to cooperate with his plan. The shadow clone of Monan, who was arranged by the body, was also startled, but he didn't expect the body to have such a plan. The corners of his mouth were also tilted slightly, revealing a strange smile as the main body. That being the case, I couldn't show that Yakang had been crushing it all the time. On the contrary, I had to pretend to show a downward trend, so that everyone felt that Yakang could win. So Monan got the message from the shadow clone and passed what he knew to the other clones. The other clones also instantly understood the main body's plan. Afterwards, most of the avatars disbanded and disappeared, leaving only the remaining 5, and there was a slight ugly color on their faces, as if they were tired. Yakang immediately discovered that Monan's shadow clone, who had been harassing him with some painless attacks from a distance, suddenly disappeared, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Yakang watched Monan's expression while playing very careful not to look at Monan's eyes. Seeing the tired look on Monan's face, Yakang was slightly happy. Uchiha-nan, the kid chakra finally consumed almost, and it seemed that his chance to fight back had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Yakang bullied himself and launched a fierce attack on Monan's remaining 5 clones. And Monan's dodge afterwards is no longer so cool, it seems a bit reluctant. With 2 bangs, 2 more clones were quickly destroyed by Yakang, leaving only the last 3. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Monan, who has read the self-cultivation of actors 8 times in his previous life, wants to say something. Nobody know acting, better than. Chapter 78. As soon as Monan showed his ruin, he was discovered by the 3 generations of Hokage not far from him. However, he was not disappointed. In fact, Monan's ability to stand up to deal with Yakang was quite gratifying to the 3 generations. Originally, he did not expect Monan to defeat Yakang. Regardless of his victory or defeat, as long as he and himself can gain an advantage on the 2 disciples' side, it is enough. Regarding Monan's sudden disadvantage, the 3 generations did not suspect that Monan deliberately released the water, and Monan's current strength has quite surprised him. Originally, the 3 generations thought that Monan could hold Yakang for a while to stabilize the military's mind, and it was quite remarkable, but it was very unexpected for the 3 generations to be able to drag it to such a degree. Because of Monan's efforts, the 3 generations of the 3 generations were not disturbed by Yakang when their opponents fought. The advantages in strength and experience gradually increased, and the 3 big bosses of Sheyan were not far from defeat. Seeing Monan's side seemed to be unable to hold on for long, the 3rd generation of Hokage felt that they were about to speed up their pace to defeat the 3. So he secretly sent instructions to Jalea and Oshimaru, asking them to quickly defeat their opponents. First of all, Jalea was here. The original strength of Ilaozang was far from that of Jalea. Although he has had a few tricks with Jiraiya for the time being with his alertness, the gap in strength has become more and more obvious for how long it takes, and Ilaozang has begun to struggle with Jiraiya's attack. After receiving 3 generations instructions, Jalezang seized the moment when Ilaozang appeared to use psychic techniques. Bang! A huge burst of smoke appeared, and the smoke dissipated and the figure of a toad was revealed. This toad is very huge and has a height of several tens of meters. The Konoha and the Sandy ninja who are fighting underneath are in front of him, just like small insects. And this toad was wearing clothes that looked like a Japanese underworld boss, with a pipe in his mouth and a short knife on his back. He is Jiraiya, the big toad Wenta from Mayama Mountain Psychic. This is the most powerful psychic beast besides Mayama Mountain Toad Immortal. At the moment when Toad Wenta appeared, Jaleh jumped onto Wenta. It's been a long time since I saw Wentai. Jaleh also greeted the big toad first. Big Toad Wen looked at the white-haired wretched uncle standing on top of his head too. Oh, it turned out to be Jiraiya. What kind of enemy actually let you channel me out? Toad Wenta then glanced at Ilaozang who was watching him cautiously underneath, and couldn't help but sneered. Jaleh, you have regressed. Is this old man worthy of you to channel me out? Jaleh has long been accustomed to Wentai's attitude and doesn't care about explaining. Don't look at him like this, he is also one of Sheyan's best masters. In order to solve the battle quickly, I summoned you out. Next, we will try to solve him by one move. Wen Tai promised that because of the tacit understanding of fighting for many years, one person and one frog did not need to discuss the battle plan, and directly used the strongest combination of the two. Toad oil flare. Gillette also shouted with Wen Tai. Jalea spit out fire escape, and Wenta spit out a large amount of toad oil that is unique to Mayama Mountain. At the moment when the flames and frog oil converged, a huge flame column formed and attacked Ilao Zhang. Toad oil not only enhances the power of Jalea Wo, but also contains a lot of natural energy in toad oil, which also makes this trick possess the nature of fairy magic, and its power is very terrifying. The oil fire bomb ranged and quickly hit Ilao Zhang, who could not dodge, and a large fire wave was set off after the pillar of fire hit the ground. After the flame went out, a large area of scorched black appeared on the surface, leaving only a pile of mostly burnt ashes, and only a scorched wreckage. At the same time, Ilao Zhang appeared from another place and gasped for breath. As one of the three big bosses who played Cheyenne, Ilao Zhang was not so easily defeated. Ilao Zhang knew well about Zillet. He knew that the most terrifying thing about Zillet was the big toad he had summoned. After seeing Wen Tai came out, he had been on guard. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ilao Zhang is also a puppet master. He has 3 puppets. Although not comparable to his sister's Jinsong 10 people, they are all carefully designed by him. Ilao Zhang had just been controlling only 2 puppets who were fighting with Ji Lai yet, and the Ilao Zhang who was controlling the 2 puppets was actually just a puppet with his face. His body has been hiding not far away and used soil to sneak into the ground to manipulate it in secret. Although the toad oil fire bomb hit only the puppet of Ilao Zhang, the huge power and attack range of this technique not only completely destroyed his puppet, but also affected him. The ground nearby was extremely hot, forcing him to expose. He also smiled slightly when he saw Ilao Zhang coming out of his head, not surprising him. As an experienced ninja, how could Jile fail to find the people who have been fighting with him? They are not individuals at all. Using toad oil flame bombs, this huge attack range technique was to force the real Zhang who didn't know where he was hiding to show up. Puppet masters are not good at close combat, so they always try to hide their figure while fighting the enemy. Now that the real body of Ilao Zhang was forced to appear, he had to defeat a puppet and be destroyed, and 2 puppets damaged by Ilao Zhang were simply easy. There was no accident on Ashimaru. Although Cho was a senior ninja, he was already close to 60 years old. In addition, the rate of decline in female body functions is relatively fast. Cho's strength has long been weakened, not compared to the previous Second World War. Ashimaru, who made her name in World War II, is only in her 30s this year. She is still quite young, and it is also a time when she is quite experienced. At the beginning of the match, the two were evenly matched, and Cho's condition became worse and worse as time went on. As physical fitness drops, the whole person begins to breathe slightly, and the advantage of Dashiwan is getting bigger and bigger. Ashimaru is not a person who respects the old and loves the young, and Cho's display of fatigue is even more unreserved of offensive. Fortunately, Cho is a puppet master. Even if his own status drops, as long as the puppet is still intact, he can still fight. After almost losing the Ashimaru in close combat, because she was afraid of Oshimaru's endless weird ninjutsu, Cho kept the 10 Jinsong guards by her side. With this powerful combination of puppets left by the first generation of puppet masters, the switch from offensive to defensive was barely able to sustain it. However, the hands of the 1000 generations of puppets have obviously become slow, and there have been some obvious loopholes in the coordination between the puppets and the connection between the moves. Dashimaru also discovered this, and it will not take much time to defeat Cho. Jalea summoned Toad Wenta and directly defeated Ilao Zhang, giving Konoha Ninja great confidence. Hokage-sama and they are about to defeat Feng Ying. The big guys charge together. We will soon win. With a loud shout from no one, Konoha Ninja was encouraged to rush forward, and immediately defeated Shane. The oppression caused by Wen's huge size, and the decay shown by the 2 advisors and Feng Ying, greatly affected the momentum of the She hidden army. 3 generations saw this Yang Feng Ying Luo Sha sneered. It seems that you are about to lose. I don't know what else Master Feng Ying has to hide. If you have it, let it go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Feng Ying's face was solemn and did not answer, and she knew that a few people alone might have been unable to recover. Although it may be a little risky, it can only be used as a last resort. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Ying still believes that he must rely on the power of Shao'erhe to win the battle, so he made a signal behind him. At this time, the Sand Hidden Seal Squad, who was monitoring and protecting Amanjali, was instructed by Kaze Cage, and immediately moved towards Konoha Ninja with the frame. Fenfu saw Feng Ying's meaning, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, have you reached this point? Mo Nan, who had been paying attention all the time, understood the movements of Sheyan and the group. It seems that Shao'erhe will appear soon, and he must also be ready to take action. Chapter 79. Fenfu, who quietly reached the back of Konoha, unlocked the slumbering technique under the sign of the Seal Squad leader. He opened the bow without turning his head back, and he had already come here, even if he didn't want him to do so. The battlefield where the two sides fought was at the foot of Mount Kikyo, which was originally a desert environment that can be seen everywhere in the Kingdom of Wind. As the framing solved the false sleep technique and fell into a drowsiness, the other consciousness hidden in his body immediately regained consciousness. And as this consciousness gradually awakened, the sand at the foot of the battlefield seemed to be held up by an invisible force, and gradually gathered in the body of the blessing, causing a sandstorm. As the wind and sand gathered more and more, the speed of the gathering became faster and faster, and soon the two fighting parties discovered this anomaly. Konoha didn't know anything about this phenomenon, and thought it was the powerful ninjutsu used by the people of Shayak. Such an exaggerated scene made them frightened, and they quickly searched for the operator. They quickly discovered the silhouette of the person in the center of the sandstorm, and they wanted to kill this person as soon as possible to prevent him from using this kind of terrifying ninjutsu. But when Konoha tried to get close to the frame, he found that the windy sand around him was too strong for them to get close. And with the completion of ninjutsu, the surrounding sand seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Konoha ninjas couldn't break this force even using ninjutsu, and they could only watch this man complete ninjutsu. Unlike Konoha ninja, Sandyakura ninja can't help but feel a little scared of this familiar phenomenon. The release of Shao Crane was the decision of the senior management of SA Yin, and these ordinary ninjas were not informed. But Shinobu found that this phenomenon was happening on Konoha's side, and they understood the meaning of the higher UPS to some extent. Many of them have fought with the out-of-control Shao'er, knowing what this phenomenon means. He also clearly understood how powerful this terrifying monster Shao'er was. In order to weaponize Shao Crane's power into a sharp sword in his hand, Cheyenne Village has ventured to conduct a lot of research, which also caused Shao Crane to lose control several times. Every time in order to regain control of Shao'er, they have to pay a huge price of casualties. And now Konoha's people have to feel the fear they once felt, which can't help but make the morale of Cheyenne's low morale rise again. As long as Shao'er broke out on Konoha's side, they must allocate a large part of their energy to contain Shao'er, and their side would take the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Konoha's ordinary ninja didn't understand what this wind and sand meant, but he knew about the tail beast for the third generation of Naruto. Seeing this phenomenon, my heart trembled and I had a bad premonition. As the wind and sand accumulate more and more, the shape of the guard crane becomes more and more clear, and the roar of some kind of beast seems to be mixed in the sound of the howling wind. Finally, in a wild laugh, Shao'er's figure appeared completely, the huge latent brown civet cat, with a lot of mysterious spells on his body. His body is extremely large and much bigger than the Toad Bunta summoned by Lord Jiraiya. Konoha's ordinary ninja thought it was the spiritism of Shayakura village, and the appearance of Morizuru put tremendous pressure on them. Ha 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 ha, my uncle has finally come out. As soon as Shao'er appeared, he started to laugh wildly. It has been more than 10 years since he broke free and he was trapped. Today, he must have a big fight when he finally came out. As soon as Shao'er lowered his head, he saw a group of Konoha ninjas staring at him. The unknown is the most frightening thing. After Morizuru's figure fully appeared, although its huge size was very deterrent, the Konoha ninjas were not as scared as they were at the beginning. Since it was a physical enemy that could be dealt with, the Konoha ninjas quickly stabilized their positions and organized an offensive. With such a large body, there is no need to aim at all. Various kinds of ninjutsu are used from the hands of the ninjas who surround the guard crane in all directions to attack the guard crane. Shao he just appeared and didn't understand what was going on, so he was hit by the dense attacks. Although he was not injured, it also made him very painful. This made Morizuru, who had just gotten out of trouble and remained excited, suddenly became angry. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. The following little bugs are the ones who sealed him time and time again, so the furious Shaojuru would not distinguish the difference between Sane and Konoha. I immediately wanted to vent the humiliation I have suffered over the years. Shao'er took a deep breath and his stomach began to swell, and then he cried out strangely. Wind escape training air ammunition. Then Shaojuru patted his stomach, and a huge air cannon spit out from his mouth and smashed it at the Konoha ninja who was attacking it. As a tailed beast, Marozuru has a huge chakra, and the ninjutsu that he uses casually also has great power and a great range of attack. Konoha ninjas have never seen such a terrifying wind escape, and there is no way to dodge that a large number of ninjas are hit by air cannons in an instant. The high-pressure air exploded like a powerful cannonball, and the Konoha ninjas who were standing together in a dense crowd were suddenly emptied out of a large chunk. The ninjas next to them hadn't realized what was going on, they were splashed with blood, viscera and stumps from their teammates' mouths. Then there was a huge horror that burst out. Nine-tailed sealing technique was quite perfect and never lost control. This also made Konoha ninjas completely inexperienced in fighting with the tail. The bewildered Konoha ninja began to attack indiscriminately. 3 generations saw the scene here, which proved their conjecture, and said to Feng Ying in anger. Are you guys crazy? You actually sent the uncontrolled tail beast to the battlefield, so that you yourself will have a great sacrifice. Facing Hokage's question, Feng Ying sneered. It is inevitable to sacrifice for victory. Even if the tail beast is not sent, will the defeated Cheyenne have a good end? From the previous 2 world wars until now, Few countries have invested in tail beasts in wars, because ninjas rarely fight large-scale wars like this. Even if the tail beast is thrown in, it is only annihilating a small group of the opponent's troops. Afterwards, it will be very troublesome for them to reclaim it, and it will not be worth the loss. The second reason is that the tail beast is extremely difficult to control. When fighting, the enemy are not separated, and the two sides are entangled together. While annihilating the opponent, it will definitely bring a lot of loss to itself. Therefore, even if some villages have mastered the technology of controlling the tail beast, it is only a chakra that allows people to use a very small part of the tail beast. The seal will never be completely unlocked and the full body of the tail beast will appear on the battlefield. 3 generations did not expect that Cheyenne would be so crazy for victory, and he didn't even care about his own loss. It's no wonder that Cheyenne is so ruined. They live in areas with poor natural resources, and their lives have always been very difficult. With the 4th generation Feng Ying's ability to control alluvial gold, he became rich only after making a lot of money from gold panning. But this is the place where money was spent suddenly after the war began, and the little savings that had been accumulated were quickly used up. And they also got an order from the name of the Wind Nation, saying that if they lose the battle, they will cut their military expenditures, so that their life will be even more difficult. Therefore, this battle can only be won but not defeated, and no matter how great the price is paid. Therefore, the senior officials of Yin gave the order to throw the uncontrolled Xiao He into the battlefield that had not yet been weaponized. After secretly scolding Cheyenne and the group of people frantic, the 3 generations quickly thought of Xiaojia to stop him from slaughtering the Konoha ninja. But as soon as he acted, Feng Ying was aware of it in time, and chased him to haunt him. It is difficult for the 3 generations running on the ground to get rid of the 4th generation Feng Ying Luoxia flying in the air. The 3 generations couldn't get out of the body for a while, and could only watch Xiao He anxiously as the continuous ravages brought huge casualties to Konoha, with a look of regret on his face. Morizuru does not separate people, and while causing huge casualties to Konoha, he also lost a lot of losses because he was entangled with Konoha ninja. Feng Ying also felt a little pain in her heart, but there was a trace of joy in his heart when he saw the expression of the 3rd generation. From the beginning, the 3 generations of Hokage had an expression of everything under control, which made Feng Ying very uncomfortable. Now he finally saw the ugly look of the 3-generation old man, which made him feel a lot more comfortable. Chapter 80. Being dragged by the 4 generations of Feng Ying and unable to get away, the 3 generations hurriedly shouted. Jalaya, go and stop Xiao He. Like Sanday, Dashimara can't tell the outcome for a time, and it can't be spared. Only Zilaya had an absolute advantage over Ilao Zhang, and he summoned Big Toad Wenta, and it was absolutely impossible for Ilao Zhang to stop if he wanted to escape from the battle with Ilao Zhang. Even without 3 generations of orders, he still knows what he should do. With a supersized psychic beast, he is the best candidate to stop Xiao He. Immediately Jile put aside Ilao Zhang and let Toad Wenta bring him over to Xiao He. Wen Tai jumped up to a distance of tens of meters, and quickly disappeared in front of Ilao's hiding place. Ilao Zhang also thought about dragging Jiraiya as the 4th generation Feng Ying and his sister dragged Sanday and Ashimaru. But he couldn't catch up with Wenta Toad's speed at all, and thinking about Wenta's huge size, and looking at his 2 half-remaining puppets, he thought it was better. The big toad jumped 3 or 2 times and arrived in front of Xiao He, and Xiao He, who was slaughtering wantonly, also heard the huge movement of the arrival of the toad Wenta. Jile also solemnly ordered Wenta. This is Xiao He, one of the 9 big-tailed beasts. Even if it has only 1 tail, its ability is completely unimaginable. Be careful of Wenta. Wen Tai was also very cautiously staring at Xiao He. As Mayama Mountain's largest body and good at immortality, he also felt tremendous pressure on this monster who was much larger than himself. Moreover, the reputation of the 9 big-tailed beasts also made him have to gather his energy and concentrate all his attention. Wenta pulled out the one behind her, which for humans, was like a short knife like a tall building, and stood in front of her to guard against the crane. Drops of nervous sweat flowed from his huge chin, forming huge puddles on the ground. Xiao He squinted his eyes and looked at Wen Tai, and a scornful smile flashed in his eyes. It seems that there is finally a decent opponent. The following little bugs are not able to withstand a single blow. You Toad seem to be a little resistant to fight. Hearing that Xiao He said that he was Toad, Wenta was also annoyed, and immediately counterattacked unceremoniously. Then let me see how much Xiao He is the weakest among the 9 big-tailed beasts. Xiao He was the most taboo of others, saying that he was the weakest of the 9 big-tailed beasts, so he quit at the time, and angrily explained. UBD knows a fart, the tail beast doesn't judge its strength by the number of tails. You ignorant stupid toad is so annoying to me. I must smash your body into pieces and practice empty bullets. Xiao He patted his stomach, and another air cannon hit Wen Tai. Jalaya has also been alert to Xiao He and hastened to remind Wen that Wen is too fast to flash, Wenta's reaction is not too slow to jump up and avoid Xiao He's air training bullet, and even backhand slashes at Xiao He's head. Xiao He smiled disdainfully, he didn't even bother to hide from such an attack. Xiao He lightly raised his hand and grabbed Wenta's short knife. The blade of the short knife couldn't even cut the skin on his palm. Then Maro's Yuru slammed backwards, along with the short sword and Fumita, tens or hundreds of meters behind him, almost crushing a large ninja of Konoha and Sandan ninja. Wen Tai, who was thrown away, reacted in time to control his balance in the air and landed with his feet on the ground, but the short knife in his hand was dropped at some point. Feeling the sensation coming from his hands, Wen Tai was awe-inspiring in his heart, as he deserves to be a tail beast, he has such great power. Not only did he not injure Xiao'erhe, but Xiao'erhe's counter-attack actually made him unable to catch his short knife. Wen Tai just stood still and heard a loud voice from Xiao'erhe, "Wind escape training empty bombs." Bang, bang, and bang, 3 rounds of air training bullets came to Cheon too. Wen Tai just stabilized her body and it was too late to dodge again. In a hurry, Jian could only use ninjutsu to counter-attack. Water-done iron cannonballs. 2 water cannonballs greeted Xiao'erhe's attack. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. With 2 loud noises, 2 water cannon shells collided with 2 air cannons. A large amount of water splashed around like a storm, swept over half of the battlefield, and poured a lot of ninjas who were fighting Konoha and Sa Yin. Suddenly from the intersection, the unblocked air training bullet still struck Wen Tai. Wen Tai couldn't dodge as much as the huge air cannon hit, and along with Gillette on his body, he was shot out dozens of meters. When Ji Lai recovered from the shock, he quickly cared. "It's okay, Wen Tai." Wen Tai stood up again and touched her chin, feeling the sharp pain on her chin. "Damn. I didn't react for a while and got a shot. There are so many chakras in this wind escape, even I can't stand it a few times." Fortunately, Wen was too rough and thick, and was shot without notice, except for a little pain. But this shot also made Wen Tai even more angry in her chest, and even more jealous of Xiao'erhe. While Xiao'erhe did not catch up to attack, Wen Tai quickly took back his short knife and fought against Xiao'erhe again. Wen Tai, who felt the power of Xiao'erhe's terror, no longer struggled with Xiao'erhe, but avoided the waiting attack with his more flexible body and at the same time waited for the opportunity to attack him. It's just that Xiao'erhe's defensive power is too amazing, and Wen Tai's attack is completely useless. Perceiving this, Gillette also discussed with Wen Tai. "This is not the way to go, we simply can't beat Xiao'erhe. We must find a way to wake up the psychic and seal Xiao'erhe." Gillette also glanced at the part of Xiao'erhe's head sleeping with his eyes closed. "Is the text too embarrassing? But to wake up that psychic requires you to jump on top of Xiao'erhe's head, and I must be able to grasp it and control his actions. But I couldn't grasp his teeth and claws, and his power was too strong, I couldn't control him at all." Hearing what Mrs. Wen said was naturally even more embarrassing in his heart. He thought that his only remaining tricks seemed to have no effect on Xiao'erhe, and it seemed that he could only use the last immortal technique to suppress the bottom of the box. Gillette immediately requested Wen Tai. "Then please continue to delay for a while, I want to summon 2 toad immortals, here to try to use fairy magic to deal with this guy." After talking about Gillea, he put his hands together and began to seal, and continued to check and prepare to summon, the 2 toad immortals. Wen Tai listened to Ji Lie's instructions, knowing that Xianxu might be the last effort that Ji Lie could do, and started to continue to try to hold Xiao'erhe in accordance with Ji Lie's plan. The body of Mo Nan, who had been observing Jiraiya also at war with Xiao'erhe from a distance, had a full view of this scene. Mo Nan was a little pleasantly surprised when Gillea was psychic publishing the essay. He thought that Gillea could also control Xiao'erhe by his own strength. In the original work, it is intended to use the power of the tail beast to destroy the village of Konoha, and when Osameru and the village of Sakan are released from Xiao'erhe. Naruto summoned a toad that was too low to block Xiao'erhe, and then took the opportunity to awaken Gaara, the psychic, so that he could stop the waiting raging in time without causing any major losses to Konoha. At that time, Wen Tai cut off Xiao'erhe's arm with one blow. But now it seems that the combination of Wei Lie and Wen Tai can't suppress Xiao'erhe at all, and can't even break the skin. Is this because Gillette is not as good as Naruto? It must be impossible. Mo Nan observed and found that Xiao'erhe and Wen Tai in the original work should be about the same size. But now it seems that Xiao'erhe is 2 laps higher than Wen Tai, and after thinking about it carefully, Mo Nan understands. The legend of Xiao'erhe was formed by the gathering of wraith spirits in the desert. In fact, part of the power of 10 tails was formed after the 6 Dao immortals gave form and nature to them. Xiao'erhe has always lived in such a windy and sandy environment, so in such an environment, he can exert greater strength. Moreover, it was not the Xiao'erhe arm that Wen Tai cut off at the time, but the sand arm of Gaara that turned into a beast with a part of the Xiao'erhe power. At this time, Gillette was also facing the stronger real Xiao'erhe, so it was normal that he could not cause any injuries at all. Chapter 81. Toad Wen Tai's Hung and Xiao'erhe are constantly fighting, it is strange. As one of the 3 ninjas of the summoner, Jiraiya should also use some ninjutsu to assist him. But Gillette did not act at all, but he seemed to be preparing for something with his hands together. Mo Nan understood that this should be a matter of self-defense and he planned to use the immortal technique and make the last effort. Mo Nan is very skeptical of whether his move will be successful. Xianxu is powerful, but relative to human beings, none of the three holy places has any powerful Xianxia matching tricks. Especially Mayama Mountain's fairy skills are almost all illusions and physical skills, and there is almost no ninjutsu at all. It's hard to say how much it can play against opponents such as Xiaoerhe who are huge in size, and the opponents of Terror Chakra. Moreover, the tail beast is very difficult to defeat. Generally speaking, only those who have the wooden descent riding wheel eye and sealing technique can effectively suppress the tail beast. Otherwise, like the three generations of Raikage, with their own terrifying physical strength, they can fight each other with the tail beast until they are all exhausted. Otherwise, no matter how hard ordinary people work hard, it will be impossible to defeat the tail beast. Ordinary Konoha ninjas don't understand the abilities difference between Wenta and Shaojuru, but they can also see that the psychic beast from Leia-sama does not seem to be the opponent of the monster summoned by Sandyuki. However, Master Jiraiya has been preparing for ninjutsu all the time, and they can only pray silently in their hearts at this moment. I hope Lord Jiraiya and others will use a powerful trick to defeat this monster that has taken the lives of countless companions. As the battle continued, Wen Tai gradually felt his strength. He is just an ordinary huge toad, not comparable to the tailed beast Xiaoerhe with almost infinite chakras. Under the constant high-intensity battle, it was a bit unable to support it. Fortunately, Jaleda's preparations for Xianxia were at the final stage. Thanks to Wen Tai's persistence, Jale has already gathered a large number of chakras enough to summon the two great toad immortals in Mayama Mountain. Jale also bit his hand and wiped the blood on his hand, screaming psychic art. Crossed his hands and patted his shoulders. With two plumes of smoke, the two immortals Shenzhou and Jima appeared on the shoulders of Zi Liya. These two toads are very small, only slightly larger than ordinary toads. The stronger the Mayama Mountain, the larger the toad size. These two toad immortals can't see it at all. They are the most powerful existence in Mayama Mountain besides the big toad immortal Toad Pill. In fact, all the toads of Male Mushin know how to control their body shape through ninjutsu. The two immortals are actually quite large, but they like to appear in such a relatively small form. As soon as the two immortals appeared, they greeted Zi Lai. It's been a long time since I saw Xiao Jiraiya, is there any opponent who is not easy to solve for calling us out? Jile quickly replied solemnly, it's been a long time since I saw the two immortals. This time I am calling you out for the guy in front. Dealing with this guy must use the magic of the two immortals. It's impossible to see the huge statues of the two immortals in Xiaoerhe, they immediately noticed. Isn't this one-tailed guard crane? Zai Jile, you want to use the fairy mode to defeat the tail beast with the powerful chakra, I am afraid it is impossible. This kind of guy needs to be dealt with by sealing technique. Shenzhou Xianren reminded. Jile also hurriedly explained. I also know that the effect of Xianxia may be limited, but the guy on top of your head guarding the crane. That was his human strength, and Xiaoerhe had been restrained by another sealing technique. At this time, it would no longer make sense to use the seal technique on him. I want to try if I can approach Xiaoerhe with the speed in the fairy state, and try to wake up his psychic, so that Xiaoerhe will return to the seal. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Immortal Jima pondered for a while, he looked at the frame above the guard crane's head and said in his heart. It turns out that the sealing technique in the Xiaoerhe Institute seems to be the art of slumbering sleep. Usually, the strength of the human column is to suppress the consciousness of the Xiaoerhe by his own consciousness, and take the opportunity to use a little bit of the power of the tail beast. As long as you let your will fall into a deep sleep, you can make Xiaoerhe's consciousness appear, and then completely release the power of the tail beast. As long as the psychic is awakened, it can indeed stop the Xiaoerhe at this time. One person and two frogs no longer hesitate, and jointly Jian uses the magic of two lives. Xianxia requires the user to absorb natural energy while still, which cannot be maintained for a long time in battle. So if you want to fight while absorbing natural energy, you need a special method. Jiraiya's method is to summon two immortals to stand on their shoulders and connect chakras to each other. It is up to them to absorb natural energy for themselves, in order to maintain the purpose of immortality for a long time. Gillette, who used the art of two lives, also received the natural energy gifted by the two immortals, and has entered a state of immortalization. The eyes became the eyes of the toad, and some characteristics of the toad appeared on his face. This is a manifestation of the immortal arts practice not being at home yet. But even this degree of fairy magic can have a great effect, and the speed that was originally not slow is suddenly accelerated under the blessing of fairy magic. At the moment when the psychic beast Fumita once again fought with Xiaoerhe, he jumped onto the body of Xiaoerhe from the place where the two intersected, and quickly approached the top of Xiaoerhe's head. Xiaoerhe probably sensed his purpose, and quickly controlled a large amount of sand to try to block Jiraiya's footsteps. But under the blessing of Xianxu, the speed of Zi Liya has even surpassed that of Mo Nan at this time. There was no time for Xiaoerhe's sand to stop, and Jile soon approached the frame. Jileda was also overjoyed to see that he was approaching the psychic so smoothly, and then as long as he was awakened, he could be suppressed again. Jileu raised his fist and was about to awaken the frame with a punch, but did not see that Xiaoerhe saw that Jileu was close to the frame, but there was no panic in his eyes, but a hint of sarcasm was revealed. He has been sealed many times, knowing that when the psychic was awakened, it was when he was sealed again, and he had already thought about the countermeasures. I saw Xiaohe's head originally composed of sand, a little bit of it reverted back to sand, enveloping his own human column force frame. Then some complicated and mysterious runes on his body also extended to the sand that wrapped the frame, forming a seal. Xiaohe was originally not good at frontal combat, his strongest ability is extremely strong defense and sealing ability. He relied on his own sealing technique to seal the frame in turn, protecting him from others. In this way, someone wants to seal themselves again, unless it is a frontal breakthrough of their strongest defensive power to completely defeat them. Morozuru has quite a lot of confidence in this. After the death of the two guys Senjojima and Uchiha Madara, no one can break through his proud defense, even the guy from Kyuubi. In Gile's stunned eyes, he hit the frame that had been firmly protected by the carapace formed by the sand. This layer of shell is extremely strong, his frog team hand is immortal, hitting the carapace with only a small gap, and his fist hurts, and this little gap is immediately restored. At the same time, a large amount of sand entangled him, and Gilei could only withdraw and retreat. Toad Winter realized that Gilea had missed and caught up in time to pick up Gilea. Coming back to the top of Wen Tai's head was also heavy, and he didn't expect that even the last resort magic trick would not work. At this time, he really has no solution at all. He can only hope that the three generations and Oshimaru will quickly resolve their opponents, and the three will have a chance of winning together. But Toad Winter was already out of breath, and it seemed that he could not hold on for long, and how long he could hold Xiaohe in the future became a problem. I don't know if Sandai and Dash Yuan can catch up before the Toad text disappears too much. Gila also prevented Xiaohe from failing, but Mo Nan didn't expect it, so it seemed that he still had to do something on his own. Thinking of this, Mo Nan slowly opened the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, and he sent a signal to the clone. Then he showed the special technique that he hadn't used once since he got it. Chapter 82. Call is being fled in panic. Ink Nan Shadow Avatar leaves warehouse under attack, were shoveling panting. In fact, as the number of shadow avatars gradually decreased, Monan Chakra slowly gathered on the remaining avatars, and he did not show so hard. It's just that the clone who hasn't received the new order is still faithfully executing it, and the last order of the previous body is acting with Yakang. This avatar noticed that Jireya's side seemed to be dying, and also guessed that it was time for the body to signal him. So he wanted to take a look at the local direction, and found that the main body nodded slightly. This should be a code sign, and he also nodded in response. He understood. The clone that got the signal deliberately sold a flaw, and it was melted into smoke by Yakang's attack and disappeared. Now Mo Nan is only the last one on the field. The last Mo Nan showed an ugly face, and continued to gasp for breath. Seeing that only the last Mo Nan was left, Yakang showed a smile on his face. Chakra spent more than half of it and finally forced out the boy Uchiha Nan. Having such strength at your age is considered a genius among geniuses. I'm afraid that even your ancestor Uchiha Madara could not be as good as you at your age, but unfortunately it will stop there. Hearing Yakang's victory declaration, Mo Nan also showed his unwillingness appropriately. However, he was unwilling to look forward to it with a trace of hope. It seemed that he was powerless but was not ready to sit still, and was still looking for opportunities. Seeing that Mo Nan didn't give up resisting, Ye Chang said to Mo Nan jokingly. Do you still want to struggle to death, waiting for me to show the flaws under my care when I feel that the winning ticket is in my hands? Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. Even if I reveal a flaw, what effective attack can you launch with your current one? Mo Nan didn't answer, but the unwillingness in his eyes became more and more obvious. Yakang continued to use words to strike, or if you want to see if anyone around can save you, that's impossible. The three generations of Hokage and Oshimaru were all entangled by our masters at Seine, and when Xiaojuru appeared, their attention was on that side, no one could notice you. Be obedient and catch it, I can give you a good time. But Mo Nan didn't listen to her, but shouted to cheer himself up. The electric light that had been extinguished on his body increased a little again, and the speed of the original decline increased again to attack Yakang. It was just that the speed at which he rose again was not as fast as before, and he was easily flashed by Yakang, who was prepared. Mo Nan approached him with his body in desperation. Yakang thought that Mo Nan was really helpless and lost his calm judgment. When the chakra is not enough, I intend to use the illusion of writing round eyes on me desperately. Unfortunately, I won't give you this opportunity. Yakang sneered and pulled away from Mo Nan again. Seeing the failure of this blow, Mo Nan finally showed a look of despair, and the Lei-Dun chakra surrounded by him dispersed and knelt down on one knee. Mo Nan supported his body with one hand and looked at the ground, dripping sweat from the tip of his nose, as if he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. Seeing that Mo Nan finally gave up resisting Yakang, he also put away his alert look and shook his head regretfully. From my personal point of view, I admire you very much, but it is a pity that you are a ninja from a hostile country. Letting a genius like you grow up must be a big hidden danger to our Cheyenne, so I must kill you here. Yakang running chakra finally said to Mo Nan. It just so happened that both of you and your mother died in my hands, so you can be reunited. Goodbye Uchiha. Yan'an fired a small fireball at Monan again, which was her burning escape. As long as this fireball successfully hits Monan, the moisture in his body will be evaporated immediately, and he will die miserably. Monan looked at the fireball launched by Yakang without fear in his eyes, only the color of nostalgia and regret. The nostalgia comes from the show, but regret is true. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Monan regrets that if it were not for his autism and emotional expression problems in his previous life, what kind of doctor would he be based on his acting skills? I should be an actor, maybe I can get a golden horse like Oscar or something. Yakang's ninjutsu is very close to Monan, even if Monan suddenly miraculously possesses a chakra again, it is too late to escape. The 3 generations and Zilaya were dragged by the enemy in their hands, and no one could save Monan. In Yakang's heart, Monan was already bound to die. Yakang's fireball hit Monan and caused a strong explosion. After the smoke and the hot and distorted air from the explosion dissipated, Yakang was surprised to find Monan was surrounded by an energy body that resembled a human palm bone. The evil black chakra above firmly guarded Monan, and did not cause him any damage. After resisting Yakang's burning escape, the black palm-like energy body slowly dissipated, leaving Yakang and Monan looking at each other suspiciously. Yakang still wondered what kind of strange technique this was. Was Monan used it at the very moment of his death? But she found that Monan seemed to have a rather confused expression on her face, and she also didn't know who used this ninjutsu. Yakang hurriedly looked around to see who was approaching here. It didn't take long before she found a figure who was slowly walking towards the two of them, who was completely wrapped in a black robe and could not see his face. Yakang was about to ask who this person was, only to find that this person didn't even look at her, then walked past her to Monan, and then said to Monan indifferently. My stupid Odoudou, I originally planned to see if you can break out the real power that belongs to our Uchiha clan under such a crisis situation. It seems that it is still too early for you. Monan's clone looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer, and he suddenly realized. You are, Uchiha Hwa. When the man heard Monan say his name, the man slowly took off the hood on his head and revealed his face. This figure with the whole body wrapped in a black robe used the unique transformation technique attached to the reincarnation to transform into Uchiha Hwa. In Konoha's side, no one can stop Shao Crane. In order to ensure that the plot will continue to develop and will not collapse and Monan loses the advantage of foresight, Monan decides to take action against Shao He himself. But to deal with Shao He, you need a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and Monan doesn't plan to do it in his own capacity. Instead, it uses the identity of Uchiha Hwa, who is believed to have disappeared. The additional ability that happened to reincarnate without phase could perfectly transform him into Uchiha Hwa, which was impossible for anyone to discover. Monan and Ying Chuang cooperate in a play, ready to find an excuse to make Uchiha Hwa, who has been missing for a long time, appear here reasonably. In order to make this excuse more reasonable, Monan and the clone continued to perform. Monan's shadow clone saw the face exposed by the body taking off the hood, pretending to be more and more surprised in his eyes, and pointed to the body with trembling fingers. Hwa is actually you, haven't you already disappeared? How come you are here, are you here to save me? Monan sneered. Hey! Save you? That's it, after all, I can't let my future eyes be destroyed in the hands of a mere mortal inexplicably. The clone asked suspiciously. Future eyes, what are you talking about? And what is the true power of the Uchiha clan you just mentioned? Monan didn't explain much, but turned to look at Yakang. The purpose of my coming here is to hear that Cheyenne is going to bring Shao Crane to the battlefield. I want to use one of the most powerful monsters in the world to test my weapons. The enemy who happened to kill his mother is also here, so get rid of you by the way. Nan, you can see clearly, this is the real power of the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of Monan's body, the slowly rotating three-hook jade gradually joined together to form a complex triangular windmill shape. This is the pattern of Uchiha Birch's kaleidoscope. Chapter 83. Seeing this mysterious black-robed man turned his gaze at him, Yakang also felt in his heart. The ninjutsu that this black-robed man used when he first shot was so extraordinary that she cared very much. Yakura thought that this should be Konoha or Uchiha, a person hiding in the dark to protect Monan. Yakang wanted to confirm the identity of the other party, but he didn't expect that this mysterious person didn't even look at her. This made Yakang feel a little angry, but she was not easy to get angry. Defeat Monan made her also consume a lot of chakra. Since this mysterious person was talking to Monan, he also took the opportunity to take a break and take a breath, and reply to chakra. Yakang then learned the identity of this mysterious man from the conversation between the two, called Uchiha Hwa. It belongs to the Uchiha clan, and his mother died in his own hands. That should be the brother of Nan Uchiha. This Uchiha Birch obviously couldn't be someone who could easily let go of the hatred in his heart like Uchiha Nan. He should be immortal with himself. Yakang quickly became extremely vigilant, and did not dare to underestimate this Uchiha Hwa who looked like a teenager. After all, he is Nan's real brother. Even if he is slightly inferior in talent, he is definitely not a good person to deal with after so many years of cultivation. Don't be careless. The next conversation between the two surprised Yakang. He actually came to shower he. Yakang snorted, really overwhelmingly. He wanted to rely on one person's strength to challenge the tail beast. He was a lunatic at all. Who do you think you are? Uchiha Madara? Before he had time to ridicule Hakura, he saw the change in Uchiha's eyes. What is this? Is it also a writer? Why haven't I heard of it before? Thinking of this, Yakang glanced at Monan next to him, but found that Monan was also puzzled when he saw these eyes. He didn't seem to know what it was, but his face changed as if he was thinking of something again. Is this the supreme pupil technique of our Uchiha clan in the legend, the kaleidoscope writing round eyes? The clone said in an incredible tone. Yakang hadn't heard of Wanhua Hitomi's writing and still wondering here, but he heard Uchiha Hwa suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's right, there is only the ancestor of our Uchiha clan in the legend. The only eyes that Uchiha Madara can contend with the legendary ninja god Senjujima. Now I have it too, which means that I now have the power as powerful as a god. Uchiha Hwa, played by Monan, showed a crazy smile, and then looked at Yakang with a smile mixed with hatred. And all this thanks to you Yakang, it is precisely because I witnessed the tragic situation of my mother's death in your hands that I gained this strength under pain. In return, let you die under this power, Susanoo. As Hwa's voice just fell, a tall black giant instantly rose from the ground. The giant has only the upper body and no feet, and the whole body is wrapped in black chakra. The giant raised a black giant blade as tall as a mountain to stab Yakang. The speed of the giant blade is not fast, but because of the huge size of Suseo, the speed of the blade is quite astonishing. And because the blade is quite huge, as long as Monan stabbed Yakang with the tip of the knife a little bit, it was enough for her to suffer a terrifying attack that would severely damage her entire body. Unexpectedly, the opponent would suddenly get into trouble, and coupled with the previous battle with Monan, she now has very little chakra left. Yakang's state is a bit bad, and Susanoo can't dodge his entire body in an instant. Yakang spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with incredible color. As Monan, who played the role of Uchiha Hwa, pulled out the giant blade of Susanoo from Yakang's body, Yakang lost support and slowly fell into a pool of blood, gradually losing his vitality. But Monan keenly discovered that Yakang was actually still alive at this time, which was also in line with Monan's arrangement. He deliberately did not stabbing Yakang's vitals, and avoided all the internal organs of Yakang with his rich medical experience. Although Yakang's injuries looked terrifying, they were not fatal. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Monan didn't intend to let Yakang die. If the only audience died, wouldn't his performance be in vain? Monan thought that he was too prosperous in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind and it was easy to be targeted by some people. Uchiha Madara should also be looking for a suitable heir for herself, and Monan didn't want to be noticed by them. Leave Yakang to let her survive, and promote the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Hwa for herself. At that time, everyone's eyes will definitely be diverted by Uchiha Hwa, and there will be fewer people paying attention to themselves. And Uchiha Madara and Kurozutsu are also likely to put their gaze on Uchiha Hwa, who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel. At that time, let them go all over the world to find Uchiha, who doesn't exist at all. I can continue to stay in peace with peace of mind and develop steadily. Thinking of this, Monan showed a thief smile. Oh! Didn't you expect that Yakang will have two more troubles? Monan was surprised. He was surprised to find that the amount of bleeding in Yakang's body at this time was surprisingly small, and it was not like the amount of blood that should have been caused by such a big trauma. Monan turned into Uchiha Hwa's body and pretended to check if Yakang was dead. In fact, I used my rich experience to see what happened to Yafeng. It turned out that at the moment Yakang was stabbed, he scorched the wound stabbed by Suzuonan by using the searing dodge to prevent bleeding, so that he could save his life. This made Monan even save the hemostatic technique that Yakang was going to use to prevent Yakang from being unemployed and excessive blood. Monan pretended not to know that Yakang was not dead and turned and left. This also made Yakang sigh of relief, who seemed to be able to survive this time. Having dealt with Yakura's side, it gave Uchiha Hwa a reasonable reason to appear on the stage. So Monan looked to the side. Jiraiya, who was still fighting Xiao'erhe. Toad Wenta had already returned to Mayama Mountain because of insufficient chakras. Only Ji Lai, who used the fairy mode, was still entangled with Xiao'erhe. Monan felt that it was time to get things right. Monan's body came to the place where Xiao'erhe was raging with the Suzuonangu open. The huge movement made the two warring parties Xiao'erhe and Ji Lai noticed at a glance. Jiraiya was also surprised to see this person who used strange ninjutsu to suddenly intervene in his fight with Morizuru. At this time, Monan saw Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Jiraiya had never seen a kaleidoscope writing round eyes, so he did not recognize him as a member of the Uchiha clan. But as a ninja from the same village, he was somewhat familiar, and understood that this person should be Konoha's ninja. Gillette also hurriedly shouted to Monan. You are also Konoha's ninja? This is not a battle you can intervene. Get out of here quickly. This monster is too dangerous for you. The masters in the village also know Gillette, although Uchiha Hawa's dress is different from the general Konoha ninja, and the appearance is pretty cool. But because Ji Lai is not familiar with him, it is reasonable to think that Monan is just an ordinary Konoha ninja. He didn't want Monan to die in vain, so he quickly signaled to Monan to retreat. But Monan didn't respond to Ji Lai, but gave him a cold look and then turned his gaze on Xiaohe. He also made a look of eagerness to try and some disdain, quite a bit of the demeanor of Suzuki Uchiha, the king of pretending to be escape in the future. Xiaohe also noticed Monan, who was very eye-catching at this time. Unlike Zillet, Xiaohe had a little understanding of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. He could see that Monan was using the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, Suzuonengu. Kaleidoscope knows how much restraint the tail beast is, and he knows how much he keeps. He narrowed his eyes to persuade Monan to retreat. Since you have a kaleidoscope Shailunyan, you should be a descendant of Indra. Why did you suddenly intervene in my battle? Are you going to die, kid? Hurry up while I'm not angry. Monan was expressionless and continued to exert his ability to pretend to be evasive, and smiled in a conceited tone. It's been a while since I got these eyes, and I have finally adapted to its power recently. Today I will use his power to kill a tailed beast and accomplish a feat that has never been accomplished in the history of the ninja world. To prove that you are the strongest in the ninja world. Chapter 84. Xiaohe condensed his gaze and thought, just because you are a descendant of Indra, so I gave Lu Dao old man a face to say one more thing to you. And recently, because of getting older recently, his mentality has become much calmer. If he had been young before, he would have greeted him with a tail beast jade. But your kid not only doesn't appreciate it, but you even said arrogantly that you want to kill me. It's almost irrelevant. Could it be that a pair of mere kaleidoscopes can make me scared? Xiaohe couldn't help feeling angry and funny, so Xiaohe made no secret of the ridicule in his heart, and sneered loudly. Ha ha ha, you guys still want to kill me? I don't even have an eternal kaleidoscope. Do you want to defeat me by writing a pair of ordinary kaleidoscopes? It's just a wishful thinking. Morizuru is now extremely swollen, he has already heard about Senjojojima and Uchiha Madara, the only existence in the ninja world that can suppress their tail beasts has long since died. In other words, there is no power that can threaten him now except for the sealing technique. Monan sneered at the waiting mockery. Dogs that can't bite are especially good at barking. The old saying is true. The description is you, Xiaohe. The laughter of Xiaohe, who was laughing, abruptly stopped. He was obviously a civet cat, and what he hated most was the canines like foxes and dogs. Monan actually scolded him as a dog, which he could not accept. At that time, his heart furiously pointed at Monan and let out a weird bark. You BD call me a dog, I'm going to kill you. Xiaohe pointed at Monan's claws suddenly extended, and grabbed Monan's Suzonengu. Monan didn't evade, the black broadsword appeared again in Suzuo's hand, and he slashed at Xiaohe's claws. Xiaohe's self-contained rough skin and thick defense power is amazing, and he did not dodge Monan's broadsword. Monan unbiasedly struck Xiaohe, and instantly cut off the claw with bone and skin. Xiaojiru immediately retracted his arm, but his decapitated claw was decomposed bit by bit, and was swallowed up by the black giant blade in Suseo's hand. Xiaohe can't put a channel. What kind of knife are you? It can cut through my skin. You must know that Xiaohe is the second highest defensive existence among the tail beasts. When fighting against Zi Laya just now, Wen Tai attacked and waited countless times, but did not cause him any injuries. At the moment of fighting against Monan, one of his claws was chopped off. This knife is called a lunar eclipse, and it's a supporting weapon for my Suzuo. It is not only quite sharp but also has the ability to swallow chakra to make the blade sharper. The knife absorbed the chakras on the surface of your skin at the moment when I saw you just now, not only weakening your defense power, but also increasing your attack power at the same time. Monan introduced Suzuo Noho's broadsword to Xiaojiru like a show-off. The entire lunar eclipse is jet black, with a long and narrow blade but a very wide blade. If you put this knife in front of you, it can almost be used as a shield. The unique shape allows it to have both the ability of slashing and piercing. The big knife lunar eclipse used to severely damage Yukang before. Damn, Xiaohe cursed inwardly, because he didn't understand Monan's ability. He suffered a small loss when he fought, and he was chopped off a claw. Although the tail beast can regenerate any part of its body, it needs to consume a lot of chakras, which is really not suitable for use in combat. The ability to absorb chakra is the most restrained of their tail beasts. Why is this kid's Suseo such an ability? It seems that he cannot be approached casually, and he can continuously weaken him with ninjutsu from a distance. He must not have much pupil power at such a young age, and his Suzuo must not last long. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. because he was afraid of Monan's sword that could absorb chakra, Xiaohe made up his mind to stop fighting Monan in close combat. Instead, he used his own wind escape to control the sand to continuously attack Monan, trying to consume his pupil power and chakra. Monan kept using the lunar eclipse to block or split the sand that the guard crane used to attack him. Chakras, who were absorbed into the controlled sand as soon as they touched the lunar eclipse, immediately fell out of control and fell on the ground and turned into ordinary sand. Monan couldn't help but laughed at Xiaohe after using the lunar eclipse's wide blade to block Moraizu's 3 air practice rounds. Do you think my knife can only draw chakras from the enemy? In fact, I can absorb even the chakras in ninjutsu, and I can turn those chakras into my own. It's not so easy for you to consume my power. In fact, every time you attack, you are giving me more chakras. Constantly absorbing the chakras from Xiaohe, Monan had been replenished for the chakras that Monan had consumed during the previous fight with Yakang. There was still a lot of surplus left, which was stored in the yin seal on his forehead by Monan. His eyes were not ordinary kaleidoscopes, but eternal kaleidoscopes, and using this level of Suzuo was nothing to consume at all. Xiaohe wanted to bring down Monan but made the wrong idea, after fighting with Xiaohe for a while. Not only did Monan's condition not decline at all, it was getting better and better. Since Xiaohe didn't plan to fight Monan in close combat, Monan would take the initiative to attack. He snorted and used stronger pupil power, and the rotation speed of the kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes increased. At this time, the whole Susanoo began to rise up, gradually growing legs, and soon surpassed the height of Toad Buntat, which was the same body shape as the Shao crane at this time. Suzuo became a complete human form, and Monan was suspended in the center of the sequel. With both legs, Suzuo could be faster, and under Monan's control, he rushed to Xiaohe in an instant, and used a big sword to cut the moon eclipse towards Xiaohe's head. Xiaohe quickly raised his other paw to block the knife that Monan had cut down. This time he concentrated more chakras in his hand. To make it stronger, Monan's lunar eclipse failed to cut off Xiaohe's other claw at once. But Xiaohe could also clearly feel that as the chakra in his own paw was gradually absorbed by his remaining paw, his strength became smaller and smaller. Moreover, Monan's blade was sinking deeper and deeper in its claws, as if he was about to cut off his only remaining arm. Xiaohe was constantly being forced to retreat by Monan, and it was the first time that he discovered in someone other than his 8-tailed beast brothers that someone could actually be stronger than himself. The big toad before was unable to fight back in his own hands, and couldn't resist his own power at all. Now the position actually reacted, and he actually had a day when he was suppressed by brute force. It stands to reason that only the full-body Suzuonanga has the powerful power to suppress the tail beast. Although the Suzuo that Monan uses at this moment has a fairly clear human form, it is far from a complete body state. But because of Monan's ability to absorb chakra, Xiaohe is constantly weakening and strengthening his strength. In addition, the power of Xiaohe is the weaker of the tail beasts, so Monan can complete this power suppression. Xiaohe is getting weaker and weaker. Seeing Monan's broadsword is about to be cut off, he quickly uses his thick tail to attack Monan from the side, trying to force Monan to retreat. Sure enough, Monan, as Xiaohe wished, retracted his sword and avoided Xiaohe's tail. But Monan's Suzuo reacted at an amazing speed. At the moment when Xiaohe didn't retract his tail, he chopped off his thick tail with a backhand and sealed it in the lunar eclipse. Xiaohe let out another scream, and was chopped off a hand and a tail in succession. Now he looked quite embarrassed. As the 9 big-tailed beasts, Xiaohe possesses the most powerful power in the world. Although he has been sealed many times, no one has ever really hurt him. Xiaohe had never suffered this kind of grievance, and the anger in his heart became stronger and stronger. He wanted to use his real skills to kill Monan to the scum. Chapter 85. The battle between the two behemoths, Suzuo and Morozuru, is quite eye-catching. Even a large number of ninjas on both sides of the fierce battle have to pay some attention from time to time to observe this side. They are also afraid that the aftermath caused by the fighting between two monsters can accidentally leave them to pieces, and they have to guard against it. Although Konoha ninjas don't know what this black giant is. But seeing that he was able to crush Cheyon's monsters, he couldn't help but boost his morale. It was Konoha's companion who was fighting against Cheyon. Cheyon didn't expect Konoha to have such a powerful person, who could use strange ninjutsu to severely inflict the legendary ninjutsu on the monster Shaojuru, which was gathered by ghosts in the desert, and his fear for Konoha grew deeper and deeper. Monan didn't know that he had inadvertently had a major impact on the battle. As soon as he appeared, he cut off Xiaohe's arms and tails, and stunned the 6 big men on both sides. Among them, Dashimaru and Sandai had some guesses about the identity of the person who appeared. 3 generations have seen Uchiha Madara use Susanoo, knowing that this is the Kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes. But these eyes should have disappeared with the passing of Uchiha Madara. I don't know which ninja from the Uchiha clan opened the Kaleidoscope writing wheel. Originally, Gillette was no match for Shaojuru, but the 3 generations were still a little worried about Konoha's victory today. But now this person with a kaleidoscope of riding round eyes has stood up, and seems to be able to easily suppress Xiaohe. It seems that Konoha's victory in this battle is in sight, but I just don't know whether the appearance of this kaleidoscope riding wheel is a blessing or a curse for Konoha. While rejoicing, the three generations were deeply worried at the same time. The difference from the third generation is that although Dashimara doesn't know much about kaleidoscope riding round eyes, he knows Uchiha Hwa, and the shock in his heart at this time is much deeper than that of the third generation. Hasn't Uchiha Hwa been missing for a long time? I thought he was dead in battle, but I didn't expect to be alive and come back with such a powerful force. Dashiwan thought in shock, and then he licked his tongue a little curiously. How did Uchiha Hwa, who was originally an ordinary ninja, possess the power to suppress the tail beast in such a short period of time? Mixed with pain and anger, Xiaohe continued to roar, clamoring to kill Monan's corpse. The huge body continued to wreak havoc, and a large number of flying sand and rocks splashed and hurt many people. Suddenly Xiaohe stopped raging, and a large number of red and blue chakras began to gather in their mouths. The ratio was about 2:8. Seeing this, Monan's eyes condensed, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Is he finally going to use the tail beast jade? The tail beast jade is a trick that all tail beasts have, and it is also their most powerful trick. The principle is to mix the chakras of yin and yang in the body in a ratio of 2:8 to form a powerful chakra bullet. Xiaojuru also used a lot of ninjutsu before, but there was nothing remarkable except for the huge chakra contained in it. Moreover, with such a few tricks back and forth, Monan can deal with it easily, and he almost feels a little sleepy when he fights. Now Xiaohe is finally about to use the power he needs to face seriously. Monan's whole body tightened to increase the output of pupil power, and Suzuo's figure suddenly became more solid. He intends to confront the tail beast jade head-on, just to test the power of his pair of kaleidoscope riding round eyes. The chakra in Morizuru's mouth gradually condensed into a black sphere, which can be regarded as a tail beast jade. Xiaohe shot with anger and continued to inject a large amount of chakra into it after the tail beast jade was formed. Soon the black chakra ball grew bigger and bigger, gradually surpassing Xiaohe's head, almost the size of his 13 body. However, the expansion speed of the tail beast jade gradually decreased after it swelled to this size, and it seemed that it was about to reach the limit of Xiaohe. Sure enough, the chakra guarding the crane is far away from Kyuubi, but after Naruto has taken away most of the chakra from his body, Kyuubi can still create a tail beast jade that is larger than his own body. The power of the explosion of such a huge tail beast jade is probably incalculable. 3 generations and Feng Ying thought at the same time. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. If they were too close, even a little aftermath would be enough to cause heavy losses to their ordinary ninjas. Therefore, when Xiaohe's tail beast jade is increasing, the 3rd generation of Hokage and the 4th generation of Feng Ying have ordered the ninjas in their respective villages to quickly stay away from the place where Monan and Xiaohe fought. The tail beast jade swelled to half the size of Xiaohe's body and no longer swelled. This is the limit of Xiaohe. Xiaohe was furious and gathered all the chakras of his whole body into this hair-tailed beast jade. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe would use such a large tail beast jade. Monan also felt a little pressure. When Xiaohe was ready, he shouted, "I have never been so humiliated before, go to death the kid of Indra." Suddenly the huge tail beast jade flew over to Monan extremely fast, much faster than most of the ninjutsu that Monan had seen, basically unable to dodge. Of course, Monan didn't think about dodge more, but instead laughed out loud. "Good job. Let me see what the legendary tail beast is capable of." After speaking, Monan controlled Susanengu to wave a lunar eclipse like a door, and slashed at Xiaohe's tail beast jade. Susanengu's blade intersects with the huge black tail beast jade, which is half the height of Monan's Susanengu. Proportionally speaking, even if one is thrown by such a big stone, a person will be smashed on the spot, broken and fractured, and the internal organs will rupture and die. However, Monan held it. Although he felt the tremendous pressure, he didn't retreat half a minute, trying to move forward with the strength of the tail beast jade. At the same time, the lunar eclipse is constantly eroding the chakra in the tail beast jade, weakening the tail beast jade and increasing its own strength. But the power contained in Xiaohe's tail beast jade was too strong. Although Monan's Suzuo could barely bear it, the ground under his feet couldn't bear it. The entire Susanengu was pushed away by the inertia generated by the high-speed flying tail beast jade, and 2 long gullies were formed between the 2 feet and the ground. Lunar eclipses can swallow chakras, but the speed is limited. It is difficult to quickly swallow chakras in the tail beast jade for a while. After all, the current Susanoo is not in his final form. But Monan will not admit defeat and use a stronger form. He could feel that after swallowing the chakra in the tail beast jade, the ability of Suzuonengu became stronger and stronger, and the speed of devouring the chakra became faster and faster. Xiaohe, who suffered a loss in the confrontation of power, did not immediately detonate the tail beast jade. Originally intended to rely on the power of the tail beast jade to suppress Monan and win a field for himself. But he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. His tail beast jade seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Only then did he remember Monan's ability to swallow chakra. Thinking of this, Xiaohe was in a hurry, seeing its tail beast jade shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. He doesn't have many chakras anymore, it would be miserable if he couldn't beat Monan with this blow. There was still half of the desire to find a place in his heart, and he just wanted to kill Monan as soon as possible, so Xiaohe immediately controlled the chakra in the tail beast jade. Boom! A huge explosion appeared, like a nuclear bomb. A large amount of smoke and dust flew upwards, forming a mushroom cloud under air pressure. The huge shock wave lifted the surrounding sand and rocks, forming a huge sand pit in the desert of the Kingdom of Wind. The ninjas who had been hiding far around couldn't help being dumbfounded and terrified looking at the power of destroying the world. If this hit them, there must be no bones left, and Monan who has endured all these forces will definitely not end well, right? They thought so in their hearts. However, they did not expect this to be. When the shock wave of the explosion was reduced and the smoke had not dispersed, they heard a cold voice coming from the mushroom cloud. It's not that easy to blow me up. Then a huge black chopping wave flew out from the smoke and dust to attack the guard crane. At this moment, Xiaohe's eyes were full of incredible colors, and the tail beast jade that merged all of his chakras. There was no way to solve the opponent. Chapter 86. This slash was slashed towards Xiaohe's head. Xiaohe was shocked by the speed of this slash, only having time to turn his head slightly to escape the deadly point. But he was severely chopped from the neck to the shoulder, and the whole head was about to fall off. The slashing power passed through Xiaohe's body and continued to fly backwards. After cutting a mountain in the distance and flying away for a long time, the chakras in it gradually decomposed and disappeared. Xiaohe's body fell heavily to the ground, lifting a large piece of sand and rock, and his whole body began to collapse and disappear and reverted back to sand. He didn't expect that he had just come out, and he would be sealed back before he could make a big fuss. Xiaohe's eyes gradually dimmed, and he took a deep look at Monan before he disappeared. It seems that he wants to keep this enemy firmly in his heart, and he will avenge him when he has a chance to come out next time. Soon Xiaohe's body disappeared completely, leaving only a sand hill in place. A lot of sand slipped on the top of the mountain, revealing the dying part of it. Monan's knife failed to completely kill the Xiaohe, and the Xiaohe's chakra was not disintegrated by death, so the part of the human column force will not die because of the loss of the tail beast chakra. But while Xiaohe was hit hard, the chakra system in his body was disrupted. Because the chakra system of the tail beast and the chakra system of the human column force were connected together, the body of the frame was also severely injured. In addition, he is so old, it is estimated that it will be difficult to pass this level. Before Xiaohe detonated the chakra of the tail beast jade, Monan absorbed at least half of the chakra in the tail beast jade. In addition, the chakra absorbed from one of Xiaohe's claws and tail, and his chakra were launched together to form a huge slash. The chakra contained in this knife is estimated to be inferior to the hair-tail beast jade that Xiaohe tried his best. And because these chakras are concentrated on the blade, the power is even greater. Even so, there is no way to completely kill the Xiaohe. Monan had to sigh for the powerful vitality of the tail beast. It is estimated that the only way to kill the tail beast is when the tail beast is sealed in the body of the human column force, and the human column power can be killed so that the tail beast can die with the human column power. After Xiaojuru was solved, Uchiha Hua's mission this time was considered complete, and Monan let out a long sigh of relief. Suzuo was slightly broken because of the explosion of the remaining tail beast jade, and the whole person slowly fell to the ground. The full version of Suzuo was not used, and a lot of chakras who guarded cranes were absorbed during the battle. Now Monan is very full of pupil power and chakra, but he still half kneels on the ground after thinking about it, taking a few breaths and pretending to be weak. If there is no loss after defeating the tail beast, it will inevitably make some people who know a lot of secrets think of the eternal kaleidoscope riding round eyes. If Uchiha was found to have an eternal kaleidoscope, Monan, as his only blood relative, would himself be suspicious. Seeing that the hero who fought against the Cheyenne monster survived such a terrifying attack, he killed the monster Konoha ninja with one move and burst into a fierce cheer. Cheyenne's people looked at that stalwart figure unimaginably. They knew the horror of Xiaohe could not imagine that someone would kill Xiaohe so easily. You must know that when Morizuru was raging in Sagama before, Master Fengying himself took action, and many ninjas assisted him. It took a lot of effort to sacrifice a lot of people to successfully subdue Morizu. And the person in front of him did it in such a short time with his own power alone. Ordinary ninjas were shocked to the point where they had no concept of the horror of the tail beasts, and the 6 big men in the 2 ninja villages who knew more about the tail beasts were even more shocked. One by one, his eyes widened and looked at Monan who was slowly landing, and his jaw dropped in shock. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. After the death of Senjojujima and Uchiha Madara, no one can defeat the tail beast on their own. And today they saw another one, and he was still a teenager. When several big men were so shocked that they had forgotten the battle in their hands, the 3 generations of Hokage were still knowledgeable and calm, and soon reacted from Monan's astonishing behavior. Seeing still shocked, the 4 generations of Fengying hit him with a stick on his backhand. The 4th generation of Fengying did not notice for a while, was hit by the third generation of Hokage's King Kong wishful stick, and was beaten out on the spot, spewing blood, kneeling on the ground and coughing. The three generations did not take advantage of the victory to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Feng Ying, and without Feng Ying Yin, it was a big deal to choose a new one. But at that time Konoha and Yin must be immortal. What good is this for Konoha? Seeing that Feng Ying was injured and losing the ability to resist, Cho didn't care about entanglement with Ashimaru, and hurried over to support him. At this time, Jiraiya and Ilao Zhang, who were free to take action, also hurried over, and the two sides became the same 3-on-3 confrontation as the beginning of the war. But the difference is that at the beginning, the 6 people on both sides were in full bloom. And now that Feng Ying is injured and Ilao Zhang loses the puppet, Cho is already quite tired. However, the 3 of Konoha remained in a fairly good state, especially since Zilla also used Xianshu. Now he feels that his state is better than when he first joined the battle. The outcome is self-evident, and the 3 generations directly persuade. Master Feng Ying thinks that Yin is determined to lose. It's better to stop this senseless fight as soon as possible. This is the right choice for Yin. In this war, Konoha fought with 4 countries at the same time has been greatly injured. Now that Shasha's defeat is imminent, if this time can take the opportunity to propose peace talks, the 2 countries form an alliance to help each other to fight against the enemy. For each other, facts are the best way to reduce losses and increase strength. Feng Ying thought about it for a moment. The 3 of her own were powerless to fight, and the soldiers didn't have much morale. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose. At this time, choosing to surrender and stop loss in time is the only way. Wanting to understand this, Feng Ying immediately proposed that Shayak surrendered to Konoha, and sent an envoy to discuss with Konoha a date to form an alliance to jointly fight against the Land of Thunder, the Country of Water, and the Country of Soil. Even Feng Ying had surrendered, and the Sandy ninjas who had already been beaten into an army naturally did not have the desire to continue resisting. Immediately one by one, Konoha ninjas put down their weapons and surrendered, and a large number of Sand ninjas were captured by Konoha. So far, the war between the Country of Fire and the Country of Wind has officially ended, with the victory of Konoha village, the Country of Fire. Uchiha Hwa, who Monan turned into his body, didn't sneak away while everyone was not paying attention. How could the protagonist leave the scene so quickly before the play was finished? If Uchiha suddenly appeared inexplicably and defeated Morizuru, and disappeared again inexplicably, Konoha would be very curious about his identity, and would never give up easily. When they find out the identity of Uchiha Hwa, they will definitely find Monan himself, who is closest to him, and ask a lot of questions. It would be a lot of trouble if Monan accidentally said something. Especially the guy Danzo, he must have a certain understanding of Kaleidoscope writer. He has been coveting the power of the Chiba clan for a long time. He heard that the Uchiha clan he hated suddenly awakened another person from the Kaleidoscope writing wheel. It is estimated that the world will go crazy looking for Uchiha Hwa. As his younger brother, he will definitely be disturbed by Danzo's investigation and harassment. In this case, it's better to directly reveal your identity as Uchiha, so as to reduce the trouble you will cause later. After a brief negotiation with Feng Ying and the others, the 3 generations who had accepted Shayin's surrender walked towards them, and they were quite curious about Monan's identity. At this time, Monan still maintained the look of breathlessness, with bleeding and tears in his eyes, and the appearance of Chakra's excessive pupil power was also exhausted. Chapter 87. It is easy for Monan to use the incomplete Suzuo, it will not cause any burden to the eyes, and naturally it will not bleed. In order to pretend that the pupil power was depleted, Monan deliberately desperately entered more chakras into the meridians of his eyes, increasing the burden on his eyes, and barely squeezed out such a little blood. 3 generations have a deep fear of this being able to defeat Xiaohe alone. It should be a genius of the Uchiha clan who possesses a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. It stands to reason that he should have a big impression of him. But when the 3 generations approached and saw Monan's look at Uchiha's appearance at this time, he found that he was only a little familiar with this Uchiha ninja, but he couldn't remember his name. Although the 3 generations had doubts in their hearts, they still pretended to be amiable and said to Monan, "Unexpectedly, there is still existence in the village that can defeat the tail beast with my own power. I have never heard of it. As Hokage, this can be regarded as my negligence. But the old man feels very relieved that you can take action in times of crisis. You belong to the Uchiha clan, what is your name?" Seeing them coming, Monan slowly stood up and took a steady breath. It seems that he is obviously tired but wants to pretend that he is in good shape. Monan didn't pay attention to the 3 generations, but just glanced at the 3 generations with the eyes of Pai Nitianxia, then turned his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It seemed that the 3 Konoha masters were completely ignored, as if the 3 of them were their own cannibalized rice bags. Seeing that Monan ignored the hypocritical smiles on his 3 generations' faces, he stagnated, but before he could speak, the Yuan next to him asked, "You're Uchiha, aren't you missing long ago? Why did you appear here? Since you are not dead, why don't you go back to the village earlier? Do you want to defect?" The 3 generations of Ashimaru frowned, and he had seen all the ninjas in the village. But Uchiha has been performing tasks outside for several years, and hasn't been back to the village much for several years. Coupled with his lack of outstanding performance in recent times, the impression in the minds of the 3 generations has long since faded. Many ordinary ninja 3 generations like Uchiha even look familiar, but most of them can't remember their names. It wasn't until Osameru said Uchiha's name that he matched his name with this face. There are probably only 2 possibilities for the disappearance of a ninja, one is dead and the other is defected, except for those with special identities like Tsunade. Uchiha is just an ordinary ninja but hasn't returned for a long time after disappearing. It does sound like a ninja planning to defect. But the 3 generations wondered, if he wanted to defect, what would he come back here for now? Isn't it self-investing in the net? It turns out that you are Uchiha. You haven't shown up for so long because you haven't contacted the village because you have been entangled in some trouble. The expressions of the 3 generations remained unchanged, and they continued to ask Monan. 3 generations have always had illusions about Uchiha's clan, thinking that it may be Uchiha's disappearance, possibly because he was seriously injured and was unable to contact the village for some reason, so he was hiding alone in the dark to heal his injuries. He should have been thinking about Konoha at the moment, and he rushed back after healed his injury. He happened to stop him when he was raging. It is difficult to explain otherwise. Monan still didn't speak, but sneered. At this time, one stretched his right hand to grab Monan's eyes. Who would have thought that it was Dashiwan who suddenly attacked at this time? 3 generations only came and shouted. What are you doing, Dashiwan? Stop it! Don't you see it, teacher? This guy doesn't care about Konoha. He must have another purpose when he comes back. We should take him together. Dashimaru had long been curious about the powerful power Hwa possessed. At this moment, he walked into Monan's eyes and suddenly had a certain guess in his mind. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Moreover, Monan's condition didn't look very good, and he discovered the strong support. Dashiwan immediately thought about these distinctive eyes. But he was still Konoha's ninja at this time, and the next 3 generations and Jiraiya were also watching, and he couldn't take a shot directly. And Monan has not answered the 2 questions of the 3 generations directly, which made him understand that this Uchiha obviously didn't put Hokage in his eyes at all, and it was impossible for Konoha to appear suddenly. His disappearance must have been arranged, and there must be a conspiracy behind it. This just gave him an excuse to shoot. How could he stand it at this moment? After Monan ignored him twice in a row, the 3 generations actually had similar thoughts in their minds, but they didn't expect Dashiwan to have such a decisive attack on the spot. The 3 generations did not stop it. This Uchiha is powerful. If he really intends to defect, it is indeed safer to take it directly after he has just finished the battle with Morizuru and can't show his full strength. Dashiwan used software modification, and the speed of the raid was very fast, and it came directly from Monan's eyes. At this moment, Monan seemed to be unable to react to Dashiwan's sneak attack, staying there motionless. Dashiwan had a successful smile on his face, as if he had already won Monan's Kaleidoscope, and had the power to follow the white wrist of the tail beast. Unexpectedly, Monan didn't panic when faced with Dashiwan's sneak attack. He just glanced lightly at the kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes slowly rotating. On the spot, Oshimaru was stunned, and at the same time his stomach seemed to be hit by an invisible force. Dashiwan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew back a lot of distance. Oshimaru, are you okay? Jiraiya looked at the Oshimaru who suddenly flew out inexplicably. Jiraiya's mind was not as complicated as Sandai and Oshimaru thought, and she hadn't realized that Uchiha might be Konoha's enemy, so she did not make a sneak attack with Oshimaru. But seeing that my good friend suddenly didn't know what kind of strange ninjutsu this person used to knock him into the air, he was also in a hurry, so he quickly took action against Monan. Monan looked at Zilaya who was close to him coldly, and only glanced at him slightly, the pattern in his eyes spinning. Soon Jilla also followed in the footsteps of Dashiwan. In an instant, his 2 disciples were knocked down by Monan, and he didn't even move his hands, but only used 2 eyes, which shocked the 3 generations of Hokage. He didn't even understand what ninjutsu Monan used. Fortunately, he didn't make a shot himself. Otherwise, he might not be far behind his 2 disciples. It is the pupil technique of Uchiha's Kaleidoscope to write round eyes and the phantom body technique of Yin and Yang to escape from Monan and Jiraiya. The phantom body is invisible, and no one except the pupil and the perception ninja can detect it at all. At this moment, under the sneak attack, 2 shadow-level ninjas were injured in an instant. Although the power of the phantom was limited, although it hit them, it didn't actually cause any serious damage. Soon Jalaya and Dashimaru got up and stood next to Sandai again to confront Monan. They had previously underestimated that Monan had suffered a loss at this time, and they had a lot of caution in their eyes. 3 generations of dignified Siang Monan said, Uchiha, you haven't appeared for a long time, are you planning to betray the village as a ninja in the village of Konoha? Then why did you come here? Isn't it to help the village? Ha 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 ha. Uchihakawa, played by Monan, sneered after hearing the words of 3 generations, and his smile became more and more exaggerated. Monan didn't laugh long before he stopped laughing, and said with a cold snort. It's you who shot me first. How come the wicked sue first, and it's not the one who blamed me? 3 generations heard Monan say this and turned to look at De Shiwan, meaning that you used your hand first to explain it yourself. Chapter 88. De Shimaru was also taken aback. Just now, he was shocked by Monan's horrible power of sword guarding the crane. He guessed that the kind of power that Monan possessed was related to his special kind of riding wheel. In addition, Monan looked rather weak, so he took it on impulse. But after being defeated in an instant, he calmed down and thought about it carefully. His previous behavior was a bit improper. Obviously everyone is still in the chat stage, and he hurried out before he could explain it, which really shouldn't be. He could tell the covetous eyes of Monan's eyes at a glance, and now the look in his eyes for the 3 generations is a bit dissatisfied. But there are some things that can't be said on the open face when they can see it. Looking at Uchiha Hwa, who looked at him with a slightly mocking look, Osamaru could only bite the bullet and said, Uchiha, since you, the Konoha ninja, weren't killed in battle, you should find a way to contact the village as early as possible. Why did you come back after a year? What have you been doing this year? Please explain. If you don't explain it clearly, don't blame us for treating you as a traitor and taking you down together. In any case, it is a fact that Uchiha Hwa has been missing for a year and has not returned. Even the village might need him, such a powerful force that can fight the tail beast head-on. But if it is a guy full of secrets that cannot be trusted by the village, no matter how powerful it is, he will only be jealous by the village, and no one will accept him. It is obvious that I want to come to Uchiha at Oshimaru because I have the intention of defecting. Even if he was seriously injured and couldn't contact the village for a while, it wouldn't take such a long time to heal his injuries. He would definitely not be able to explain his whereabouts this year. Hwa died this year, but Monan couldn't tell the truth, just glanced at the 3 of them with disdainful eyes. Why do I need to explain to you? With the strength of the 3 of you, I can kill you all with a single look. It's up to you to think about it. The madness and coolness of Uchiha Hwa played by Monan now is just like Suzuki, who just got a kaleidoscope riding wheel, and has a fascinating self-confidence. As if no one was in his eyes. Do you really want to betray the village? You have to know that your family members are still in the village. As long as you return to the village, no matter where you have been in the past year, as long as you have not harmed the village can no longer be held accountable. Even though they know that it is difficult to recover, the 3 generations are still persuasively, hoping to persuade Uchiha Hwa to return to the village of Konoha. The power of one Huatong's riding wheel eyes is too terrifying, even if it can't be used by them, it's best to be under their supervision. As for Uchiha's whereabouts this year, they still have to figure out. Although he promised not to ask any more about these things, as long as he returned to the village, it was not up to them to decide what to do on their turf. Had it not been for fear of his weird ability, 3 generations had already joined hands with his 2 disciples to capture him. Monan began to sneer again. The village and the family are nothing but a group of weak people, gathered together in order to gain stronger power. After speaking, Monan looked at the direction of Xiao He, who had just been defeated by himself, and then said, And I already have the power of God, and you are no longer a dimensional species. I don't need that kind of thing a long time ago. If you want to work together to subdue me, just do it. I will kill all 3 of you like an ant. This is a bit bragging. You must know that the 3 generations and their 2 disciples are not ordinary ninjas, each of them is the best among the shadow ninjas. In the original work, Dashimaru was defeated by Itaki in an instant because he was not prepared for the illusion of Itaki's kaleidoscope riding round eyes. Just now, Monan was able to control the Ashimaru with the illusion technique for an instant, but it was also because Zi Liya and Sandai did not react. Otherwise, if 3 people fight Monan 1, his illusion skills will be difficult to exert. The kaleidoscope riding round eyes technique is not really unsolvable technique. If it really comes from, the fairy mode will be turned on again. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. With the perceptual ability of the fairy mode, he must be able to see through the secrets of the illusion art. At that time, according to Uchiha Hwa's ability that he showed at this time, it was not an opponent of the 3 people teaming up at all. But isn't pretending to be coerced? Of course, how can you say it? Sure enough, the 3 generations of 3 generations were frightened by Monan's bragging words, and the guards in their eyes became deeper. This was because Monan easily defeated Xiaohe before, which caused too much pressure on them. In fact, as long as they calm down and think about it, they will understand that there is no invincible power in this world. Seeing the look of wariness in the eyes of the 3 generations, Monan also pretended to concentrate. The kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes slowly rotates again, and it seems that a battle with the 3 of them is about to be fought. However, according to the principle of pretending to be handsome in less than 3 seconds, just like Suzuki in the original book, he must be quickly beaten in the face every time he pretends to be forced. It must be impossible for Monan to really fight with them, but Monan suddenly showed a trace of pain, and tears of blood burst into his eyes. Monan knelt down, covering his eyes and let out a painful cry. His breath that had calmed down again became sharp again. It seems that it's not working this time. The pupil power is almost consumed by chakra. If you have to fight 2 of the 3 ninjas and the strongest of Naruto, you can only wait for the next time. Monan glanced at the 3 generations with a little bit of unwillingness in his eyes, and seemed to have plans to retreat. Where to go? Shiwan let out a low voice. The 3 generations saw that Monan had the intention to retreat, and realized that this should be because he finally couldn't hold on, and realized that this was a good opportunity. But when they rushed to Monan and were about to catch Monan, they suddenly saw Monan disappear in a cloud of smoke. All 3 of them were well-informed people, and they immediately knew that this was a reverse psychic technique. Who used the psychic technique to psychic him away? Does he have any accomplices? Gilad asked in confusion. What Monan used was not the Flying Thunder God technique, but he used the phantom body arranged in the distance in advance to use the reverse psychic technique to summon himself away. Monan's Flying Thunder God technique is not yet proficient, to the extent that it can be activated at the instant of someone else's attack. Moreover, it is impossible for Uchiha Hwa to learn Flying Thunder God. He can't use this identity to expose Flying Thunder God. Monan has long discovered that the phantom has the same properties as the tail beast, and can enter into a psychic contract with him like Kyuubi and Uchihabon in the original book. The body can summon the phantom body at any time, so it is meaningless to use psychic art on the phantom body. But when the phantom body uses the psychic technique, it can psychic the body to the phantom body in reverse, which becomes a very convenient ability. It's hard to imagine how far psychic art can psychic people. For 3 generations, they believed that Uchiha must be far away from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and they extinguished the mind of tracking him. But what they didn't expect was that the Uchiha just now had changed back to Monan's original appearance, hiding not far away. Monan's shadow clone used the shadow clone again, pretending to heal a wound that didn't exist at all. The newly appearing shadow clone pretended to use meaningless medical ninjutsu on the original shadow clone. Pretending that Jian removed the clones, in fact the 2 shadow clones disappeared together. Taking advantage of the disappearance of the 2 shadow avatars, the main body instantly returned to the shadow avatar's position with Flying Thunder God, and the god completed this replacement without knowing it. Monan, pretending to recover a little and healed his injury, hurried to the 3 generations of 3 people pretending to be anxious. Are you all right? 3 generations of adults, Teacher Osameru and Master Jiraiya, I just saw you guys fighting with Uchiha. Then he asked Yuan. Teacher Ashimaru, didn't you say that Hwa had already died in the battle? Why did she suddenly appear here again and fight with you? Chapter 89. It stands to reason that after the ninja loses contact with the village, he will find a way to reconnect with the village immediately. At the time, Uchiha Hwa disappeared for several months, so we judged him to be dead. As for why he survived and didn't contact the village, we haven't figured it out. Facing Monan's question, Osameru put away her coveted Uchiha Hwa, readjusted his expression and tone of speech, and then pretended to be a good life mentor, carefully explaining to Monan the reason for the misrepresentation of Uchiha's death. He hasn't given up on guiding Monan to follow his own path. Uchiha Hwa has already ran away, but can't let this good apprentice also run away. Monan pretended to be puzzled and looked around. Where is Hwa? Where is he now? He has left. 3 generations sighed. Monan hurriedly said anxiously, why, hasn't he already returned? Why is he leaving? 3 generations did not answer Monan but asked, Nan, what kind of person Hwa is usually? Can you talk to us carefully? Monan was stunned for a moment and then made a reminiscence. Uchiha Nan's memory was very vague before his father's sacrifice, and he couldn't remember anything useful at all. So before that, he had no impression of what kind of person Hwa was. However, according to his mother, Hwa used to be a very gentle child, caring for his family and enthusiastic about his friends. But since the death of their fathers, Hwa's character has turned 180 degrees, becoming withdrawn and less close to others, and instead devotes all of her time to cultivation, as if she is under tremendous pressure all the time. That kind of excessive hard work on cultivation made everyone around him quite incomprehensible, and he was also the one who opened the writing wheel at that time. This was the change that happened after Uchiha Nan just started to remember things after the death of their father, so Hwa has always been such a person in his memory, and the two have never been very close. But since Hwa can start the kaleidoscope after killing Nan, this shows that the relationship between the two is not so simple. Nan couldn't understand it. Maybe it was because there were some feelings that could not be recorded by memory. Nan chose to tell the truth to the 3 generations of Hokage, but after deleting it, something happened between the two. The 3rd generation had a better understanding of Hwa. He thought about the principle that the 2nd generation of Hokage once told him about the principle of the Uchiha clan's eye-opening eyes, and he understood. This Uchiha's words should have been opened after the death of his father, and the special chakras that the 2nd generation of Hokage had set in his body, but this kind of power also affected his character. And this power broke out completely after the two mothers died, completely changing Hua's character. As for why he didn't defect at that time, but disappeared after a few months, it should be that something happened in the meantime that they didn't understand. Then 3 generations asked Mo Nan again. Do you have any knowledge about the kaleidoscope riding round eyes? The power that Uchiha Kasuga just defeated Xiaojuru should come from the kaleidoscope riding round eyes of your Uchiha clan. Do you know how he opened his eyes? I don't know very well about kaleidoscope riding round eyes. I just heard a sentence from the elders in the clan. However, the kaleidoscope riding round eye hasn't appeared in many years, and even the patriarch doesn't seem to know how to open the eye. As for how Uchiha Hua opened his eyes, he seemed to mention it when he just killed Yakang, and it was related to his mother's death. Sure enough, the 3 generations secretly said in their hearts. It seems that the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha family should be the kind of special field chakras in the body that open their eyes after a certain degree of intense emotional fluctuations. The death of a loved one is likely to produce the kind of chakra that is enough to open the eyes of a kaleidoscope. But it's certainly not that simple. Most of the Uchiha clan are ninjas, and too many people have lost their loved ones in the wars. If everyone opened the kaleidoscope, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be invincible? It would have ruled the world a long time ago. It should be those who only have the 3 god jade turned on, have extremely strong pupil power, and have deep feelings for someone in their hearts. It is possible to open the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. 3 generations wanted to understand this, and also had a certain guess as to why Uchiha Hua suddenly defected. The 2nd generation said that the love in the hearts of the Uchiha clan would completely turn into hate when lost. Maybe after the death of Uchiha's mother, his love for the village and family has all turned into hatred for the village. It's just that he hadn't realized how powerful his kaleidoscope riding round eyes was at the time. It should have been that his strength in the battle later made him think of defecting. After being further acquainted with his own power during the period of disappearance, he made up his mind to run back to find Shayan's Yakang to report revenge for killing his mother. Moreover, the powerful power he suddenly possessed may make him lose himself and become overly inflated, not only challenging the tail beast, but even his companions in the village do not intend to let it go. Hua seemed to have the idea of killing the 3 of them just now, but gave up again only because of her bad condition. 3 generations told Mo Nan some guesses about the reason for Hua's defect, and then saw Mo Nan showing a lost look after hearing it. Seeing Mo Nan like this, the 3 generations patted Mo Nan on the shoulder and comforted. I can understand the feeling of knowing that the person I love is somewhere in this world, but not being able to meet. Don't worry Nan, although Uchiha Hua has left the village, he has not done anything to harm the village after all. As long as he is willing to come back to the village one day, he can always be accepted. Mo Nan wiped the tears that did not exist in the corner of his eyes, pretending to be strong and said. I understand the 3 generations of adults, I believe he will change his mind and return to the village one day. Even if he doesn't come back, I still have teacher Dashimaru, my teammates, and so many friends in the village, everyone is my relatives. Mo Nan paused when he said this, and then said awe-inspiringly. If Hua really did something to harm the village one day, I would definitely not be merciful and kill him personally. Because to me, the family in the village is my most important thing. Although Konoha may have lost a pair of kaleidoscope riding round eyes, but because of this, he has gained an excellent ninja with a strong will to fire. 3 generations are very satisfied. After all, kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes are not well known, and it may also be a factor of instability for the village. And Mo Nan is also a very talented ninja. As long as he can grow up, it can be more meaningful to the village than a kaleidoscope riding wheel. After thinking about it for 3 generations, he asked, Nan, do you want to open the kaleidoscope to right round eyes? What does this mean for 3 generations? Mo Nan didn't understand. He didn't need to think about it at all, because he already had 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, and there was no point in having one more pair. But for anyone from the Uchiha clan, kaleidoscope riding round eyes is their dream ability. Mo Nan hesitated or nodded. 3 generations saw Mo Nan nodded, and told him his guess about how to open the eyes of the kaleidoscope riding wheel. It stands to reason that the 3 generations should not tell the Uchiha clan about the kaleidoscope as a way to open eyes. In case Uchiha knew such a method and killed each other for the sake of the kaleidoscope, it would be quite bad for them and the village. But Mo Nan is different. 3 generations believe that Mo Nan will definitely make the right choice. Did the 3 generations guess the way to open the eyes of the kaleidoscope? Unexpectedly, Mo Nan could only sigh that he was worthy of being a doctor of ninjutsu, and he had a certain degree of understanding of all kinds of ninjutsu, including the blood succession. 3 generations told Mo Nan about the kaleidoscope eye-opening method he had known for a long time. Mo Nan pretended to be delighted and then immediately pretended to regret. I didn't expect that kaleidoscope's eye-opening needed such a cruel and terrifying method. Then it's better not to open the eyes for a lifetime. And my parents have passed away, and Hua has defected. If I want to open my eyes, I must destroy the village, haha. Then Mo Nan laughed in relief. 3 generations saw that Mo Nan Wan Huitong didn't have any deep thoughts about writing round eyes, and couldn't help feeling even more gratified, and smiled. Chapter 90. The 3 generations of Hokage have gone back. Konoha can't stay without Hokage for too long. Jalaya had already dealt with the matters on the battlefield on his own side. Only Ashimaru remained on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind to deal with some follow-up issues, including accepting Shayan's ransom and withdrawing the wounded and some of the troops to Konoha. All the main forces cannot retreat until the signing of the agreement with the Shayan alliance is completed. After all, the heart of defense is indispensable. What if they retreat with their front feet, and Shayan immediately counterattacks afterwards? Therefore, there is still a need to leave a pair of troops to guard the border of the Country of Fire to prevent the murder from turning back. At the rear headquarters of the Konoha battlefield, most of the Konoha ninjas from the Wind Kingdom battlefield have gathered here. Shayan had already surrendered those camps and outposts, it was no longer important, and now the large forces were ready to withdraw. Everyone who was about to retreat was filled with the ease after victory, and the joy of returning to Konoha to meet the long-lost family, including Mo Nan and his team. In principle, Mo Nan and his team are still a squad of forbearance, and the troops stationed in the frontier do not need to be forbearance, nor do they need to be too strong for forbearance. Therefore, neither elites like Mo Nan and Guji, or the fledgling Xian Ren like Red Bean Hayate, don't need it anymore. They will return to Konoha with the troops to take a rest, and then whether to support the battlefield in other directions or how, it depends on the future arrangements. Red Bean Hayate and the others were still packing their things and preparing to return to Konoha, while Mo Nan followed Dashimaru around. In fact, Mo Nan didn't want to see Dash Yuan. He just wanted to go back to Konoha and stay away from Dash Yuan. When Dash Yuan came to look for him, he still spit in his heart. If you want to take a look everywhere, go and see for yourself. What are you doing with me? He was dissatisfied, but Mo Nan couldn't show it. He could only answer Dash Yuan's boring questions with a strong smile. As the two of them looked around randomly, Dashimaru began to mention some insights about their lives as if inadvertently. Nan, do you have any new views on life after this war? Do you feel that life is passing by like a meteor, but there is no trace left? Is it as fragile as a bubble? It bursts with a single poke, leaving only a little debris is also difficult to prove that it has existed. But Mo Nan didn't care about it, no. I think whether it's Konoha or Saiyan, every ninja who sacrifices is worthy of admiration. Although their names may be forgotten, their sacrifices will never be in vain. Everything they guarded will still be passed on. Isn't this the meaning of life? Dashimaru retorted, but the people they guard will die sooner or later, and the dead are unconscious, and they won't be able to see anything in the future. Compared with inheritance, isn't it that being able to see the eternal life of an infinite landscape is more meaningful? Mo Nan doesn't think so. We will pursue the meaning of life because life is limited, and we are afraid that one day we will die without doing anything. Once we have eternal life, we don't have to worry about this problem. I am afraid we will lose the motivation to pursue the meaning of life. At that time, he might survive forever like a corpse, so wouldn't it be even more meaningless? Dashimaru thought that Mo Nan would be as smart as himself after this war, and he would become more in line with his expectations. But what I didn't expect was that Mo Nan did have a new idea, but it was completely contrary to his. What's more, it was so reasonable. Not only was he totally unaffected by him, but he was influenced by Mo Nan, and his original pursuit of eternal life was slightly shaken. Dashi Wan quickly shook his head and forgot what Mo Nan had said, and cried out, so that he was almost brainwashed by his apprentice. He still wanted to say something to change Mo Nan's opinion, but at this moment, there was a burst of exclamation not far away, and the attention of the two people was also attracted there. Before Dash Yuan could say it, Mo Nan took the opportunity to speed up and rushed to the place where the movement came, and Dash Yuan could only follow quickly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It was so fast that Kato's injury was healed. It wouldn't be the legendary Yakushi Nanu who is known as the Walking Maiden. No Naiu wiped the sweat from his head and greeted a boy wearing glasses next to him. Come here, you stitch up the wound on his body. The teenager agreed excitedly. No Naiu had healed the wound for Shinobu Kato, and now only the last wound was stitched up. She intends to make herself just. The orphan with the talent of medical ninjutsu, who was adopted before, tried to independently complete the last step of wound suture. Looking at the proficient manipulator, Yanei nodded in relief, and it didn't take long for the child to learn medical ninjutsu to master it proficiently. This talent is far above her, not much worse than Uchiha Nan's child. Don't let Yanei think of the medical ninjutsu again, which may have surpassed his own. According to the legend, Konoha was only Mo Nan on the first day. It happened that Konoha's first genius, Mo Nan, also heard the news, and at a glance he found Yanei who was surrounded by the crowd. Mo Nan hurried up to say hello. Aunt Yanei hasn't seen it for a long time. I heard that you have also come to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, but I have never seen you. I didn't expect that I would meet you when I was about to evacuate. Yanei turned around after hearing the sound. It turned out to be Nan. Recently, I have often heard of your name Konoha Denko. Now Konoha is well known. Mo-nan scratched his head shyly and said modestly, "It's all about everyone's praise." Mo-nan saw the child who was stitching Kato, and thought he looked familiar, so Mo-nan stepped forward and asked, "Who is this kid? Why haven't I seen it before, unlike Konoha's people?" He is the child I adopted before, and he seems to be the person from Cheyenne who was captured by the Konoha ninja. I adopted him because of a head injury and amnesia, and I can't remember who my parents are. Do is a kid with a strong talent for medical ninjutsu. I passed some medical ninjutsu to him, but I didn't expect him to master it so quickly." It turned out that he was the pharmacist's pocket, and Mo-nan took a look at the white-haired boy with interest. This pharmacist pocket looks ordinary now, but in fact it will be one of the biggest villains in the future. The large number of senior ninjas he reincarnated from the dirty earth caused a lot of trouble for the 5 ninja allied forces. It is not surprising that he was sentenced to capital punishment for the crimes he committed. In the end, not only was he not executed or jailed, but he was also allowed to open an orphanage, which really made Mo-nan unable to understand. Dashimaru also followed Mo-nan's footsteps and came here, seeing the appreciative expression in the eyes of the pharmacist who was stitching Kato. He also heard what no Naiu said just now. It seems that this child named Do is also a child with a strong talent for medical ninjutsu, and he is interested in Do-yu right now. However, Dashimaru already had Mo-nan as a disciple at this time, so he didn't have any thoughts about Do, but simply appreciated it. But if he really couldn't get men into his path, it would be a good choice to use this pocket as a substitute. After treating the wound, the pharmacist returned to Yanaiu, and Yanaiu introduced Mo-nan and Dashiwan to him. The Ashimaru is too terrifying and it is easy to scare the children. When Yanaiu introduced Ashimaru, Do did not dare to look directly at Ashimaru's terrifying eyes. But when he introduced Mo-nan, his eyes showed curiosity. For a while, he could hear people around him talking about the name of Konoha Denko Uchiha. He didn't expect it to be a child about his own age. Mo-nan was already a person recognized by everyone around him, which really made him a little envious of who he didn't even remember. Mo-nan also looked at the pocket carefully. He had just seen Dashiwan's appreciation of the pocket, and now he had a different idea in his heart. Chapter 91. Mo-nan planned to have a good relationship with Dashyuan, and then find a chance to get information about the primary cells from him, and then try to steal some from him to cultivate by himself. But during this period of time, according to Mo-nan's observations, Dashyuan had no intention of telling Mo-nan about his experiments. Dashyuan must have regarded the cells of the first generation very importantly. It is estimated that he will not tell Mo-nan anything about his experiments until Mo-nan becomes a person he can truly trust. That being the case, Mo-nan didn't plan to spend any more effort on him. The cells of the first generation could also think of ways from other places, but being involved too deeply with Dashyuan was not good for his reputation, so Mo-nan began to gradually alienate Dashyuan. Originally planned to abandon the Dashyuan line, but after seeing Yao Shi's pocket, Mo-nan saw a new opportunity. After he alienated Ashimaru, he will definitely try to find a new target, and the pocket of his right-hand man in this original book must be his best choice. In other words, it is still possible for Do to become an assistant or even a disciple of Ashimaru as in the original work. Mo-nan's 2 kaleidoscope pupil techniques have not been used yet, and he has not found a chance for more than a year. Everyone in the village is his own, he can't do anything, right? I didn't encounter any good ones on the battlefield, and he was worthy of the enemy who allowed him to use these 2 tricks. If Mo-nan used the formless reincarnation to turn Do-du into his clone, he could use Do's identity to become a disciple of Dashiwan again. And no one knows about the relationship between Tou and Uchiha-nan. His identity as Uchiha-nan can continue to be in the bright place, pretending to be tall and stalwart, united and friendly. And the identity of the pharmacist can also be done in the dark to complete the things that are not convenient for him as Uchiha-nan. In fact, Mo-nan had always had a certain plan about how to use the 2 pupil techniques of his kaleidoscope. First of all, it seems that the ability to absorb this is very powerful. It can allow Mo-nan himself to quickly acquire a strong power at an unreasonable speed. This trick must be used on the strong with special abilities. The first time I used it on Uchiha who has a kaleidoscope writing wheel, there is no problem at all. If it is used again, Mo-nan plans to use it on a person who is at least a shadow level ninja and has a powerful chakra to make up for his current shortcoming of insufficient chakra. However, implanting this ability does not seem to be as powerful as absorption, and it cannot quickly increase Mo-nan's strength. But in fact, this trick is also very useful. Mo-nan's strength has improved very quickly, and basically no other companions can catch up with him, so Mo-nan has been fighting alone since he has been in the ninja world for so long. There is no perfect ninja, everyone has shortcomings or advantages in their abilities, so ninjas all act in teams. At present, the enemies that Mo-nan needs to face are few and not strong, so with his extraordinary strength, he has always dealt with quite easily. But when facing a truly powerful opponent in the future, Mo-nan alone might be too powerful. The water in the ninja world is deep, Uchiha Madara and Kurozu hidden in the dark, and the future Atsuki clan. Even if you don't know that it has not yet become a shell organization, it may become Monan's opponent in the future. Even the current ninja world has many unsolved mysteries. For example, the immortality of the Thulhu, the ghoul with the ability to seal the soul, and the walking horse that can erase the memory of others in the blogger's biography, have already existed in this world. If you want to know more secrets of the shinobi world, and want to live more securely in the shinobi world or even make some changes, it is definitely not enough to wipe Monan's hands. Monan couldn't believe in others. People with brains in the ninja world had ideas, and they were unlikely to follow Monan's will completely. Those who are particularly honest and accustomed to following others do not have the strength and reliable mind to satisfy Monan. Implanting this ability into phaseless reincarnation can create more trustworthy helpers for Monan. Those already famous ninjas Monan didn't think about it. Although turning them into clones can quickly have a powerful clone, their potential has been almost exhausted, and it will be difficult to make progress in the future. If Monan relies on the ability of foresight to find young people who have great potentials that have not yet been developed, and then implant his own consciousness, Monan can even make them more successful than in the original book. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Although Yaoshido does not have any special ancestry, he has become an elite Sharingan at the age of 20, and his strength is close to Kakashi's existence. And in the future, after learning Xianshu, he will be playing with 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes alone. If it wasn't for Itaka to use an eye as a price to launch the forbidden technique Izanami, it would be hard to say no one would kill him. This shows that the potential of the pharmacist pocket is very large, and Monan can not only transfer his will after the reincarnation of the pharmacist pocket. You can also transfer some of your less needed abilities, so that the pharmacist will have greater potential in this body. And after learning something with De Shiwan as a pharmacist, he added the skills of Menon's own previous life. Monan was able to collect the DNA of some outstanding ninjas in the ninja world with his own ability, and was thinking of a way to create a stronger clone for himself through scientific methods, without the need to reincarnate other people's bodies. Although this may be a bit sorry for the pharmacist, but thinking about the future of the whole life is a tragedy. First, he was forced to become a spy, then he was forced to kill his adoptive mother, and finally he was fooled by Ashomaru, who didn't even know who he was. Monan's solution here in advance also ended all these tragedies ahead of time, and the crimes he committed in the future will not be committed again. This is a great thing for doing good and accumulating virtue. Nodding silently, this matter has a lot to do. Monan talked with Yanei again, and the 2 people encountered special cases after they separated. These were conversations between doctors. De Shiwan didn't understand it and left by himself. During this period, Monan quietly left the mark of Fei Lei Shen on the medicine master pocket. It didn't take long for Monan to bid farewell to Yanei, waiting to start quietly when everyone was sleeping at night. When it was night, the sky was a bit dark today, and the moon was blocked by dark clouds, and the visibility was very small. That was exactly what he said. The moon is black and the wind is high, the night of rebirth. During the day, Monan found out where Do lived. He lived in Yanei's tent with a few adopted children. Monan opened the kaleidoscope and sent a phantom to sneak into Yanei's tent. Yanei and the children were asleep, and they slept deeply without any awareness of the arrival of the phantom. Although No Neiyu is an excellent medical ninja and spy, he is not a very powerful ninja. In the original book, she was killed by a pocket at a young age. Monan didn't worry about the impact on her plan if she suddenly woke up. The big deal is to knock her down by an illusion before she reacts. Anyway, no one will notice what they have done afterwards, and this matter will disappear after a long time. After stepping on the phantom body, Monan teleported to Duo with Fei Lei Shen, and Duo was still deep asleep at this time. Yanei and these adopted children didn't wake up, and Monan didn't need extra effort to subdue them. He had never used implantation on humans before, and Monan didn't know what it would look like when activated. He gently opened his pocket's eyelids, while his other hand was ready to cover the pocket's mouth at any time to prevent him from yelling due to pain. Monan stared at his eyes and let out a low voice, "No phase reincarnations." The kaleidoscope pattern in Monan's eyes began to spin rapidly, and at the same time he shed blood and tears. Monan felt his consciousness split in 2 instantly, half of which followed his gaze into the pocket's eyes. Monan's expectation was that the movement of the phaseless reincarnation implantation was so small when it was launched. It may also be because the pocket itself has lost the previous memories, there are fewer new memories, and the resistance in the subconscious is very slight. There was no pain that Monan had imagined, but the pocket just frowned slightly and soon relaxed again. After a while, the pocket opened his eyes, and a pair of 3 jade writing round eyes appeared in his eyes. Chapter 92. When Monan absorbed the cosmic wave birch, she also absorbed all the abilities of the birch. However, some of his abilities are duplicates of his own, such as ordinary writing wheel eyes and some changes in the nature of chakra. The chakra attribute of Uchiha Hwa is fire and earth mines, among which fire dune is the strongest and earth dune is the second, and thunder dune is the weakest. Then Monan absorbed the birch and found that he possessed 4 types of chakra properties, namely fire, thunder, water, and soil. Among them, Huo Dun is still the strongest, and then the strongest is Lei Dun, almost the same as his Huo Dun. Then there are water escape and soil escape, the two are almost the same. The strength of the soil escape is no different from Uchiha. Mo Nan speculates that Uchiha Nan's original chakra attributes should be Huo Dun, Lei Dun, and Shui Dun. Shui Dun and Tu Dun are attributes that the two people don't have each other, so there is no change after the fusion, and they are still the original strength. Both of them are geniuses of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan is already good at fire dung. After the two people merged, Mo Nan Huo Dun's talent reached a very strong level. But his Lei Dun can actually be compared with Huo Dun, which makes Mo Nan a little puzzled. Originally Uchiha Hua's Thunder Dun was the weakest of all his attributes, and it was completely incomparable with his Huo Dun. Uchiha Nan should be stronger, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, the probability of his Thunder Dun being stronger than Huo Dun is not high. Therefore, Mo Nan guessed that the reason why his Lei Dun could catch up with Huo Dun should be because of the human limit. Mo Nan, who has combined the fire escape talents of Uchiha's two geniuses, has already exploded in the fire escape talent, reaching the limit that humans can achieve. The part that exceeds the limit cannot be brought into play at all because of the limitations of the human body. And it may be because Uchiha Nan's Thunder Dun talent was originally very strong, and after absorbing Hua's Thunder Dun, he was also approaching the human limit, so Mo Nan felt that it was not much different from his Huo Dun. In the same way, both Uchiha Nan and Hua have a kaleidoscope riding wheel, and their pupil power under the ordinary riding wheel must be much stronger than the ordinary Uchiha clan. The kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes merged into an eternal kaleidoscope, and the pupil power of their ordinary riding wheel eyes also merged, reaching an extremely terrifying point. Mo Nan had long discovered that his illusion skills were plain and ordinary, but he was in no trouble when he was hypnotized to control others. Although this is related to his own strong mental power, it is also related to his pupil power that writes round eyes and explodes. And that extra pupil power also couldn't be exerted because of the limitations of the riding wheel. When using the infinite reincarnation implant for the first time, Mo Nan discovered that he could permanently transfer part of his abilities to the implanted body. But his first clone was a tree he accidentally reincarnated, and he didn't have time to experiment with this ability. Therefore, Mo Nan has been wondering whether he can transfer his extra power of Xuanyan and Huo Dun to his next clone. When Mo Nan had just implanted his own consciousness in the pharmacist pocket, he had been administering the power of writing round eyes and fire escape to the pharmacist pocket bit by bit. At the same time, he was carefully perceiving his own situation, and once he noticed that his pupil power had declined, he would immediately stop sharing his power to his pockets. As for Huo Dian to be indifferent, only talents were allocated, he has already cultivated to the level of forbearance, even if it drops a little, it doesn't matter. The big deal is that he will cultivate a little bit slower in the future. Anyway, he will still attract others in the future, and sooner or later he will be able to make up for it. Now that I clearly saw the pair of three gold jade riding round eyes in this body, Mo Nan knew that he had succeeded in reincarnation. He carefully sensed the loss of his own pupil power again, and found that the pupil power of his riding wheel eyes was only slightly weaker, which was harmless. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Mo Nan has two pairs of kaleidoscopes, and the pupil power of the ordinary riding wheel is not important to him. If it is an opponent who cannot be dealt with by the current pupil power, he will still be unable to deal with it when his pupil power is intact. From this we can also see how powerful the pupils of Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Hua, two people with kaleidoscope riding round eyes, are. In the case of not much loss of himself, he was still assigned to this body, enough to open the pupil power of the three-go jade riding wheel. After the phaseless rebirth succeeded, Mo Nan's kaleidoscope returned to the ordinary three-hook jade state, and carefully looked at the pocket in front of him. And Yakashito also sat up and looked at Uchiha Nan. This feeling is very strange. The two eyes are looking at each other, but Mo Nan's mind receives two pictures at the same time. No matter whether it is Uchiha Nan's body or Yakushi's body, he doesn't need to be distracted to manipulate it, and he doesn't feel uncomfortable with being divided into two people at once in the novels of other clones. Because fundamentally speaking, these two bodies are controlled by their own brains. Phaseless rebirth is just a miraculous assimilation of the consciousness of the medicine master into Mo Nan, and at the same time connecting the two brains together. Mo Nan had already had a clone of that tree before. Although the tree could not think, Mo Nan could perceive everything around the tree through the connection of chakra. And I don't know why, through that tree, Mo Nan's perception ability has become extremely powerful, and he can almost have a panoramic view of the whole situation of Konoha village. Even Mo Nan, who was far away on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, could still perceive Konoha's current situation through that tree without any delay. He and pharmacist's body should also have the same connection. According to Mo Nan's guess, the principle of this unique connection should belong to quantum entanglement, and no matter how far away there will be no delay. After the two bodies observed each other for a while, Mo Nan discovered something wrong. Uchiha Nan's body has very strong pupils, so he can see clearly even in the dark. However, he found that the body of the medicine master could see more clearly in the dark night than he did. How is this going? The pupil power in this body should be only the level of the ordinary Uchiha tribe. How can it be clearer than Uchiha Ninnin's, is it? Thinking of a possibility, Monan hurriedly manipulated the body of the pharmacist to open the curtain of the tent and looked in the distance. As a result, he could not see clearly. It is reasonable to say that this is impossible. Although the telescopic vision of Shalanyun is not as good as that of White Eyes, it is also stronger than ordinary people. But Monan found that the pharmacist was 5 meters away and couldn't see anything clearly. Monan hurriedly put on the glasses in his manipulator pocket, and sure enough, if he put on the glasses, he could see quite clearly. It's just that everything seems to be shrunk a lot, but this is not a problem for writing round eyes. Only then did Monan remember that he was highly myopic, and he couldn't see clearly without glasses. Monan was like this in his previous life. Because he studied too hard, he suffered from high myopia. In the evening, he would see things close up more clearly than ordinary people, but he would see nothing in the distance. This is because the eyeballs of myopic people are stretched to absorb more light, and the physical laws of the previous life are also applicable in this world. As Monan shifted his pupil power, he noticed that Monan's aimless reincarnation was also quietly transforming the body and eyes of Yao Shi's pocket, so that he could adapt to the pupil power of the writing wheel eyes. But it is clear that this transformation is not effective for myopia. People of the Uchiha clan do not have myopia so far, because their eyesight is very strong, so they don't overuse their eyes. Unless you turn on the kaleidoscope to write round eyes later, your eyesight will deteriorate, or your natural eyesight is very poor, like Ziurana in the blog. And the pharmacist Monandu, who possesses the writing wheel eyes, can also be regarded as a member of the Uchiha clan with unknown reputation. Congratulations to the Uchiha clan for gaining the first myopia and writing wheel eye owner in advance. Chapter 93. After the operation was successful, Monan used the thunder god and returned to his tent. When the pharmacist opened the tent, a gust of wind blew in. No Nayu seemed to wake up after feeling some movement. When he opened his eyes, he found the pocket that had just lowered the curtain of the tent. Did you just go out for shopping? Yanayu asked softly, worried that her voice would be too loud to wake up other children. At this moment, Monan's pocket also replied softly. No mother, I just got up and went to the toilet. Then go back to sleep, be a little bit slower and don't wake up your younger siblings. At this time, the pharmacist's pocket was already commensurate with Yanayu's mother and son, although the two people didn't know each other for a long time, it was just over a year. But I have lost my memory. I don't even remember who I am and who my parents are. Yanayu feels very pitiful, and his maternal love flourishes. No Nayu not only treated Do as his own child, but after discovering that Do had a talent for medical ninjutsu, he immediately tried his best to teach him medical ninjutsu. Then I sleep with my mother. Monan smiled softly at Yanayu. This body has not undergone any training, and it hasn't been a chakra. I felt a little tired when I opened it for a while, and soon lay down and fell asleep deeply. At the same time, Monan returned to his tent, too excited to fall asleep. The body of Uchiha Nan is different, not only has undergone a lot of training, but it also has the body energy of Uchiha Hwa which has not been fully absorbed. This body is full of energy and recovers very quickly, which makes Monan's need for sleep particularly small. But Monan usually sleeps as much as possible for a while, his body is in the developing stage. The body grows while asleep, and insufficient sleep time will affect height development. Monan, who couldn't fall asleep, felt the difference between the two bodies. Yakashita's body had entered a deep sleep state, but Monan's consciousness was still awakened in Uchiha Nan's body. He could feel his consciousness very clearly, this strange state of sleeping while waking up. After Yaoshitu's body fell asleep, some of the brain cells were still quite active, and the subconscious that was usually suppressed began to wake up when the subjective consciousness disappeared. It is difficult for ordinary people to perceive their subconsciousness, and sometimes they will enter the illusion woven by the active subconscious mind in their sleep, that is, dreaming. But at this moment, there is still a awake Monan who finds that he seems to be able to control these subconscious minds, which means that the awake Monan can control the sleeping Monan's dreams. Most people can't do this. Monan, who possesses this unique ability, feels that he must find something out of it. Monan, who had been tossing for a while, was also tired. After yawning, he fell asleep. He has to get up and hurry back to Konoha tomorrow. On the second day, Monan's team regrouped and prepared to follow the large group back to Konoha, and Yanayu would also return to Konoha with the newly adopted orphans. Ninjas like Monan's team who still maintain their combat effectiveness also shoulder the task of protecting the wounded and orphans from evacuation safely. Although this is the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, it is not ruled out that other shinobu villages may suddenly come out to attack them when they evacuated, so they can't really relax before returning to Konoha village. At this time, the first 3 generations of Hokage had returned to Konoha village. Thinking of Uchiha Hwa, he quickly recruited the 3 real high levels in the village, Mito Minyan and Shimura Danzo. Naturally, the Danzo trio had received the news a long time ago about the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. learned the fact that Uchiha Hwa opened the kaleidoscope to right round eyes and defected. As soon as Danzo saw the 3 generations, he retaken the table and roared. Rizan, you should know what kaleidoscope writing round eyes really means, right? Why did Uchiha Hwa run away? Couldn't the 3 of you and Osamu Jiraiya keep him? Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. 3 generations took a puff of smoke, and slowly spit out the smoke in the mouth and answered. Don't be so excited, after all, no one would have thought that Uchiha would use reverse psychic techniques to get away. Tuanzang became even more angry after hearing the 3 generations say this, and said. Being able to accurately grasp the time and use the reverse psychic technique shows that his accomplices must be not far away, so why didn't they send people to pursue them? It happened suddenly, and I didn't expect that much. And just now we had a decisive battle with Cheyenne. Although we were victorious, no matter it was the 3 of us or the other ninjas, everyone was very tired. How could there be any strength to continue chasing Uchiha Hwa? What has happened is irreversible, and Danzo also understands that he is just complaining. It's just that the kaleidoscope writing wheel is very important, and it must be firmly under the control of Konoha, even under his own control. So he suggested to the 3 generations. I think we should send someone to chase Uchiha Hwa immediately. It's best to beat him as an S-rank rebel and offer him a reward in the entire human world. If you can get him back, it's best. Even if you can't get him back, you have to find a way to get rid of him, so as not to get out of the kaleidoscope or the Uchiha clan. The 3rd generation frowned slightly and retorted. Uchiha Hwa has defected. It should be sent someone to chase him back, but it would be a bit too much to set him as a rebel and offer a reward. After all, he has not done anything to harm Konoha. Danzo snorted coldly. You are too naive for 3 generations. Are you the same as Uchiha Hwa and Tsunade? He was originally from the Uchiha clan and was originally unreliable, and at this time he defected for no reason. Maybe this was the Uchiha clan's conspiracy. They may plan to develop power outside Uchiha Hwa, while they are laying out inside the village, waiting for the opportunity to cooperate with Uchiha Hwa inside and outside, and subvert the village in one fell swoop. You think too much about Danzo. Uchiha is also a companion in the village. Although there is a certain contradiction with the village, it is all our village's own business. In fact, they have suffered a lot of grievances over the years. I believe that as long as you sit down and make things clear, you can still be a villager who loves each other. The 3 generations tried their best to solve the problem peacefully, and did not want to provoke more disputes. After that, no matter how Danzo provoked, the 3 generations still insisted on not wanting Uchiha Hwa in the entire ninja world. He just promised to keep an eye on Uchiha's movements, and dispatched Anbi to try to recover him at a critical moment. During this period, Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun did not express any opinions of their own, and were in a neutral state. What the 3 generations and Danzo have said is reasonable, and from their point of view, they are more supportive of Danzo. But after all, Sun/is Hokage, the last one to make the decision. Now that the situation has not reached a very urgent state, they still try to maintain the dignity of Hokage. The 4 people broke up unhappy, and the 3 generations were also worried after Tuanzang left. He knows what it means to write round eyes in a kaleidoscope, and it's not just the existence of such a powerful and unstable existence as Uchiha. Many people in Uchiha were dissatisfied when the 2nd generation gathered the Uchiha clan and rushed to remote places. It's just that this is the village's decision, and they can't resist. When Uchiha's clan learns that someone has opened a kaleidoscope to write a wheel, they still don't know what will happen again. Therefore, it is not a good idea for the village to recover Uchiha Hwa at this time. Maybe Danzo is right to kill Uchiha Hwa directly and secretly for the village to be the best choice. But doing so is equivalent to completely pushing the Uchiha clan on the opposite side, and there will be a lot of bloody conflict at that time. It is best not to do this unless it is a last resort. Besides, there is also the child Uchiha. 3 generations have thought of Nan. He has a firm and fiery will and is a person who can be trusted. As long as you cultivate this child with your heart, let the Uchiha clan see their sincerity and believe that the village and Uchiha still have the possibility of reconciliation. Chapter 94. After Danzo returned to his roots, his opponent immediately issued an order. Send someone to search for Uchiha Hwa and find a chance to kill him. It's best to get his kaleidoscope to write round eyes. He always thought that Sarutobi Hisaki was too naive, and his handling of Uchiha's clan was really unacceptable to the leader. Although the 3 generations rejected his proposal to chase Uchiha, he still planned to send someone to chase and kill him secretly to achieve his goal. Because of the differences in personality and ways of dealing with things, he and the 3 generations have had a lot of conflicts, not just this time. He was quite dissatisfied when he discovered that the 3 generations of Uchiha Nan intended to train him last time. Before he had time to stop it, he discovered that the 3 generations had already given him all the techniques of Flying Thunder God. Moreover, according to intelligence, this Nan had already mastered Fei Lei Shen to a certain extent. People who know how to use Thunder God can escape at any time in any battle, and it is impossible to kill. So Danzo gave up his previous plan to kill Monan, and proposed to the 3 generations that his roots should be cultivated by him, and it would be more reliable under his close supervision. Unexpectedly, the 3 generations refused on the grounds that his roots were too gloomy and not suitable for the growth of a child. The constant occurrence of similar things made Danzo more and more intolerant of the indecision of the 3 generations, thinking that the 3 generations are simply not worthy of being Hokage. Only he himself has the courage to be a Naruto. If he is Naruto, he can send more troops to chase Uchiha Hwa, and he can quickly solve the problems of the Uchiha clan with iron and blood. If it was him who became Hokage in the first place, these things might not exist at all. Danzo, who has great ambitions, thinks that he is restricted by his status as a district minister, and many methods are not used because of the existence of the 3 generations. I can't go on like this anymore, I must find a way to become Hokage as soon as possible. Then I won't have to be controlled by the sun / Danzo secretly decided in his heart and began to plan to remove the 3rd generation from the position of Hokage. Those who care about Uchiha Hwa even more than the 3rd generation and Danzo, naturally they have also received news from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan who were still in the family at the moment were sitting together, surrounded by Uchiha Fudake who was the head of the clan. Everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. One of them asked Fuyu. Have you heard that Hwa is still alive? Master Fuyu, I heard that he not only is alive, but also opened the Kaleidoscope to right the wheel, and with the power of the Kaleidoscope, he defeated Shain's Xiao He. Even ordinary tribesmen have heard about it. Fuyu, as the team leader, naturally knows more. It's just different from the excitement of the tribe. Although Fuyu has no expression on his face, he actually has the same worries in his heart as the 3rd generation. Fuyu admired Sasuke, his father for 3 generations, and even named his son. He is a peace-loving person like the 3 generations, who likes to use rational methods to solve problems. Fuyu also worried that the tribe would have a lot of confidence after they learned of the existence of Kaleidoscope Zwanyan. The originally arrogant clansman may become more swollen, and even do some irrational things. Sure enough, he heard the noisy voices of the people coming from the clan, and everyone was talking about how unfair the village was to the Uchiha clan and how squeezed them out. With Uchiha Kaleidoscope riding round eyes, they have a greater right to speak in the village. Maybe the 4 generations of Naruto in the future will belong to their Uchiha clan. One of the tribe asked Fuyu. Master Futake, should we find Hwa as soon as possible? As long as he comes back, even those high-level villagers in the village will not dare to bully us Uchiha casually. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz. Unsurprisingly, the tribes made a request to retrieve Uchiha Hwa. Futake felt embarrassed, and he was afraid of this. The Uchiha clan, whose eyes are swollen because of the Kaleidoscope writing, may think that they have the power to wrestle with the village. Fuyu, who had a better view from a high position, was not so optimistic. Not long ago, Fuyu, who witnessed the sacrifice of his friends for himself, had already opened the Kaleidoscope. With the power of the Kaleidoscope, he understands that although the Kaleidoscope is powerful, he himself who uses this power is still immortal. As long as it is immortal, there must be weaknesses, and just relying on a pair of eyes is not enough to fight the entire village. And after seeing the stone stells left by the clan with a Kaleidoscope, I also knew that if the Kaleidoscope was used too much, it would be blind. Neither he nor Uchiha, it is impossible to overuse this power. Fuyu was afraid that he could not control the ambitions of the people, and he did not even tell them that he had already opened the Kaleidoscope. Now he is naturally unwilling to find Uchiha Hwa. So he pondered for a while and after careful consideration, he told the people of the tribe. This matter is not in a hurry for the time being. Why did Hwa suddenly defect? The reason is still unknown. After he defected, he didn't take the initiative to contact us. Even if he got it back, it's hard to say how the village would treat him. Now the family and the village are relatively stable. If Uchiha Hwa who has a Kaleidoscope writing wheel suddenly appears and does not know what it is, it may not be a good thing for the family. The village will naturally send someone to get back to Hwa. As for whether the Uchiha clan needs to take action, just wait for the arrangement of the village. I believe that the 3 generations have their own ideas. Although some people criticized the patriarch's reluctance to send someone back to Uchiha, a considerable number of people supported Futake's willingness to believe in the arrangement of the 3 generations of Hokage. The difference between the 3rd generation and the 2nd generation is soft to their Uchiha clan. At this time, the incident in Kyuubi hadn't happened yet, and the Uchiha clan had not been ostracized too much. Coupled with the constant comfort of Sandai and Futake, Uchiha's rebellion at this time was not so strong. Now that the patriarch has made a decision, those who have other ideas can only put away their own ideas. The clansmen dispersed one after another, and Fuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief if the matter could be settled steadily without any more serious consequences. In fact, he didn't want to be in power, but he really didn't have much confidence in the strength of the Uchiha clan. In fact, if he and Uchiha Kaleidoscope teamed up with 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, they might really be able to win the village's high-level leaders in one fell swoop and become Konoha's leader. It's just that he is not very familiar with Uchiha Hwa, and he can't understand why he suddenly defected. He didn't know what Uchiha was thinking about, and he didn't dare to find him back, which would affect the current fairly stable situation. If Uchiha wants to control Konoha, it's not unreasonable to do this, Futake secretly judged it in his heart. Before that, he must understand his thoughts. Uchiha Tomitake thought of Monan, the younger brother of Uchiha Hwa. If it was him, he should have a certain understanding of Hwa. Monan is also returning to Konoha with the triumphant troops in the Kingdom of Wind. He has not paid much attention to the two brothers Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Hwa before. Unknowingly, both of them have become ninjas in the famous ninja world, and it happens that they can wait for Monan to come back and have a good chat with him about himself and Uchiha Hwa. The appearance of the Kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes not only caused the actions of various forces in the entire Konoha, but also caused an uproar in the entire ninja world. Among them, the most concerned about this is Cheyenne, who has just suffered a loss under his men, and even Xiaohe has been defeated. At this time, Cheyenne's Wind Shadow Luo Shad, two consultants Cho and Ilao Zhang, and a group of elders of Cheyenne were sitting around the table. Discuss the impact on Cheyenne after the defeat in the war with Konoha, and the direction after Cheyenne. Chapter 95. In order to have an explanation with the name of the country, Cheyenne must first determine the responsibility of the war defeat. An elder asked Luo Sha with a gloomy expression. Master Feng Ying, why the village has invested such a huge amount of manpower and material resources, even after Xiaohe has ventured into the battlefield, but has not achieved the results it deserves and is still defeated by Konoha. Luo Sha's complexion was also not good looking. He knew that he might have to bear a lot of responsibilities when he was defeated this time. Facing the village's accountability, he didn't know how to answer for a while. Then the elder said again. If we knew that even if you personally took action, we couldn't win Konoha, we shouldn't have spent so much effort in the war against Konoha. If the peace talks with Konoha are advanced as soon as possible, the battlefields of water country and land country will not face so much pressure. The responsibility for all this lies with Master Feng Ying, and it is caused by your wrong decision. Raza was able to defeat Konoha in one fell swoop, mobilizing a large number of elite ninjas from the country of water and land to set up ambushes in Kikyo Mountain, risking huge risks. In order to ensure that there is nothing wrong, he teamed up with two consultants and took the risk to send Maros Yuru, just to be sure to defeat Konoha 100%. However, the old and cunning guy from the third generation of Hokage actually joined his two disciples to arrive at the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind in person, which Luosha did not expect. But Konoha still didn't expect that they would send Xiaojuru. In fact, because of the role of Xiaohe, they have already gained some advantages. But who could think of it, Konoha suddenly popped out a powerful ninja who could directly suppress Morizuru. Listening to the accusations of the elders getting louder and louder, Luo Sha couldn't help but pleaded loudly. I also know that the act of drawing ninjas from the battlefield in other directions is very risky. If the guy who uses strange ninjutsu suddenly appeared, we could have won. The elders still do not believe. There is a single person in this world that directly suppresses the tail beast. Is that really something humans can do? Could it be Feng Ying that you made it up to avoid responsibility? Fortunately, at this time, Cho stood up and defended Feng Ying. What Feng Ying-sama said is true, and I also saw the ninja up close. If I'm not mistaken, the ninjutsu used by that person is called Susanoo-no-gu, and it is the ninjutsu used by Konoha's Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is a ninja who goes hand in hand with the ninja god who can control the tail beast at will, Senjojima. Since that ninja of the Uchiha clan had inherited the same power as Madara, it was not incomprehensible to be able to suppress the tail beast positively. Since Cho has assured Feng Ying to prove the authenticity of what he said, the elders have also believed a lot, and the accusations have become smaller. Seeing this, Feng Ying cast a grateful look at Cho and then asked. I heard that Yekara has regained consciousness. She is the first person to fight the Konoha ninja. Do you know the information of that person? Cho nodded. Yes, Yakang has regained consciousness. I have asked her if she knows who the ninja was afterwards. That ninja has become famous recently. Konoha Denko Uchiha's brother Uchiha Hwa has a vengeance on her mother. Based on the words that Yekara heard, it is inferred that Uchiha Hwa should have defected to Konoha. This sudden appearance now seems to have come to protect the crane. Suddenly a sneer came. What came here for the sake of Shao Crane, that Uchiha Hwa suddenly appeared and clearly came to avenge Yakang, so the responsibility for the defeat should be attributed to Yakang. Feng Ying immediately retorted, at that time, Yakang killed Uchiha Hwa's mother only to obey the village's orders. Regardless of whether Uchiha showed up for revenge or not, she shouldn't be responsible for it. Then are you responsible for this? Master Feng Ying. Still the elder said yin and yang weirdly, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz, this. Feng's expression was startled, and of course he didn't want to be the object of Deming's anger. Then the man continued, the war against Konoha has already failed. Because you drew a lot of ninjas, the pressure on the water country and the land country is also very high. However, I received the news that the water nation also has the intention of peaceful negotiations, but they have one condition that they want Yakang's life before they are willing to negotiate with us. Hearing that water country actually had such an idea, Feng Ying hesitated and began to think about the pros and cons of doing it. Although I am sorry for Yakang, their peace talks with Konoha have already begun. As long as they sign a peace agreement with Wuyan, they will be able to use all their strength to deal with Yunyan. The pressure of such a shortage of manpower is immediately not a problem, but is it really appropriate to trade the lives of subordinates for peace? Seeing that Feng Ying was still hesitating, the elder continued to persuade. Don't hesitate any longer, Master Feng Ying, we can no longer repeat the retreat of the Land of Fire battlefield. Sacrificing one person can save our entire village, and we can also push Yakang's defeat in the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind to Yakang, so that we can count on the daimyo. The elder's last words became the last straw that crushed the fourth generation of Feng Ying, which seemed to be a complete solution. Not only can it bring peace to the village, but the pressure and responsibility on him are also much less. So he immediately made the decision and assigned Yakang a task to sign a peace agreement on behalf of Shayan and Wuyan after she recovered from her injuries. Kurozutsu heard about Uchiha Hua and reported it to Uchiha Madara. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara coughed twice weakly. Hehe, I didn't expect to be fooled by that kid. It seems that when we found him, he had already opened the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Heiju asked, what should we do? Do we want to find a way to control him? Forget it, the curse mark I left on him has expired, and I don't know what kind of ability his kaleidoscope is. We simply don't have any means to control him. If we are to use strong means, I am afraid that my situation and your strength will not be his opponent. After thinking about it, Madara Uchiha replied. Besides, he doesn't know anything about our identities and plans, and does not constitute any hindrance to us. Keeping him outside and messing up the waters of the ninja world is also conducive to our plan. By the way, I asked you to choose the new successor. Have you already decided? Well, there were originally two candidates, one is the original Konoha's first genius Uchiha Shisui. Another is Uchiha Nan, who has suddenly risen to fame recently, and we have considered it before. I thought that the kid might not be suitable because he was too young, but now it seems that his talent is probably the most suitable person to be your heir. It's just that it's not easy to let that kid fall into the dark. Uchiha Nan's only surviving relative is Uchiha Hua. According to your statement, we can't touch him at all. Moreover, his relationship with his teammates is average, and there are no close people around. I really can't think of anyone's death, which can make him painful enough to open a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, and indeed if he was someone who could not open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, it would be of no help to his plan. And with Uchiha's lesson from the past, Madara found that smart people are not very controllable. It's best to find a deceitful fool as his heir. Both Zishui and Mo Nan seem to be inappropriate. Madara shared his thoughts with Heiju and asked, are there any other candidates for this? Then there is another person. There is a kid named Uchiha who is a fool, and he likes a girl in the same team very much. If that girl dies, he will be very painful, and he may have enough negative emotions to open the kaleidoscope. The only problem is that he hasn't even opened the ordinary writing wheel, and whether he can open the kaleidoscope writing wheel in the future will be a problem. Most of the Uchiha clan are elites, and it is difficult to find a well-controlled idiot. Heiju only thought of Uchiha's belts of soil. Observe this Uchiha belt soil again, and see if he can start the writing wheel in the near future. If it doesn't work, we are trying to find a way on Shishui or Nan. Ma ordered Heiju. Chapter 96. Because of the presence of wounded and orphans, the evacuated team did not move as fast as Mo Nan themselves. It took a few more days before Mo Nan and the others finally returned to Konoha village. Mo Nan, who had experienced many real battles, only felt like a world away after coming back this time. The previous time I went back to the village because I had not participated in the battle, it felt no different from being in the village. This time it was different. The nerves that had been tense because of the battle for a long time relaxed after returning to the village. It seems that no matter how strong a person is, no matter how strong he is, he still needs a safe haven for him to take a good rest. Otherwise, if the spirit stays tight for a long time, no matter who it is, it will go crazy. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Mo Nan planned to go home by himself, but when he was walking home, suddenly two masked ninjas appeared and stopped him. Uchiha Nan, come with us, Danzo-sama wants to see you. These two Anbi ninjas came from the roots of Danzo, and their voices were very dragging, and they were like Mo Nan's command without saying a word. Mo Nan yawned and then glanced at the two of them with unlovable eyes, and said in his heart. Why is this Danzo so annoying? I have been on the road for such a long time and now I am tired and exhausted. I plan to go home and have a good rest. Why do I have to be myself at this time? Mo Nan had the idea of rejection, but he saw the hands of the two root ninjas sweating slightly, which was obviously caused by nervousness. The two of them still stretched out their hands to the ninja bag without a trace, as if they would do it as soon as he refused them. The two were nervous to sweat because they were afraid of Mo Nan's strength, but they didn't dare to violate Danzang's order and must take Mo Nan back. Mo Nan thought about it a bit. If fighting with these two people in the village doesn't affect him very well, let's go with them. When Danzo wants to see himself, it is nothing more than asking Uchiha wa. No matter what he asks at the time, he will ask 3 questions, and just deal with it. So Monan didn't resist, and let the 2 root ninjas blindfold him and took him away. According to them, the root is a very hidden part of Konoha, which is to avoid leaking the location of the root base. Soon Monan followed the 2 roots to the root base and saw Danzo. As expected, Danzo asked him about Uchiha Hwa. Monan also did what he planned before. I don't know what you ask me. Why did Uchiha Hwa defect at the time? Do not know. How does his kaleidoscope open? Do not know. Do you know where he is? Do not know. Faced with Monan Tuanzang, who had asked and didn't know, he was also very helpless. Although he was a little skeptical, Monan's explanation was also very reasonable. When Uchiha Hwa defected, Monan was not even a ninja. He didn't know what he had just entered the ninja school. As for how the kaleidoscope writing wheel is opened, why do you ask me to ask Fu Yu, the patriarch, what does a little friend of mine know? As for where Uchiha Hwa is now, people all over the world are looking for him and can't find him. Ask me what's the use? From Monan's question, Danzo would have expected it a long time ago. As Monan said, although he is a very powerful ninja, he is a 6-year-old kid after all. No matter what plan Uchiha or the Uchiha clan have, it is impossible to tell him. This is not the real purpose for Danzo to find Monan today. The main reason for him to bring Monan to the roots is to ask him if he has any thoughts on joining the roots. Although the matter was rejected by the 3 generations, as long as Monan himself could agree, the 3 generations would not be able to say anything. So Danzo used a strange uncle to cheat the children with lollipops to persuade Monan. Uchiha-nan, with your talent, if you can come to our roots, you will definitely get a more complete education, and you will achieve higher achievements in the future. As long as you are willing, you can join our roots immediately, and then I will do my best to train you. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Konoha's many secret techniques and forbidden techniques are as you learn. What do you think? It turned out to be pulling me into the roots. It was a dream. Pooh. Monan took a bite secretly. As far as he knows, this Danzo has secretly pitted him more than once after he returned to Konoha with the antidote and was concealed by sand. It's just that he has solved it perfectly with his keen intuition and tyrannical strength every time, and now he finds that he can't kill him, and he wants to get himself under surveillance. How could it be possible? Monan pretended to be emptying and didn't answer Danzang's question head-on, but instead asked as if he had recovered from his senses. What did Master Danzo just say? I didn't pay attention, you say it again. Danzo is also not angry. Is that what a child is like? It is always easy to be distracted by some strange thoughts that suddenly appear, and patiently explain it again. I want to ask if you are willing to join the roots and accept the cultivation of the roots. Monan asked, is the root part of the umbu? But I don't want to join the umbu. And to become Anbi is to wear a mask all day, like the 2 people who brought me here. You have also seen Master Danzo, I am so handsome, it would not be too wasteful to wear a mask. So forget it, thank you for your kindness, Lord Danzang. Monan still buttoned his nose when he said that he was not interested in the roots at all. The secret technique, forbidden technique that Danzo promised to him could be learned sooner or later based on his position in the hearts of the 3 generations. And it's a question of whether the promise will be fulfilled by the time. Danzang was a bunch of useless nonsense. Monan didn't believe it very much, so he dealt with it casually. Tuanzang couldn't hear the prevarication in Monan's words, and then he realized that he was being played. He secretly cursed the hateful kid in his heart, and used such stupid reasons to perfuse himself. Although Danzang was angry, he still pretended to look like a kind old grandfather. To deal with children, he couldn't be hard, he had to be soft, and wanted to continue to induce Monan. However, Monan refused no matter what Danzang said, and secretly mocked himself in his heart. Danzang, your brainwashing skills are far worse than Yuan, he can't help me. People like you who like to use curse seals to control others want to deceive me. Let's practice for another 100 years. Seeing what Danzo wanted to say, Monan immediately yawned and said in a tired tone. In short, I don't have any idea of joining Umbu at the moment. I just came back from the road and now I am very tired and want to go home and sleep quickly. Master Danzang, forgive me for not being able to accompany me and leave. After speaking, Monan Jian used the technique of Flying Thunder God and returned to his home in an instant. Danzo just wanted to stop it but found that Monan had disappeared in front of his own eyes. Has his Flying Thunder God reached this level? Tuanzang was secretly shocked. Although he was not in a combat state, his reaction was not too slow. Even so, he still hadn't had time to stop Monan from performing the spell. This level was almost ready for use in actual combat. It is already very difficult to control Monan like this. If Danzo and Monan clashed one day, he really has to carefully weigh whether he has this ability. If you want to catch or kill Monan, I'm afraid I really have to think of a way. Mo Nan returned home and found that the home he had not returned for a long time was full of dust, so he turned on the light and planned to clean it up before taking a break. With the help of the first practical ninjutsu shadow clone in the ninja world, Mo Nan did not spend much time cleaning up. Just when he put down the tools in his hand and was about to go to bed, he heard the doorbell ring suddenly at home. "Who is this TMDMMP? Did you let people sleep?" Mo Nan angrily went downstairs and opened the door of the room. After seeing the incoming person, he immediately pretended to be surprised. "Master Patriarch, why are you coming to my house? Come in quickly." The visitor was Uchiha Take, and Mo Nan quickly invited Fu Take into his home. Chapter 97. Fu Yu followed Mo Nan into his home. Mo Nan asked Uchiha Take to sit on the sofa in the living room and poured him a cup of tea. Originally, there was no sofa in the house, but Mo Nan was really not used to kneeling on the ground like a Japanese, and bought a new set of furniture. "Fu Take-sama, you also came for Uchiha's affairs. I don't know much about him. You also know that the Ninja World War broke out since one can remember. Since then, he has been out on missions and has not returned home much. I am not familiar with him at all. If you want to inquire about him, I am afraid I can't help you." Fu Yu smiled and comforted. "It's okay, I'm not here this time for his business. I just heard that you have come back from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind and want to come and see you. You just said, has anyone else asked you about Uchiha Hwa? Well, Danzo-sama sent someone to see me before, and the question was about Uchiha Hwa. But I didn't know what, so I didn't say anything." Mo Nan nodded and replied. Fu Yu snorted in his heart. The old Danzo has always been the most targeted at their Uchiha clan. What is it about coming to see Mo Nan today? Fu Yu could think of what he thought with his heel. It is nothing more than learning about Hwa's whereabouts as soon as possible, and then killing him, so that the Uchiha clan can't get a strong helper. As for Mo Nan saying that he didn't know anything about Fu Yu, he also knew something. As an orphan in the family, and also the first day of the family, he has always paid attention to Mo Nan. The situation of their family Fu Yu is clear. The two brothers have not seen much since they were young, and Mo Nan didn't know much about Hwa. But since that incident happened, Uchiha Hwa has become estranged from her original friend. Uchiha Take wanted to know more about Hwa, but he could only find Mo Nan on his head. He intends to understand Uchiha's thoughts from the side through conversations with Mo Nan. "By the way, Nan heard that you used a kind of ninjutsu on the battlefield that uses thunder to increase your speed. Is this the purpose of you before asking me about Konoha's excellent thunder ninja news? I didn't expect you to develop such a technique by yourself. I really deserve to be Uchiha's first genius." Fu Yu said with a sigh. "Thanks to the information you provided, Lord Fu Yu, I found Kakashi, and with his help I completed this technique." Mo Nan said modestly. "You don't need to be humble, you are what I saw when I was young, and everyone in your talented family can see it. And I heard that you have already opened the 3-go jade writing round eye. You must know that the first one to open the eye before was also the 7-year-old Shishui. You are the first person in Uchiha's history to have a 3-go jade writing wheel eye at the age of 6. You are definitely the unprecedented pride of my Uchiha clan." What Uchiha Take said is true. Although Mo Nan has always been modest and low-key, the existence of his 3-go jade writing wheel cannot be erased. Even if Mo Nan wanted to be humble, there was no way to refute it, so he could only smile humbly. "Don't worry, Fu Take-sama, I will not be complacent because of this, and I will continue to work hard, and strive to let us Uchiha clan carry forward." "Okay. I'm relieved with your words." Fu Yu laughed, then took out a notebook from behind and handed it to Mo Nan. "This is a note left by Senior Uchiha Kami in the family. It contains all his illusions and skills in the use of illusions. I heard that Nan, you are also very good at using hypnotic eyes. I believe this book will definitely help you." Mo Nan evasively said, "How embarrassed this is, Master Fu Yu, since it is Senior Jing's leftover things should belong to Shishui, after all, Shishui is Senior Jing's grandson." "It's okay Nan, this notebook has been read to Shishui before, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, he had already remembered all the techniques inside and he couldn't use it now. Everyone is a family, so why should the points be so clear? Don't shirk any more." Mo Nan was also polite, and since Fu Yu insisted on giving him the notes, he would not shirk the surprise result notebook. He wasn't pretending, although he used to hypnotize others for 3 months before it was all unfavorable, but it was all due to his amazing pupil power, and without the blessing of writing round eyes, his illusion was nothing. After he integrated the content of the book, he got rid of the embarrassment that as long as others did not look at his eyes, he would use others to do nothing. Seeing Mo Nan holding the notebook in love, and looking at it eagerly, Fu Yu was delighted. There are 2 reasons why he is so generous to Mo Nan. One is that he is Uchiha's own younger brother. In any case, he must have a high position in Huade's heart and may become the key to finding Huade. Moreover, Mo Nan and the people of the Hokage line are also very close, and it seems that they have a high evaluation in the hearts of the 3 generations. Monan has always been a member of the Uchiha clan, even if he is closer to the Hokage group, as long as the family treats him twice as good, Monan will definitely think of the family no matter what. Even if Uchiha Hwa could not return, his Fuyo could not bring the Uchiha clan to the center of Konoha's power. As long as Monan gets acquainted with people from Hokage in the future, it still means Uchiha has a place in Konoha again. By the way, Nan, have you met Uchiha? Did he say anything to you? Fuyu seems to have mentioned Hwa's affairs inadvertently. Monan recalled what he said to the shadow clone. At the time, I was fighting Shayan's Yakang, and my chakras suddenly ran out of chakras in the middle of the fight. Then Yakang launched a fatal attack on me. Hwa suddenly appeared and blocked me, and then he seemed to say something to me. I didn't quite understand what he didn't want his eyes to be ruined inexplicably in the future. This is actually Monan buried a foreshadowing for himself, which may be used in the future. It's nothing to tell Fuyu now, because I was going to spread this sentence, so I can also test whether Fuyu already knows the secret of the eternal kaleidoscope. Sure enough, after hearing Monan's words, Fuyu frowned and thought of the content on the stone monument of the Uchiha clan he had seen before. Has Hwa already know that the kaleidoscope of blood transplantation can get the kaleidoscope of never blindness? When did he come back to see the content on the stele? How come I didn't notice it? If he didn't see it on the stele, where did he know it? There are too many secrets in Uchiha Hwa, including how he opened the kaleidoscope, and how he knew how to open the eternal eye. All this made Uchiha Tommy puzzled, fearing that some unknown secrets might be involved in it, and even more dare not to retrieve Uchiha Hwa. If Hwa intends to transplant his younger brother's eyes, then he must have terrible ambitions that make him even more unimaginable. The purpose of this trip has been completed. Uchiha Tommy bid farewell to Monan and left his home. Monan was very sleepy after a day of tossing, put away the notebook Fuyu gave, turned off the light and lay down on the bed. Neither the village nor the Uchiha clan, for their own reasons, currently seems to have no plans to retrieve Uchiha Hwa for the time being. At that time, many other people outside the village who coveted the power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel began to secretly offer a bounty to Uchiha Hwa, offering a bounty of up to 80 million taels. Although the power of writing round eyes is terrifying, there must be a brave under the reward, and a large number of bounty hunters have begun to inquire about Uchiha Hwa from all over the world. It's just that this Uchiha Hwa is too fascinating. Since he disappeared in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, no one has noticed his whereabouts. As Uchiha's affairs gradually fermented throughout the ninja world, it became more and more intense. Uchiha's name was also passed to the ears of people who collected ninja corpses with special abilities all over the world. This is a ninja who looks like a red-haired boy. He looks 15 or 6 years old. He is muttering something at the moment. Kaleidoscope writes Round Eyes Uchiha, a member of the Konoha Uchiha clan. It happened that I was in a dark child in Cheyenne village and was taken prisoner by Konoha by chance. Recently, let's take the time to go to Konoha to inquire about the situation. Chapter 98. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A fireball that was as high as a person was spit out from the medicine master's pocket, burning the ground in front of it to black. Reincarnation Yaeshido was what Monan did the night before they rushed back to Konoha, and after that, it took several days to hurry. Monan never tested the abilities of Yaeshido's body. Early this morning, Monan used this body to find a place where there was no one to secretly experiment. Originally, the body of pharmacist Tou didn't have the talent of fire escape, but after Monan transferred part of his talent of fire to this body, Do's body also possessed the ability to use fire escape. It's just that this feeling is very strange. Monan has already cultivated Huodun to a level that is beyond the reach of ordinary Shang Ren. If the original body used the same chakra to use the same chakra, it would definitely be more than just such a small flame. I don't know why, but when I use Huodun with the body of the pharmacist, I feel a jerky feeling. Monan didn't feel that his understanding of Huodun had any decline. It was like a person who was used to holding chopsticks with his right hand. You suddenly asked him to hold chopsticks with his left hand. It feels like I can, but I can't do it well in actual operation. Through the use of fire escape with this body, the consumption of chakra will increase, and the power of ninjutsu will decrease a lot. Monan tried Lei Dun ninjutsu again, only to find that he could only use a little electric spark. It should be that this body has no talent for Thunder Dun at all, and it is only by interacting with the chakra of the body that it can borrow a little bit of Thunder Dun's power. Monan once again used Shui Dun and Tu Dun ninjutsu in Jian, but was surprised to find that the Water Dun and Tu Dun used by the body of the medicine doctor pocket were the same as those used by the main body. It should be because there is not much difference between the natural change of the nature of the water escape and soil escape of the clone. On the contrary, it may be because this body's talents for water escape and soil escape are stronger, giving Monan a feeling of extraordinary performance that he could only occasionally do before during the operation. So it seems that the ninja's adaptability to the changes in chakra's nature will indeed affect the final result of the operation. Obviously, his own will is at work, but the results are different, which can only show that the influence of talent on the ninja is really huge. Even with the same effort, the efficiency of geniuses will always be much higher than ordinary people. Finally, it was Feng Dun. Originally, Mo Nan did not change the nature of Feng Dun chakra. He copied a lot of Feng Dun ninjutsu on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, but he didn't have any room to use it. Now he wants to use this clone to try it. Mo Nan plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and held it in his hand. Recall that in the original book Asma told celebrities the secret to the change in the nature of Feng Jiun chakra. He concentrated the chakra on his hand, imagining the chakra divided into two parts, the sharper the chakra felt. Although Mo Nan has never practiced Feng Dun's nature changes, he has already practiced well for the other four nature changes and has accumulated considerable experience. It didn't take long for him to grasp the faint feeling of Feng Dun. Mo Nan opened his hand to see that the leaf he had picked had cracked slightly. It seems that this body has a good talent for changing the nature of the wind, and I saw a little effect on the first attempt. Then Mo Nan wanted to see the effect of this body using Feng Dun ninjutsu. Mo Nan faced a stream, quickly checked with both hands and took a deep breath. Wind escape breakthrough. Suddenly, a hurricane Mo Nan spit out, and the hurricane fell on the water and cut off the stream instantly, and a few fish jumped up by the way. Some low-end ninjutsu can be used without mastering the change of nature. When Mo Nan uses Uchiha Nan's body to use this trick, he can only slightly blow the surface of the water into the depression a little bit, without any lethality. When used with the body of the pharmacist's pocket, it can make the water surface burst. Although the power is only able to stun the fish, it is much stronger than before. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. As long as the wind escape of this body is to be fully developed, Mo Nan is to some extent a ninja who can use all the 5 chakra nature changes. In addition to ninjutsu, Mo Nan tested the pupil power previously assigned to the clone. Mo Nan injected chakra into his eyes, and his pupils immediately turned red, and 3 kama-like guyas appeared in his eyes rotating around his pupils. What Mo Nan gave to the clone was not the lineage of the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha's riding wheel eyes and part of the pupil power. If it is transplanted according to the conventional method, only the eyes and the pupil power in the eyes can be transplanted. The body of the transplanted person simply cannot adapt to this pupil force, so his riding wheel eyes can never be closed. Just like Danzo and Kakashi, in order to reduce the burden on the body, they can only be sealed with a sealing technique. But Mo Nan used the infinite rebirth to transfer the past riding wheel eyes, but there is no such problem. Although Duo's body does not have the blood of the Uchiha clan, it has been magically transformed by the reincarnation of non-phase reincarnation, which is quite suitable for the pupil power of the riding wheel. Like the Uchiha clan, the chakra in the eyes of the riding wheel can be recovered and restored to ordinary eyes without causing additional burden to the body. Because Mo Nan had left most of his pupil power to his body, the pupil power of the riding wheel eyes in this body was not complete, and the abilities of these eyes were not as powerful as those of the body. It didn't take long for Mo Nan to come into this world, and he opened the eternal eye and possessed strong pupil power. At the beginning, he was very uncomfortable, because his eyes were so good that he could easily see some dirty things that were not easy for others to see. Even the tiny dust in the air can be seen clearly, which made Mo Nan very uncomfortable at the beginning, but after a long time, he gradually got used to it. What these eyes saw was not so clear, but gave Mo Nan a feeling that the whole world was much cleaner. Can't help but take a deep breath, as if the air has become a little fresher. After all the tests were finished, Mo Nan released the phantom body attached to his body. Although this avatar has great potential, his chakra has not undergone any exercise, and can't stand Mo Nan's test at all. Therefore, Mo Nan used the characteristic of the yin phantom body to be attached to someone else's body after being spiritualized, and shared the chakra with this body. Even if the clone of chakra hasn't been condensed, a lot of ninjutsu can be used. Pouch, where are you? I'm back for dinner. At this time a voice came from a distance. It turned out that Yanei came to him to go home for dinner. However, the arrival of Yanei had long been discovered by Mo Nan's younger brother's phantom body's perception ability. An adopted orphan of the Kingdom of Wind can use the 4 types of evasion technique and riding round eyes, but it must not be discovered by anyone. Therefore, he used the perception ability of the phantom body throughout the whole process. As long as someone approached, he immediately stopped the test to restore the scene. Mo Nan hurriedly picked up the fish that had just been stunned by him and ran towards the voice. Yanei smiled when he saw the fish in his pocket. You disappeared early in the morning, just to catch fish. Mo Nan nodded and replied, because I found that the food in our orphanage was not very good, I wanted to catch 2 fish for everyone to improve. There was a warm current in Yanei's heart. After the war, the orphanage took in a large number of orphans, and had a few more mouths to eat. Although there is support from the village, the financial situation of the orphanage has become a little bit tight, which puts a lot of pressure on her. Mo Nan was also an orphan in his previous life. He has been a pharmacist in the past few days. He has also taken good care of the few children around him who were also adopted by Yanei. Yanei also discovered that she has become unusually mature with children recently, which is different from other children. Not only doesn't she need to worry too much, but she also has the heart to help her share the pressure. Chapter 99. After Yao Shitu followed Yan Ai back to the Konoha orphanage, the consciousness of Mo Nan's body also regained. Once again, I felt the feeling of manipulating two bodies at the same time. It was really amazing. The existence of Pharmacist Pocket is like Mo Nan has a shadow clone that will never disappear. And unlike ordinary shadow clones, the thinking between the shadow clone and the ontology is not connected. At the moment when the shadow clone is lifted, when the chakra of the shadow clone returns to the main body, the things experienced by the shadow clone will be transmitted back to the main body. And Mo Nan and Pharmacist Duo exchanged chakras all the time, keeping the consciousness of the two bodies in real-time synchronization forever. This is somewhat similar to the connection between Mo Nan and his phantom body. However, although the phantom body has a little consciousness of its own, but its intelligence is very low, basically it can only passively complete the tasks assigned by Mo Nan, and does not have the ability to actively think. Compared with this, he has synchronized thinking with Mo Nan, and he is completely able to think independently. The non-phase reincarnation clone that does not need to be controlled by Mo Nan himself is the real clone. It has been a few days since I got this clone, and Mo Nan has gradually become accustomed to the feeling that two brains control two bodies at the same time. Then Mo Nan had a new idea, since the clone does not need Mo Nan to separate his attention to control it. But could he use the brain of one body to control another body, so Mo Nan did an experiment. Before Mo Nan went to bed yesterday, he summoned a phantom to look at his body. He had already discovered that the waking consciousness can enter the sleeping body in the subconscious. It's just that he didn't come and didn't try to control that body. This time Mo Nan used a sober pharmacist in his brain to try to control his body. Mo Nan focused his attention on the body, imagining the feeling of controlling the phantom body to control the actions of the body. Sure enough, the problem that was already asleep was under the control of the clone consciousness, and he slowly sat up, then moved his fingers again. There is no difference between what the proprioceptive pharmacist feels in his brain and what he gives back to himself. There is no difference between the two brains or the consciousness in the two brains. It is Mo Nan's will and can indeed control another body. This discovery made Mo Nan very excited. According to the computer, the human brain is said to belong to a single core, because humans can only concentrate on doing one thing. There are some people who seem to be able to do two things at once, but their attention is shifted very quickly, and they can keep focusing on different things back and forth. And Mo Nan, who has two brains, as long as he concentrates all his attention on one body, he can control this body to accomplish two different things at the same time, which is equivalent to a true one mind and two purposes. It can be said that his brain has changed from a single nucleus to a dual nucleus, capable of handling more complex tasks. Mo Nan remembered what Kakashi had explained before, the reason Watergate failed to change the properties of the spiral pill to complete the operation. Just because the shape change of the spiral pill is controlled, it is necessary to concentrate all the attention, and Watergate can no longer be distracted to control the change of its nature. Because one can't look to the left while looking to the right, Naruto suddenly wanted to use the shadow clone to complete the wind escape spiral shuriken. After that, it was because of the extremely easy to handle nine-tailed chakra that he could easily use it without relying on the shadow clone. But Mo Nan, who can be truly distracted, does not need to rely on the shadow clone. If he learns the spiral pill, it is estimated that he can easily add nature changes to the spiral pill by himself. Just be careful not to let the two bodies get into battle at the same time. Moreover, the role of the dual-core brain is not only that. Mo Nan also remembered the joint action of Naruto and Sasuke in the original work. Shining Dun, Light Wheels, Wind, and Black Arrow Zero Style. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. This point once made Mo Nan very puzzled. It stands to reason that people with special physiques like this blood ninjutsu should be able to use it. It has never happened before that two people can synthesize blood successors by using ninjutsu together. Even the 3 generations of Naruto can be divided into 4 clones and use 5 types of ninjutsu at the same time. It just made the combination of 2 ninjutsu into a combined ninjutsu, and failed to use new attributes like Naruto Sasuke. Mo Nan had a certain guess about this, those ninjas with blood inheritance limits. Their special physique makes it particularly easy for them to use the 2 chakra properties at the same time, and cooperate with each other to form special properties. The reason why the 3 generations cannot rely on 2 shadow clones to synthesize new attributes is because even the shadow clones cannot truly achieve barrier-free communication. To achieve a perfect fit, use chakra properties that can just synthesize new properties. The reason why Naruto and Sasuke can do it should be related to Kyuubi's ability to adjust the nature of the chakra at will to grant chakra to others. As well as Sasuke's Kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes, it was a coincidence that was created by the combined action of Yan Dun, who can control flames at will, and earth fate. Because they can perceive the subtle nature changes of the opponent's chakra very keenly by virtue of their own abilities, and adjust their output chakra at that moment. As long as one of them keeps the chakra nature of his output relatively stable, the other person can adjust the coordination. That's why they can integrate new attributes directly without any practice. Monan, who can be used with one heart and two purposes, should naturally be able to change the nature of the two chakras at the same time, and it shouldn't be a problem for the two to work together. Although Monan doesn't have special skills like Naruto and Sasuke, he can easily change the nature of his chakra. But as long as he spends a certain amount of time practicing and tries a few more times, he can always find the trick to make the two chakra properties work together. Thinking of this possibility, Monan couldn't wait to start trying as soon as he woke up. Can I use the changes in the nature of the two chakras at the same time? Monan's main body is best at changing the nature of Lei Dun and Huo Dun, so he plans to start with these two properties. Monan focused chakra on both hands and concentrated all the attention of the two brains, imagining the fire escape with the left hand and the thunder escape with the right hand. Without any accident, chakra, whose hands were originally light blue, suddenly changed. The chakra on the left hand seemed to start to burn, and the right hand was surrounded by a large number of electric arcs. Monan can be sure that he can indeed produce two chakra properties at the same time, and it is not much more difficult than when he used one property change before. But Monan was not in a hurry to immediately start an attempt to synthesize a new type of blood relay boundary. Synthetic blood succession is definitely not such an easy task, there is no need to rush for a while. Moreover, the fusion of Lei Dun and Huo Dun has not appeared in the anime, manga, and novels that Monan saw in his previous life, and he doesn't know what will come out of the fusion. Now this is in his house, and he accidentally makes a big move, but he is the one who loses. The body of the medicine master was already eating, and Monan suddenly felt that his body was also a little hungry. The will of the two bodies was shared, but the food they ate could not be shared. The clone is full but the body also needs to eat. Monan wanted to do something for himself, but he hadn't returned for a long time, and there was nothing at home. Monan planned to go out first to buy something for himself, but when he just got dressed and was about to go out, the door of the house rang again. There are not many people who know where his family lives. Apart from the Uchiha clan, the only outsiders are Kakashi and Kai. Who would come to find himself at home during this breakfast time? Monan was puzzled. Chapter 100. As soon as Monan opened the door, he found that the stranger who came to him was unexpected. It turned out to be the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi. The Uchiha incident shook the entire ninja world, and Monan had long expected that he would receive a lot of inquiries once he returned to the village. The three people who should be most concerned about this matter, Danzo, Uchiha Tomitake, and the three generations of Naruto. Monan thought about it. Yesterday, as soon as he came back, he was called by someone from Danzang. Soon after he got home from Danzang, Fuyu also came. Three generations didn't send someone to ask him to come over yesterday, and talked about Uchiha Hua in detail, which surprised Monan a little bit. But today the three generations actually visited the house in person, and they seemed to be carrying something in their hands. Monan didn't expect it. Monan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. Master Hokage, why did you come to my house? With a gift? How embarrassed this is. Please come in quickly. The three generations laughed. I heard that you are back, I just want to come and see you. Actually, I should have been here yesterday, but I think you must have worked hard all the way, so I didn't have the nerve to disturb you. I just came today. Thinking that you must have not eaten when you woke up in the morning, I brought you something to eat. As soon as Monan heard this, he just wanted to make complaints about Danzang and Fuyu. If you look at people who can handle things for more than 3 generations, you know that I have been working hard all the way and didn't bother myself immediately. It's like after you two heard about Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, one by one was anxious and asked what it was. Fuyu was okay, at least he came personally with a gift. Looking at Tuanzang again, Monan had just come back before he had time to rest, so he sent someone to call him. No wonder this way of doing things is not a Hokage, this ability to do things is far worse than that of the 3 generations. The 3rd generation side had opened the package he was holding, and it contained the food he had just packed from the restaurant, and he also invited Monan to eat together. Although knowing that this was a routine used by the 3 generations to get closer to him, Monan was still a little touched. He has rarely been taken care of like this from his previous life to now. The two of them ate and chatted, and the 3 generations thanked Monan. Thanks to you in the battle a few days ago, if you didn't hold Yakang, the consequences would be really disastrous. Monan was disappointed and said, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, because I have used up all the chakras in the yin seal before, so the chakras were exhausted and finally failed to defeat Yakang. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Hua at the end, I might have been killed by Yakang. The 3 generations comforted and said indifferently. You can't say that, it's already very powerful for your age to hold Yakang for so long. And you can leave the battlefield at any time with Flying Thunder God, but you don't. Instead, he kept fighting until chakra was exhausted at the last moment, which really made the old man very pleased. And don't call me Hokage-sama anymore. You are the apprentice of Jiraiya and Tsunade, and you can be regarded as my apprentice. You will call me 3 generations of grandfather from now on. Monan was pleasantly surprised, good Lord Hokage, 3 generations of grandpa. After confirming that the relationship between grandparents and grandchildren and Mo-nan, the distance between each other was narrowed, and the 3 generations showed a smile on their faces and then said, "You have done a lot to hold Yakang this time. Do you want any reward? Grandpa will give it to you." Mo-nan showed a twisted smile on his face but did not speak, as if he really wanted something in his heart but was embarrassed to speak up. Seeing this, the 3 generations felt funny and immediately persuaded. "You don't need to refuse, and don't be embarrassed, it's all you deserve." Seeing Sanday persuading himself this way, Mo-nan seemed to have finally made up his mind to speak. "I heard that the monster summoned by Shaoyan is called Shao'erhe, and that creatures like Shao'erhe are called tail beasts with terrifying power. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Such creatures are absolutely unkillable by ordinary ninjas, and they can only be temporarily sealed by using the sealing technique. This time, it happened that Hua appeared to defeat Shao'erhe. So can I learn the sealing technique, so as not to encounter such a monster again in the future, but there is no way to deal with it." Mo-nan's idea of learning this sealing technique has been around for several days. A few days ago, he used a lunar eclipse to chop off one of Shao'erhe's hand and his thick tail. As Shao'erhe was sealed again, but the hands and tail of Shao'erhe, who had been sealed in the lunar eclipse, did not return to Renzulai's body. In the end, the slash that defeated Shao'erhe consumed most of the chakra. But that was just a chakra made by Shao'erhe, and Shao'erhe was originally made of a part of the chakra of 10-tailed bird. Mo-nan's Susanoo can't decompose the 10-tailed chakra into Shao crane at all. Those chakras were sealed in his eyes with Suzuo's disappearance. Recently, his eyes have been swollen, and it seems that something is stuck in it, which is very uncomfortable. In fact, Mo-nan could release Shao'erhe's chakra, but he felt a little reluctant. This is the chakra of the tailed beast, the existence that most people dream of. So Mo-nan had the idea of learning the sealing technique. He wanted to seal some of Shao'erhe's chakras elsewhere, and he might not know what role it would play in the future. The 3 generations didn't know about Mo-nan's situation, and thought that Mo-nan really only asked to learn the seal technique just in case he might encounter a tail beast in the future. He readily agreed, and the sealing technique is not a forbidden technique and there is no danger. Mo-nan is improving so fast, it is good to be able to learn more while he is young. 3 generations promised to Mo-nan that he would prepare some information about the sealing technique after he returned, and then send someone to send it to him. Mo-nan quickly thanked him again. "Did Nanzang tell you to go there yesterday? What did he say to you?" 3 generations asked. He is Hokage in the village after all, and he can hear more or less news about what happened in the village. And even if he didn't receive the news, he knew his thoughts based on his knowledge of Danzo for so many years. Based on Danzo's suspicion of Uchiha's clan, he must be looking for Uchiha Hua all over the world now, much more anxious than him. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let go of Mo-nan's ready-made clue. "Yes, Danzo-sama called me to the route yesterday and asked me a lot about Uchiha. But I don't know much about Hua, so I didn't say anything. Then he asked me if I wanted to join the route, but I was not interested in becoming an Anbi, so I refused." Danzo would ask Mo-nan about Uchiha Hua for 3 generations, but he did not expect Danzo to invite Mo-nan to join his roots. When Danzang proposed to him, he rejected him. How could Mo-nan's good children let Danzang be harmed? Fortunately, Mo-nan refused by himself, or else he would have to leave this old face and go to Tuanzang VIPs in person. Although Sanday was very curious about many things about Uchiha Hua, he was not as direct as Danzo. It was also like Uchiha Tommy Take, when he talked about Mo-nan, he seemed to mention something inadvertently, and asked about Uchiha's situation. Of course, Mo-nan would not relax his vigilance just because he had gained some benefits from the 3rd generation. He knew exactly what to say and what not to say. Still, with the rhetoric of Danzo Futake, he is not very familiar with Hua, his current situation, inner thoughts, etc., and his whereabouts are unknown. Seeing that Mo-nan didn't know more about it for 3 generations, he didn't ask much. After the 2 had eaten, 3 generations left. During the 3 generations, Mo-nan was not asked whether anyone from the Uchiha clan had asked him to learn about Uchiha Hua. The 3 generations also understood that even the Uchiha clan had the intention of recalling Uchiha Hua, and they had come to ask Mo-nan what they had, and they must have told Mo-nan not to disclose it casually. After all, Mo-nan is still a member of the Uchiha clan, and the 3 generations don't want him to be too embarrassed. Many things are well known and do not need to be so clear. And he believed that Mo-nan would not lie to him, because he really didn't know much about Uchiha Hua, and the Uchiha group probably didn't ask anything.